The night the sky tore open above Konoha, nobody was looking at the child. Every eye in the village was turned upward, toward the silhouette of a fox the size of a mountain range, toward the orange light bleeding through the clouds like the world itself had been set on fire. Nobody saw the moment the seal took hold. Nobody saw the moment it went wrong. Minato Namikaze had planned for a jailer. He had spent months studying the diagrams, refining the calligraphy, rehearsing the hand seals until his fingers could form them in his sleep. He had planned for a 9-tailed beast bound inside a newborn boy, a burden passed from a father who would not live to explain it to a son who would grow up not understanding why the village looked at him the way it did. He had not planned for what answered the seal instead. In the half-second between the technique's activation and the moment the fox's chakra should have poured into the infant, something else reached back. Not from within the boy. From outside everything the fourth Hokage understood about chakra, about the nature of tailed beasts, about the architecture of the world he had spent his life defending. A presence that did not belong to the elemental nations slid into the gap the seal had opened, the way water finds a crack in stone, and by the time Minato realized the technique was drawing on something other than the fox, it was already finished. The Kyuubi's chakra was bound, yes, layered into the boy's coils exactly as intended. But beneath it, wrapped around it, something older and stranger had taken root first, and the fox's presence would spend the rest of its existence circling something it could never touch and never understand. Minato did not live to see what he had created. His last thought, as his soul was pulled away by the reaper he had bargained with, was relief. The technique had worked. His son was safe. The fox was sealed. He was wrong about all three. Baby Naruto did not cry that night. The midwives who found him in the wreckage of the sealing site, wrapped in a blanket that had somehow avoided the worst of the destruction around it, would later swear that his eyes were open and fixed on nothing, the way a person looks when they are listening to something only they can hear. He made no sound. He did not reach for comfort. When one of the medical nin lifted him, checking for injury, the infant's gaze tracked her hand before she moved it. Nobody thought anything of it. There was too much else to grieve. For the first 3 years of his life, Naruto Uzumaki was, by every outward measure, an ordinary orphan in a village that had decided to hate him for a burden he had not asked to carry. He lived in a small apartment provided by an administration that resented the expense. He was watched from a distance by an old man with a pipe and tired eyes who visited when he could and pretended, for both their sakes, that the visits were enough. He ate alone more often than not. He learned early that doors closed when he approached them and that adults who smiled at other children rearranged their faces into something colder when they looked at him. What nobody around him noticed, because there was no reason to look for it, was that Naruto Uzumaki was never surprised. He never fell down stairs he hadn't seen before. He never reached for a hot stove, not once, not even as a toddler discovering the world with his hands the way children do. He avoided the specific loose floorboard in his apartment that had splinters sharp enough to draw blood, though no one had ever told him it was there, and he had never stepped on it to learn the hard way. When the woman 2 doors down threw a rock at him during one of the village's periodic bad nights, the rock struck the wall a foot from where he had been standing a half-second earlier, because he had already stepped aside before her arm finished its motion. He did not know what he was doing. That was the strangest part, the part that would take him years to understand. He was not making decisions to avoid these things. He simply already knew what was going to happen, the way a person already knows the sun will rise, and so avoiding it required no more thought than breathing. The future was not a mystery to him. It had never been a mystery to him. It was information, sitting quietly at the edge of his awareness, waiting to be noticed the way a person notices sound only when they choose to listen for it. He was 5 years old the first time he understood that other people did not have this. It happened on an ordinary afternoon, one of the rare ones where the sun was warm and the street outside his apartment was full of children playing a game with a ball and a chalk-drawn court. Naruto had drifted close, the way lonely children do, hovering at the edge of a group that had no intention of letting him in. A boy named Kenji, 7 years old and already fluent in the particular cruelty children learn from watching their parents, picked up the ball and turned toward Naruto with a grin that promised nothing good. "Hey, demon," Kenji said. "Catch." He threw the ball hard, aimed at Naruto's face, the kind of throw meant to hurt and humiliate in the same motion. Naruto watched the ball leave Kenji's hand and felt something happen in his mind that he had no words for yet, something that would take him a decade to properly name. It was not that he predicted the ball's path, the way an older child with good reflexes might read an arm's motion and adjust. It was that he already knew, with the same flat certainty he knew his own name, that the ball would strike him just below the left eye, that it would leave a mark, that Kenji and the others would laugh, that he would go home and not tell anyone because there was no one to tell who would care. He also knew, in that same instant, that if he tilted his head 3 degrees to the right and lifted his hand 2 inches, none of that would happen. He tilted his head. He lifted his hand. The ball smacked into his palm instead of his face, and for one long, silent moment, every child on that street stared at him like he had done something impossible. He had not thought of it as impossible. He had thought of it the way a person thinks of stepping over a puddle. Obvious. Available. There, if you looked. Kenji's face went through confusion and then anger, the anger of someone whose small cruelty had been quietly, effortlessly diffused. He didn't understand what had happened, and not understanding made him furious. He came at Naruto with his fists, and here again something in Naruto's mind simply already knew. Kenji would throw a wide right hook, off balance, telegraphed by the way his shoulder dropped, and it would take him 2.5 seconds to close the distance, plenty of time to step back. Naruto stepped back. Kenji's fist swung through empty air, and the momentum spun him half around, and the other children laughed now, but not at Naruto. Nobody threw anything at Naruto again for a long time after that. Word traveled the way it does among children, distorted and half-true, that the demon boy could dodge anything, that trying to hurt him made you look stupid instead. It didn't make them like him. It only made them more careful about how they expressed the dislike. But for a 5-year-old who had never known a version of safety that wasn't temporary and conditional, it was the first taste of something like power, and he did not yet understand what he had, only that it worked, and that it was his, and that no one else seemed to have it. He asked the old man with the pipe about it once, the next time Hiruzen Sarutobi came to check on him with a bag of groceries and an apology in his eyes that never quite made it to his mouth. "Old man," Naruto said, swinging his legs from the kitchen chair he was too small for. "Do you ever just know what's going to happen? Before it happens?" Hiruzen had paused in the middle of putting away rice, some old instinct in him going quiet and alert at once, the way a soldier's does at an unfamiliar sound in familiar terrain. "What do you mean, Naruto? Like?" Naruto frowned, working through a problem no 5-year-old should have had the vocabulary for. "Like if I throw this cup, I already know it's gonna break on the floor there." He pointed at a spot on the tile without looking at it. "Before I throw it. Doesn't everybody know that?" "That's just because you can guess what happens when things fall, Naruto," Hiruzen said carefully. "Everyone learns that." "No," Naruto said, with the flat certainty of a child correcting an adult about something the child was completely sure of and the adult was not. "Not guess. No. Like it already happened, and I'm just watching it happen again." Hiruzen Sarutobi had lived through 3 wars and buried more students than he could count without his throat closing, and in that moment, looking at the whisker-marked boy in front of him describing something with the calm precision of an old soul rather than the wonder of a young one, he felt something he hadn't felt since the day the QB attacked. He felt the floor of the world he understood shift very slightly beneath him. He did not tell Naruto what he suspected. He was not yet sure himself, and a suspicion voiced too early to a child could become a belief the child built an entire identity around, for better or worse. Instead he asked to see it. He set a cup of water on the table and asked Naruto to tell him, before he moved it, exactly how it would fall if he pushed it off the edge. Naruto told him. Precisely. The angle, roughly, the way it would roll twice before settling, the small chip that would form on its rim from the second roll rather than the first impact. Hiruzen pushed the cup, and it happened exactly as described, down to the chip. He told Naruto it was a fun game and gave him extra dessert that night, and left with a knot in his stomach he would not fully untangle for years. He made a note, that evening, in a private journal that no one else would read for a long time, that the seal on Naruto Uzumaki required deeper study than anyone had given it, and that whatever else had gone into that boy on the night of the Kyuubi's attack, it had not gone in quietly. The years that followed were, on their surface, unremarkable, in the specific way that the childhood of an outcast in a hostile village is never unremarkable to the person living it. Naruto struggled in the academy, or seemed to. His grades were poor. His written work was sloppy. He failed the substitution technique 3 times before a teacher who resented having to teach him passed him along anyway rather than deal with him for another year. On paper, he was exactly what the village expected him to be, a disappointment, a burden, proof that the burden he carried had rotted something in him from the inside. What the paper didn't show, because no test measured it, was that Naruto Uzumaki had spent those same years quietly discovering the true shape of what lived inside him, and that the discovery had very little to do with jutsu or chakra control in the way his classmates understood those things. It started small. Knowing which questions the teacher would call on him for, and therefore which answers to have ready, though he rarely bothered, since being ignored suited him better than being seen. Knowing, 3 days before it happened, that Irika would announce a pop quiz, in the specific way that his eyes would flick toward his desk drawer where the quiz papers were hidden, a tell Naruto had absorbed without meaning to and now simply knew as fact rather than deduction. Knowing which of the other children would try to trip him in the hallway, and on which day, though he never understood how he knew until much later, when he realized that a person's small cruelties were as predictable as the weather to someone who could see far enough ahead. The knowledge did not come to him as visions, not in the way he had once imagined seers worked in the handful of storybooks the orphanage had allowed him to read. It came to him the way memory does. He simply knew things about the future the same unglamorous way he knew things about the past, retrieving them rather than predicting them, the boundary between what had happened and what would happen growing thinner in his mind with every year that passed. By the time he was 8, he had stopped experiencing surprise altogether, a fact that troubled him vaguely on the rare occasions he thought about it, the way a fish might feel troubled by water if it ever stopped to consider that water was the only thing it had ever known. The first time he understood the scope of what he could do, rather than simply the fact of it, he was 9 years old, alone in his apartment on a night when the loneliness had gotten sharp enough to hurt in a physical way, low in his chest, the kind of hurt that made him want to break something just to have a sound in the silence. He had picked up a kunai someone had left with his equipment allotment, an old dull training blade, and turned it over in his hands, thinking about nothing in particular, when the thought arrived, unbidden and absolute. If I throw this at the window, it will crack in a shape like a spiderweb, starting from the upper left corner, and 3 pieces will fall outward onto the street below, and one of them will land near a stray cat that will run off, and the noise will bring the woman next door to her window, and she will see me and call me a monster again, the same words she used last month, and I will go to bed angry, and none of this will change anything. He did not throw the kunai. He sat with the thought instead, turning it the way he had turned the blade, examining it from every angle it would allow, and slowly, the way a puzzle piece clicks into a much larger picture than the box art suggested, he understood that what he had just experienced was not a guess about what might happen. It was not even, strictly, a memory of what would happen if he did nothing to prevent it. It was a rehearsal. He had, in some manner he had no words for, walked the future forward from the moment of the throw to its resolution and back, the way you might walk down a hallway to see where it led and then walk back to tell someone about it. And more than that. He understood, sitting there with the dull kunai heavy in his palm, that the future he had just walked was not the only one available to him. He could feel, if he reached slightly differently, other hallways branching off from the same door. A version where he threw the kunai gently enough that it didn't crack the glass at all. A version where he didn't throw it, and instead set it down and went to sleep. A version, strange and distant but present nonetheless, where he did something else entirely that he hadn't even consciously considered yet, and the future adjusted itself around that new choice as easily as it had around the others. He was not simply seeing what would happen. He was seeing what could happen, an entire fan of possibility spread out before him like the pages of a book he had already read every version of, and the only thing that decided which version became real was the thing he decided to do next. 9-year-old Naruto Uzumaki sat on the floor of his apartment for 4 hours that night, running small experiments no one witnessed, and no one would have believed if they had. He learned that the branches nearest to him, the futures only seconds or minutes away, were the clearest, sharp-edged and certain as photographs. Futures further out blurred at the edges, more branches competing for the same eventual moment, more of his own choices and other people's choices tangled together in ways that made any single thread harder to isolate. But even blurred, even distant, they were there. Available. His, if he was patient enough to look, and willing enough to reach. He did not tell anyone. Some instinct in him, sharper than any 9-year-old should have possessed, understood immediately that this was not something the village would celebrate in him. They already hated him for a burden he had never asked for, and did not remember carrying. What would they do with a boy who could see tomorrow? He thought of the way Kenji's face had twisted when a thrown ball failed to land, multiplied that reaction by every adult in the village who already flinched from his shadow, and he made a decision that would define the next several years of his life. He would learn to hide it, and he would learn to use it, and he would tell no one until he understood it well enough that no one could take it from him or twist it into another reason to fear him. The academy years passed differently after that, though anyone watching from the outside would have seen no change at all, which was precisely the point. Naruto continued to fail his written exams, though now the failures were, at times, deliberate, a mask worn carefully enough that no one thought to look beneath it. He continued to be clumsy with basic jutsu in front of his instructors, though in the privacy of the training grounds after hours, alone, he had begun a very different kind of study. He discovered that the ability sharpened with use, the way any muscle does. At 9, he could see minutes ahead with clarity, and hours ahead in something like fog. By 11, the fog had receded to reveal shapes, if not fine detail, days out. He discovered that the ability responded to intention, that reaching for a specific outcome, a specific person's specific choice, brought that thread into focus faster than passively waiting to notice things, though the reaching cost him something, a fatigue unlike physical tiredness, a heaviness behind his eyes that made the world go soft and distant for an hour or two afterward if he pushed too hard. He discovered, with a mixture of fascination and unease he did not fully examine at the time, that some futures resisted him more than others. Small, mundane outcomes bent easily to his attention, rearranging themselves around his awareness like grass parting for a hand pushed through it. But futures that involved strong will, deep conviction, the kind of certainty that lived in the bones of certain people, pushed back, blurred and scattered the moment he tried to look at them directly, as though the sheer force of another person's intent to shape their own future created a kind of static his sight could not easily cut through. He did not yet have a name for what caused that resistance. He only knew it existed, and he filed the observation away with the same patient, methodical care he applied to everything else about his ability, because even at 11, some quiet, cold part of him understood that knowledge withheld was knowledge kept safe, and knowledge kept safe was the only kind of power the village had never managed to take from him. He passed the graduation exam on his third attempt not because his ninjutsu had improved, though it had, quietly, in ways his instructors never witnessed, but because he had finally decided the mask was no longer worth the cost of continued failure. He walked the clone jutsu exam knowing exactly which subtle adjustment to his chakra control would produce a passable, if unimpressive, clone, because he had watched the outcome of the exam from a dozen slightly different angles the night before and chosen the version where he passed without drawing more attention to himself than a barely adequate graduate deserved. Iruka's surprised, cautious pride when he handed over the headband meant something to Naruto, more than he expected it to, and for one unguarded evening he allowed himself to simply be happy, the way he imagined other children were happy, without calculating the shape of what came next. The bell test came 3 days later, and it was there, on a quiet training ground with 2 other new graduates and a lazy-looking jonin with silver hair and a mask over half his face, that Naruto made the first real decision of his life about what kind of shinobi, what kind of person, he intended to become. Kakashi Hatake explained the test with his usual detached amusement, the bells, the 2 out of 3 rule, the implication that one of them would be sent back to the academy. Sakura Haruno listened with sharp, anxious attention. Sasuke Uchiha listened with the particular stillness of someone who had already decided he did not need to listen at all, because he intended to win regardless of what the rules said. Naruto listened and, almost without meaning to, reached forward the way he had trained himself to for 2 years, and watched the morning unfold in a dozen overlapping versions before Kakashi had finished his introductory speech. In most of them, Sasuke and Sakura acted alone, chasing individual glory, and failed for exactly the reason Kakashi wanted them to fail, learning nothing except a bruised ego and a missed lunch. In most of them, Naruto himself acted alone as well, driven by the same hunger for recognition that had once made him throw himself at problems too large for him simply to be noticed trying, and he failed alongside the others, tied to a stump and lectured about teamwork by a man half amused and half disappointed. But there were other branches. Thin ones, harder to find, requiring a choice none of the 3 genin seemed inclined to make on their own. A branch where Naruto ate his own lunch in front of the other 2, breaking the rule Kakashi had set specifically to test their obedience, and offered his food to the 2 who were forbidden from eating, understanding somehow, before he had consciously reasoned it through, that the test was not about the bells at all, but about whether they would put each other above the letter of an order designed to divide them. He chose that branch. Not because his ability told him it was the only path to passing, though it was among the clearest, but because something in him, examining the futures on offer with the cold clarity of a boy who had spent 2 years learning to look at possibility without flinching, recognized it as the only version of that morning where he actually liked the person he became by the end of it. It worked exactly as he had seen it would. Kakashi's masked face registered something that might have been the first genuine surprise the boy could remember seeing on an adult in Konoha directed at him for a reason other than fear. The 3 of them passed. Team 7 was formed. And Naruto Uzumaki filed away another quiet observation, one that would come to matter more than almost anything else he learned in those early years, that his sight showed him what could happen, every branch, every possibility, laid out like a map with no single correct road marked upon it, and that the choosing, the actual deciding of which road to walk, remained entirely his own. The Almighty, whatever it was, whatever ancient and foreign thing had wound itself into his chakra coils on the night his parents died, did not choose for him. It only showed him the shape of every door before he opened it. He would spend years wrestling with what that meant. Whether seeing every consequence in advance made a choice more free or less. Whether a person who never had to guess about outcomes could still be called brave for choosing the harder one anyway. He did not resolve the question that day on the training ground, nor for a long while after. But he carried it with him, the way he carried everything else about his ability, quietly, patiently, waiting for the moment it would matter enough to answer. That moment arrived sooner than he expected, in the form of a mission to a small country called Wave, a bridge builder with a client's lie stitched into his request, and a masked shinobi with a blade too heavy for the ordinary world it was about to be tested against. The mission was rated C, a simple escort assignment, the kind of thing genin took to build confidence before real danger found them. Naruto had looked ahead the moment Tazuna's scroll came across Horizon's desk, the way he had learned to look ahead at anything involving Team 7 now that his own safety was tangled up with people he had begun, despite every defense he built against the possibility, to care about. What he saw troubled him in a way nothing had troubled him since he first understood the scope of his own sight. The immediate branches were straightforward enough. Missing Nin intercepting them on the road, a fight against 2 brothers wielding a poison chain, Kakashi's intervention, a wounded arm, a decision to continue the mission rather than turn back despite the C rank having clearly become something far more dangerous. He watched that branch, and several adjacent to it, with the calm and slightly detached interest he had learned to apply to danger that did not, in the versions he checked, result in anyone's death. But further out, past the immediate skirmish, the branches grew strange in a way he had never encountered before. He tried to look toward the bridge, toward whatever waited for them in Wave a week or 2 out, and found the sight itself resisting him, not blurring the way distant futures normally did, but actively refusing to resolve, the way a person trying to focus on something directly in front of their eye finds it dissolves the harder they stare. It took him 3 separate attempts, spread across an evening of quiet concentration in his apartment, each attempt leaving him drained in a way that frightened him slightly, before he understood why. There was a person in Wave whose future he could not read. Not because the person was insignificant, the way most background events in a mission blurred simply from lack of relevance to his own path. This resistance was different, active, the way a strong will had always pushed back against his sight, but stronger than anything he had encountered from the various academy instructors and civilians whose futures he had idly checked over the years. Whoever waited on that bridge carried a conviction sharp enough to cut through the fabric of possibility itself, at least from where Naruto stood trying to look in. He found this, more than anything else about the mission, genuinely exciting, in a way he was slightly ashamed of and did not examine too closely. For the first time in years, the future was not simply his to observe at leisure. Something in it fought back. The mission unfolded largely as his early sight had shown him. The demon brothers ambushed them on the road, and Naruto, already knowing the exact angle of the chain's first strike, positioned himself to intercept it in a way that looked, to Sakura and Sasuke, like extraordinary reflexes rather than the simple act of stepping into a spot he had already watched himself standing in. Kakashi noticed. Kakashi, Naruto had come to understand over the preceding weeks, noticed most things, and said nothing about most of what he noticed, which made him either the most dangerous or the most patient adult Naruto had encountered since the old Hokage first asked him about the cup that broke exactly as predicted. Tazuna's lie came out. The team chose, over Kakashi's initial hesitation, to continue toward Wave despite the danger now clearly exceeding AC rank mission, and Naruto watched that decision unfold from 3 steps back, aware before anyone spoke that Sakura would voice the practical objection, that Sasuke would voice the prideful one. That Kakashi would ultimately defer to the team's collective will because some part of him wanted to see what they were made of as much as he wanted to protect them, and that the decision, in every branch that mattered, ended the same way. They went to Wave. The missing Nin who resisted his sight revealed himself on the bridge exactly 9 days later, a tall figure with bandages wrapped across the lower half of his face and a blade the size of a small tree strapped to his back. And the moment Zabuza Momochi's chakra flooded the morning mist, Naruto understood, with the flat, absolute certainty he applied to everything else in his life, that he was looking at the first person he had ever met who might genuinely be able to kill him before he saw it coming. It did not happen that way, in the end. Kakashi's Sharingan matched Zabuza's water techniques trick for trick, and the fight that followed was, from Naruto's vantage point at the edge of the bridge, a lesson in how far a gap existed between a Jonin sensei and a team of genin still finding their feet. He watched it unfold, and unfold, and unfold again, running the branches forward every few seconds the way he had trained himself to whenever real danger entered a scene, watching for the thread where someone he had begun, despite everything, to think of as his was hurt badly enough that the mission's calculus changed. He found that thread on his third pass through the fight's possible outcomes. A masked hunter Nin, appearing at precisely the moment Kakashi seemed to have the upper hand, claiming Zabuza's life as a bounty target rather than an enemy combatant, carrying the missing Nin's unconscious body away before anyone could question the convenient timing. Something about the hunter Nin's arrival refused to resolve cleanly, the same active resistance he had felt trying to read Zabuza days before, though softer, younger somehow, a will strong but not yet fully formed. He filed the observation away, uncertain what to make of it, and watched the encounter conclude exactly as that branch had shown him. Zabuza's body carried off. The team standing over the aftermath, exhausted, believing the threat had ended. Naruto knew it had not. He had looked far enough ahead to see the thread where they returned, both Zabuza and the hunter Nin, weeks recovered, allied now with a small businessman named Gato whose ambitions in Wave went beyond a single bridge. He could have told Kakashi. He almost did, twice, the words sitting ready in his mouth on 2 separate evenings at Tazuna's house, before something held him back both times, an instinct he did not fully understand yet but would spend years coming to recognize as the earliest form of a much larger, much colder philosophy taking root inside him. If he told them what he had seen, he would be giving away, for free, information that had cost him real effort and real exhaustion to obtain. And more than that, some part of him wanted, with an intensity that startled him when he finally admitted it to himself late one night staring at Tazuna's ceiling, to see whether the people around him could rise to meet a danger without his intervention. He wanted to know what they were, apart from what he already knew they would become. He said nothing. He let the days unfold as his sight had shown him, training instead, pushing Sasuke and Sakura and himself through the tree-climbing exercise Kakashi assigned, watching with quiet satisfaction as Sasuke's frustration at his own limitations and Sakura's surprising natural aptitude played out exactly as he had glimpsed days before, and all the while a colder, more distant part of his mind turned over the philosophical weight of what he had just decided. He had withheld a warning that could have changed the shape of a coming fight, not out of malice, not even entirely out of curiosity, but because he had begun, without quite noticing the moment it happened, to think of the future less as something that happened to him and more as something he curated. A garden he tended rather than a weather system he endured. And a gardener, he thought, lying awake that night with the strange new idea settling into him like a stone dropped into still water, does not simply let every seed grow. A gardener chooses. Zabuza and Haku returned exactly when his sight had told him they would, and the confrontation on the bridge that followed was, for the rest of Team 7, the single most dangerous experience of their short lives. Sasuke nearly died protecting Sakura from a hail of Saban needles. Naruto watched the needle that would have struck Sasuke's throat instead of his shoulder in the branch where he did nothing, and he chose, this time without a shred of hesitation, to shift the timing of his own intervention half a second earlier than instinct alone would have managed, close enough that it looked, to everyone watching, like reflexes born of desperate love for a teammate, rather than the calculated correction of a boy who had already watched his friend die on that bridge in 11 separate versions of the same afternoon and refused, finally and completely, to let that version become real. Sasuke lived. Haku, forced by Zabuza's cold calculation into a role neither of them wanted, ultimately chose in his final moments to shield the missing nin he served from Kakashi's strike, and died doing it, a choice Naruto had seen coming from the first day he tried and failed to read the boy's future clearly, understanding only afterward that the resistance he had felt was not strength of will in the way he had assumed, but the particular, aching clarity of someone who had already decided, long before the bridge, exactly what he was willing to die for. Gato's arrival with an army of hired thugs, intending to dispose of both Zabuza and the shinobi who had weakened him rather than pay for services rendered, played out closer to what Naruto's early sight had shown him than any other part of the mission, right down to Zabuza's final desperate charge through the crowd of mercenaries, mortally wounded, driven by something that looked, in his last minutes, remarkably like the very human grief Naruto had assumed the man incapable of. Naruto watched it all unfold, present in body on the bridge but distant in a way none of his teammates noticed, some part of him still turning over the shape of the choice he had made days earlier, the choice to let some things happen and only some things be changed. He understood, standing on that bridge in the aftermath, mist clearing to reveal a town's worth of frightened villagers finally finding the courage to face down Gato's remaining men, that he had just conducted the first real experiment of his life in a field with no name yet, a field where the raw material was not chakra or technique but the future itself, and the question under study was not whether he could see it, which he had known for years that he could, but how much of it he was willing and able to change. The answer, he decided on the long walk back to Konoha, humming with the strange satisfaction of a scientist who has just confirmed a hypothesis, was quite a lot. And the question that replaced it, the one that would occupy the next several years of his life and eventually reshape the entire framework through which he understood himself, his village, and the world built on the foundation of the shinobi system, was simpler and far more dangerous. How much should he? He turned that question over for the length of the journey home, past the newly named Great Naruto Bridge, past Tazuna's tearful thanks and Inari's newly rediscovered courage, past the quiet, watchful looks Kakashi had begun directing his way with increasing frequency, looks that suggested the Jonin had noticed rather more than he had let on. Naruto said nothing to anyone about what he could do. He had learned, in the years before this mission and now with fresh and vivid confirmation during it, that the site was safest kept close, a private inheritance from a knight he did not remember and a father he had never known existed until the mission to Wave was long behind him and other, larger truths began working their way to the surface. But something had shifted in him on that bridge, something that would not shift back. He had looked at a version of the future where his friend died, and he had reached in and rewritten it, not through strength or speed or any of the qualities the Academy had spent years insisting were the measure of a shinobi, but through the simple, absolute act of choosing which future became real and discarding the rest like drafts of a story not worth telling. It was the first time he understood, in his bones rather than merely in the abstract, that the shinobi world he had been raised inside operated on a set of assumptions that did not apply to him. Strength measured in speed and jutsu and clever tactics assumed that the future was unknown to all combatants equally, a fog every fighter navigated at the same disadvantage. Naruto had begun to suspect, and would spend the years immediately following the wave mission systematically confirming, that this assumption had never applied to him at all, and that a fight was only a fight, in any meaningful sense, when both sides were blind to what came next. He was not blind. He had not been blind since he was 5 years old, and stepped 3 degrees to the right to catch a ball meant to hurt him. The thought that followed, quiet and cold and entirely without malice in the moment he first had it, would grow over the following years into the philosophical spine of everything he became. If the shinobi system asked children to kill each other over borders drawn by men who would never see a battlefield themselves, and did so under the assumption that skill and preparation and the unpredictable chaos of combat made that killing meaningful, a kind of grim, necessary art, then what did it mean that one child, quietly and without anyone's permission, had already stepped outside the fog that made the art possible at all? What did it mean that the game everyone else was playing blind, he was playing with his eyes fully, permanently open? He did not have an answer yet. He was 12 years old, freshly returned from his first real mission, still more concerned with training and teammates, and the ordinary business of growing up than with grand philosophy. But the question had been planted, and Naruto Uzumaki's mind, once it took hold of a question, did not let go easily. The Chunin exams arrived not long after, and it was there, in the crowded, tension-thick arena of the preliminary rounds, surrounded by genin from villages he had never visited and would likely never see again, that Naruto made the decision that marked, in his own private accounting of his life, the true beginning of everything that followed. He had spent his childhood hiding what he could do. He had spent the wave mission testing, carefully and quietly, how far he could bend a single afternoon's events without anyone noticing the hand doing the bending. In the forest of death, faced for the first time with an opponent whose malice he could feel radiating off him before either of them exchanged a single word, a sound genin named Orochimaru wearing another man's face like a coat he intended to discard once it wore through, Naruto looked ahead, expecting the familiar rehearsal, the familiar fan of branches waiting to be sorted and chosen from. He found, instead, something that made him go very still in a way none of his teammates had ever seen him go still before. Every branch he could reach, every version of the coming encounter he tried to examine, ended the same way. Sasuke marked. A curse seal driven into flesh with a bite that looked, from a distance, almost gentle, almost intimate, the opening move in a plan that stretched years into a future Naruto's sight could only partially penetrate, tangled as it was with a will as old and patient and monstrous as anything he had encountered since he first began to understand what his ability actually meant. He tried, that day in the forest, for the first time in his life, to change an outcome he had judged, from every angle available to him, to be effectively fixed. He failed. Not because his ability faltered, but because the man wearing another man's face moved through the forest with the calm, terrible confidence of someone who had, in some fashion Naruto did not yet understand and would spend years coming to fear, already planned for every version of resistance a 12-year-old genin might offer. Naruto pushed Sasuke aside a full second before the strike he had foreseen. Orochimaru adjusted, unbothered, and struck anyway, the bite landing exactly where it had always been going to land, as though the specific choreography of the attack mattered less to the Sannin than the certainty of its eventual outcome. Naruto knelt over his teammate afterward, in the sudden quiet of the forest, the adrenaline of the encounter draining out of him and leaving behind something far colder and more permanent. He had just discovered, in the worst possible way, that his sight had limits. That a will patient enough, and old enough, and monstrous enough, could see through his interventions the way he saw through everyone else's ignorance, and rout around them without breaking stride. It should have frightened him into caution. Instead, kneeling there with Sasuke's ragged breathing the only sound in a forest gone suddenly, unnaturally still, Naruto Uzumaki felt something ignite in his chest that he would spend the rest of his adolescence learning to recognize, and eventually to distrust in himself, because he understood. With a clarity that had nothing to do with his ability, and everything to do with the particular wound the village had carved into him since before he could walk, that the feeling was not fear. It was ambition. If a will could exist strong enough to resist his sight, then his sight was not yet strong enough. And if it was not yet strong enough, then the solution, the only solution that made any sense to a boy who had spent his entire childhood learning that strength was the only currency the world around him respected, was to make it stronger. Not through training in any sense the academy would have recognized, not through chakra control exercises or elemental affinity, or any of the disciplines his classmates spent their afternoons sweating over, but through something closer to what he imagined a scholar might call it, though he had no scholar to ask and no book that could have told him. Through practice, patient and relentless, at the singular, strange art of seeing further, seeing clearer, and reaching deeper into the fabric of what could be until the branches that resisted him today bent as easily tomorrow as a thrown ball once had, all those years ago, on an ordinary street he could barely remember. He carried Sasuke back to the tower in silence, the fan of futures ahead of him thick now with branches he had never had to consider before, versions of the coming months and years where the curse mark's presence pulled his teammate toward a darkness Naruto could see the shape of but not yet the specific path through, versions where the exam continued as though nothing had happened, versions, distant and strange, where he himself changed in ways he could feel approaching but could not yet name. Somewhere in the space between the forest and the tower, walking with his unconscious teammate on his back and the weight of 100 half-glimpsed futures pressing against the inside of his skull, Naruto Uzumaki stopped thinking of his ability as something to hide, and started thinking of it, for the first time in his life, as something to build. He did not know yet what he was building toward. He would not know fully for years. But the foundation had been laid quietly, in a forest that had tried and failed to teach him fear, and everything that followed, the exams, the invasion, the losses and the victories and the slow, terrible clarity that would eventually convince him the entire system he had been raised to serve was a flaw requiring correction rather than a tradition worth preserving, grew from that single moment of kneeling in the dirt, and deciding that the future was not something that happened to him. It was something he intended, eventually, to own outright. The Chunin exam preliminaries continued around him in the days that followed, and Naruto fought his own matches with an unsettling economy of motion that his instructors noted but could not quite explain, a boy who seemed to know, before his opponent moved, exactly which opening would present itself and exactly how long he needed to wait for it. He advanced. Sasuke, feverish and marked, advanced as well, carried by Kakashi to a sequestered training ground where the Jonin, aware now of more than he let on to anyone, began teaching the boy techniques meant to hold back a darkness Naruto could see spreading through his teammates' future like ink through water, thread by thread, mostly still avoidable, if someone with the will and the power intervened in time. Naruto spent those same weeks alone, in the training grounds and in his own apartment, and once, memorably, on the Hokage monument at 3 in the morning, doing something no academy instructor could have taught him and no scroll in the village archive could have described. He practiced looking further. He practiced holding 2 branches in his mind at once, then 3, then 5, feeling the effort behind his eyes grow from a dull ache to something closer to a controlled burn the longer he pushed, and every session, every night spent forcing his sight past the comfortable, familiar range of minutes and hours into the murkier, more resistant territory of weeks and months, left him a little further from the boy who had once been surprised by nothing because he had never needed to reach for anything, and a little closer to something else entirely, something with no name yet, something that Konoha, wrapped up in its own preparations for an invasion it did not know was coming, had no framework at all to recognize until it was already standing in the wreckage of its own certainty, looking up at a boy who had stopped being surprised by the future because he had started, quietly and patiently and with a hunger he did not yet fully understand, to write it himself. The invasion came on the day of the final exam, exactly as Naruto had known it would since the moment 3 weeks earlier when he first tried, out of idle curiosity more than any specific suspicion, to look ahead at the tournament itself and found the entire day wrapped in the same active, resistant haze he had come to associate with Orochimaru's presence. He had said nothing. He had told himself, in the quiet hours of practicing his reach, that silence was strategy, that a warning given away was a warning wasted, that watching the shape of the coming attack unfold would teach him more about the enemy than any amount of running to the Hokage with vague, unprovable claims about a feeling he could not fully explain even to himself. He told himself several other things as well, in those 3 weeks, and most of them were true only in the way a story is true when it leaves out the parts that would make the listener uncomfortable. He told himself that Hiruzen, wise as he was, would not act on the word of a genin without evidence. He told himself that showing his hand too early might spook a plan that, left to unfold, would burn itself out with fewer losses than an interrupted, half-prevented version might produce. He did not tell himself, because he was not yet ready to hear it, that some new and colder part of him had begun to find a strange satisfaction in watching a plan proceed exactly as he had foreseen it, the way a person who has finally learned to read music takes pleasure in following a score even when the piece itself is a tragedy. He fought his preliminary match against Kiba Inuzuka with the same efficient economy he had shown throughout the exam, reading the dog Nin's aggressive openings a full second before they committed and countering with a precision that looked, to the crowd, like unexpected talent finally blooming in the village's least promising graduate. He won. He watched, from the contestants' box afterward, as Gaara of the Sand dismantled Rock Lee with a brutality that made even Naruto's careful, practiced calm falter for a moment, the boy's future so thick with violence and grief and a loneliness that mirrored Naruto's own that looking at him directly felt, for just a moment, like looking into a mirror that showed a road not taken. He watched Sasuke's match against Yoroi with clinical attention, noting the way the curse-mark's chakra bled faintly at the edges of his teammates' motion, and Ember Kakashi's training had banked but not extinguished, and he filed away, with the same patient care he applied to everything else, the knowledge that the ember would need tending for years to come, long after this single tournament had faded into history. The day of the final exam arrived, and Naruto walked into the arena already knowing, in broad strokes if not precise detail, everything that was about to happen. He knew the genjutsu that would fall over the crowd at the signal, a fine mesh of illusion meant to mask the movement of enemy shinobi disguised among the spectators. He knew the moment the Kazekage's mask would fall away to reveal Orochimaru beneath it, the Sand and Sound Village's alliance, a lie built specifically to deliver Konoha's destruction from within its own walls during a festival meant to celebrate unity between nations. He knew, with the flat, exhausted certainty of a boy who had spent 3 weeks watching this exact day unfold from a dozen angles without finding a version where he prevented it outright, that the third Hokage would die that day, sealed inside a technique alongside the very man who had once been his student, and that no amount of reaching on Naruto's part had ever found a branch where that outcome changed. He had tried. He wanted later, for that to matter more than it did, wanted the effort itself to count for something even though the result never varied no matter how many times he ran the day forward in the privacy of his own mind. Hiruzen Sarutobi's death was not fixed the way Zabuza's momentary weakness on the bridge had been fixed, a single thread among many that a well-timed intervention could unravel. It was fixed the way stone is fixed, immovable regardless of the angle from which Naruto pushed against it, and he came, in the days immediately following the invasion, to understand that some outcomes carried a weight and a gravity that resisted rewriting not because of any will opposing him directly, but because of the sheer accumulated momentum of choices made years before he was ever born. An old man's decision to spare a promising student's life once, long ago, curling forward through time, into a debt that could only ever be paid one way. It was the second great lesson his ability taught him, following close on the heels of the first he had learned in the forest of death. The future was not infinitely malleable. Some branches were thick as ancient trees, rooted so deep in the accumulated weight of choices already made that no amount of reaching could uproot them. Others were thin as spider silk, waiting only for the lightest touch to send them collapsing into an entirely different shape. Learning to tell the difference, learning which fights were worth the effort of rewriting and which were better spent accepting and working around, became, In the months and years that followed the invasion of Konoha, the central discipline of everything Naruto trained himself to become, he fought that day as fiercely as anyone in the village, chasing down Gaara through the forest outside the walls in a confrontation that tested not his sight but every ounce of the physical and emotional resolve he had spent 12 years building against a world determined to break it, and in the aftermath, standing over a boy who had, for one terrible moment, seemed poised to become exactly the kind of monster the world had always insisted Naruto himself already was. He made a choice that had nothing to do with his ability at all. He reached out, not with his sight, but with his hand, and offered something he had never been offered himself in any of his most desperate hours: the plain, unadorned fact that another person understood what it was to be alone inside a body the whole world had decided, before you could speak, to hate. Gaara did not become a friend that day, not in any way the word usually meant. But something changed in the branches of his future that Naruto could feel shift like a tide turning, a thick, rooted darkness thinning at the edges into something with more light in it than it had held an hour before, and Naruto understood, walking back toward a village already mourning its Hokage, that this too was a kind of rewriting, the kind that had nothing to do with foreseeing consequences and everything to do with simply, stubbornly choosing to be kind in a moment when kindness cost something real. Konoha buried Hiruzen Sarutobi 3 days later. The entire village gathered beneath a gray sky that seemed, to Naruto standing at the edge of the crowd in his still torn and bloodied clothes, entirely too gentle a backdrop for the size of what had been lost. He had known this day was coming for 3 weeks. He had watched it from a dozen angles, turned it over in his mind more times than he could count, and none of that preparation made the actual grief any smaller when it finally arrived. He stood apart from the other mourners, the way he always stood apart from crowds in Konoha, and allowed himself, for the length of the funeral, to simply be a 12-year-old boy who had lost the closest thing to a grandfather he would ever know, sight and strategy and ambition set aside for the length of a single gray afternoon. But when the funeral ended and the crowd dispersed, and the business of rebuilding a wounded village began in earnest, the cold clarity returned, sharper now than it had been before the invasion, honed by grief the way a blade is honed by fire. Naruto walked home that evening turning over everything he had learned in the space of a single tournament. That some futures were fixed and some were fluid, and the difference mattered more than any amount of raw power. That a will patient and old and monstrous enough could see through his sight and route around it, and that the only answer to a threat like that was to become patient and see further himself. That the village he had spent his whole life trying to earn the approval of had been built on a foundation of secrets and debts and old men's mercy curling forward through decades into blood, and that no one currently living inside its walls, not the elders, not the council, not even the new Hokage they would eventually appoint, seemed to understand the shape of the machine they were all trapped inside nearly as clearly as a 12-year-old orphan who could see its gears turning from the outside. It was in the weeks following the invasion, in the strange, suspended calm of a village licking its wounds and waiting for a new leader to be named, that Naruto first allowed himself to think, fully and without flinching away from the thought's implications, the sentence that would come to define the rest of his life. The shinobi system is not a tradition worth protecting. It is a flaw, inherited and compounded across generations, and someone is eventually going to have to rewrite it. He did not yet know that the someone would be him. He suspected it, the way a person suspects the ending of a story they have not yet finished reading, a shape visible at the edges even before the final page turns. But suspicion was not certainty, and Naruto Uzumaki, whatever else he was becoming, had learned enough from his ability to know the difference between the two, and to wait, patient and watchful and quietly gathering strength, until the difference collapsed into something he could act on without doubt. That patience would be tested, and rewarded, and tested again, over the years that followed. But it began there, in a village mourning its dead, with a boy standing very still at the edge of a crowd, watching 100 futures branch out ahead of him, and choosing, for the first time with full and deliberate awareness of what the choice meant, to walk toward the one where he stopped simply surviving inside a broken system and started, instead, learning exactly how to break it apart and build something else in its place. That was the year Naruto Uzumaki stopped being a boy waiting for the world to notice him, and became something the world had no name for yet, a quiet architect standing in the rubble of an old man's funeral, already sketching the outline of everything he intended, eventually, to tear down and rebuild in his own image. Years later, looking back on that period with the clarity only distance could provide, Naruto would understand that the funeral itself had marked less an ending than a threshold, the final closing of a childhood spent hiding what he was in favor of a much longer, much harder apprenticeship in deciding what he intended to become with it. The old Hokage's death had taught him that some futures resisted rewriting no matter how carefully or how patiently he reached for them. The invasion had taught him that a village he had spent his whole life trying to earn approval from was, in the end, no more permanent or more sacred than any other structure built by fallible people making the best choices available to them at the time. And the quiet, gray afternoon of the funeral itself had taught him something that would take him considerably longer to fully articulate, even to himself. That grief, real and unmanufactured, was the one experience his growing sight could never fully prepare him for in advance. Because grief did not live in the shape of events yet to come. It lived entirely in the present, stubborn and unmovable, refusing every attempt to be foreseen away. He carried both lessons with him into every year that followed, the resistance of some futures and the raw, unmanageable weight of grief that no amount of foresight could ever fully soften. And though either lesson made the road ahead any easier to walk, both of them, in their own quiet way, made him considerably more prepared for exactly the kind of world he was about to discover waited for him beyond the borders of the only village he had ever known. That quiet architect, sketching outlines in the rubble of grief he had not chosen and could not undo, would spend the coming years testing every one of those sketches against a world considerably larger, considerably stranger, and considerably more resistant to easy answers than the one he had known inside Konoha's walls, and it was in that larger world, far from the only home he had ever known, that the truest shape of what he intended to build would finally begin, slowly and at real cost, to take on a form even he had not fully anticipated when he first knelt in that forest and decided the future was something worth reaching for. 3 years passed between the funeral of the third Hokage and the morning Naruto Uzumaki walked back through Konoha's gates a stranger to the village that had raised him, and in those 3 years, training under a Sannin who taught him ninjutsu without ever suspecting he was training something far stranger than a Jinchuriki, Naruto learned 2 lessons that mattered more than any technique Jiraiya ever showed him. He learned the true shape of the name for what lived inside him, and he learned what it cost to reach further than he had ever reached before. Jiraiya had taken him on partly out of obligation to a student long dead and partly out of genuine, if gruff, affection for a boy who reminded him, in ways he rarely admitted aloud, of the very qualities that had once made Minato Namikaze someone worth following into danger. He taught Naruto the Rasengan across the early months of their travels, breaking the technique down into stages a 12-year-old could digest, and he taught him summoning, and he taught him, almost as an afterthought during a drunken evening in a hot spring town, a piece of history about seals and Jinchuriki that Naruto had never had access to in the village archives, because the village archives, guarded jealously by a council that trusted no one, least of all the boy the information most concerned, had never let him near them. It was Jiraiya who first mentioned, in passing, a term Naruto had never encountered, the Sage of Six Paths, the progenitor of all chakra and all shinobi arts, a figure so old he had passed from history into myth, and his younger son, gifted not with the elder's overwhelming spiritual chakra but with something else entirely, a body and an eye built for war rather than wisdom. Jiraiya did not know the details. Nobody alive knew the details, not really, the story having eroded over centuries into fragments traded between old men in bathhouses and half-remembered footnotes and scrolls even the Hokage's private library only partially preserved. But the fragment stuck in Naruto's mind the way a splinter sticks beneath skin, small and easy to ignore and impossible to fully forget, because something in the description, vague and second-hand as it was, resonated with a part of himself he had never been able to name. He asked Jiraiya, carefully, over the following weeks, to tell him anything else he knew about the sage's sons, about chakra's origin, about what exactly a Jinchuriki seal was supposed to contain and whether anyone had ever documented a case where the seal held something other than, or in addition to, a tailed beast. Jiraiya, distracted by research for his books and by the network of spies he maintained across the elemental nations, answered what he could without much suspicion, assuming the boy's curiosity was simply the natural hunger of someone finally old enough to ask real questions about the burden he carried. He did not know, because Naruto took great care that he never find out, that the questions were not idle. They were the careful, patient probing of a boy trying to identify, from fragments and rumors and half-remembered myth, the true name of something that had lived quietly inside him since before he could form memories, growing stronger every year he trained it, and terrifying, in a way he had not expected, precisely because he still did not fully understand what it was. The training itself, the parts of it that had nothing to do with Rasengan or summoning contracts, happened almost entirely in secret, in the hours after Jiraiya fell asleep drunk in whatever inn they were staying at, or during the long stretches of travel when the old Sanin's attention drifted toward research material Naruto had learned to identify by its particular blush-inducing cover art and steer well clear of. He practiced reaching further than he ever had before, pushing his sight from the days and weeks he had mastered by the time of the Chunin exams toward months, then toward the hazy, resistant edge of years, and he discovered, in the process, exactly how much the ability could cost. The first time he pushed his sight a full year into the future, seeking nothing in particular, simply testing the boundary of what he could reach, he collapsed in the middle of a forest clearing and did not wake for nearly 6 hours. Jiraiya found him there, pale and shivering despite the summer heat, and assumed, reasonably enough, that his student had overexerted himself with some reckless training regimen involving chakra control exercises far beyond his current level. He lectured Naruto about pacing and patience for the better part of a day, and Naruto, still hollowed out from the effort of reaching a full year ahead and finding, at the very edge of what he could perceive, only the vaguest impressions of a world that still felt fundamentally unfinished, still deciding what shape it would take, absorbed the lecture with unusual meekness, and said nothing about the true cause of his collapse. He learned, through trial and increasingly careful error, that the cost scaled with more than just distance. A future thick with decisive, high-stakes choices, a battle, a death, a turning point in someone's life, costs far more to view clearly than an equivalent stretch of mundane, uneventful time. He learned that viewing his own future cost more than viewing anyone else's, a fact that puzzled him for months before he arrived at a theory that felt, even to him, uncomfortably close to something spiritual rather than technical, that a person's will to shape their own path resisted outside observation most fiercely of all, and that whatever ancient power lived inside him treated his own choices with the same active, blurring resistance it applied to every other strong-willed person he had ever tried to read, only more so, because no one's will pressed against his sight more directly, more constantly, than his own. He learned to pace himself, to reach for what he needed rather than everything he could theoretically obtain, a discipline that took most of the 3 years of travel to properly internalize and that he would spend the rest of his life refining. He learned that sleep restored the reserve of whatever internal resource his ability drew upon far more effectively than rest of any other kind, and he learned, with a small, private thrill he allowed himself only in the privacy of his own thoughts, that the reserve itself seemed to be growing, slowly but unmistakably, the more he trained it, the same way a muscle grows stronger under a disciplined regimen of use and recovery. By the time he was 14, midway through his travels with Jiraiya, Naruto could hold a clear view of events up to roughly a month ahead without significant strain, and could push, with real effort and real cost, to a year or slightly beyond for events of unusual significance. He had begun, as well, to develop something Jiraiya's training in ninjutsu never touched and never could have prepared him for, a growing sense that his sight was not merely a passive window onto possibility, but something that responded, in subtle ways he was still learning to control, to the sheer force of his own will pressed against it. He could not yet force a fixed, thick-rooted future to bend to a different shape through will alone, not the way he would eventually learn to, but he could feel, in flashes and fragments during his most intense training sessions, the outline of a truth waiting for him further down whatever road his ability was leading him along, that seeing the future and shaping it were not, in the end, two separate skills, but two expressions of the same underlying power, and that the boy who learned to master both completely would possess something the elemental nations had never seen before and had no framework at all to defend against. He met Gaara again during those years, at a moment when the boy he had once reached toward in a forest outside Konoha stood at a crossroads. Naruto could see clearly even from a great distance, the thin, fragile branch where kindness had taken root 3 years earlier now grown into something sturdier, a young man beginning, slowly and with real struggle, to imagine a version of himself defined by something other than the violence the village of sand had once demanded of him. Naruto did not need to intervene directly in Gaara's path during this period. The branch had already been set in motion, the seed already planted, and watching it grow without further tending taught him something valuable about the nature of the futures he had learned to influence, that the deepest, most lasting changes were not always the ones requiring the most direct intervention, but the ones planted early and allowed, with patience, to grow according to their own logic. He filed that lesson away alongside everything else, aware even as he did so that it sat uneasily beside the colder, more calculating instincts that had begun, in these years of solitary practice and secret study, to take firmer root in his own character. He was becoming, in ways he could feel happening even as he struggled to articulate them, someone who thought of people less as individuals whose futures deserved to unfold according to their own choices, and more as variables in an increasingly vast equation he alone could see the full shape of. He noticed the shift. He did not, in those years, do very much to stop it. The 2 years that followed his return to Konoha, before the events that would eventually shatter the last of his patience with the shinobi system entirely, unfolded on the surface as an ordinary shinobi career, missions completed, a team reunited and then reconfigured as circumstances demanded, a slow rise through the ranks that looked, to anyone watching from outside, like the steady, unremarkable progress of a promising young ninja finally coming into his own. Beneath that surface, in every quiet hour he could steal for himself, Naruto continued the work he had begun during his travels, reaching further, holding more branches in his mind at once, and slowly, methodically, testing the limits of the second half of his ability, the half that had nothing to do with seeing and everything to do with shaping. He discovered, during a routine border patrol mission that nearly went wrong when a bandit group ambushed his small team in a mountain pass, that he could, under sufficient pressure, do more than simply choose the most favorable branch from among those already available to him. He could, with effort that left him nauseous and trembling for hours afterward, nudge a branch that had not existed a moment before into being, altering not merely his own actions within an already determined set of possibilities but the underlying probability of the possibilities themselves. A bandit whose sword, in every branch he had checked moments before the engagement began, was going to connect solidly with a teammate's exposed side, found instead that his footing gave way on a patch of loose gravel that, in every branch Naruto had originally observed, had been perfectly stable ground. He had not merely predicted the gravel's instability. He had, through some mechanism he still did not fully understand and would spend years attempting to properly define even to himself, caused it, reaching into the fabric of a moment that had not yet resolved and thumbing the scale, ever so slightly, toward an outcome that had not previously existed among the branches available. It was, he understood immediately, a fundamentally different order of ability than anything he had exercised before. Choosing among existing branches was navigation. This was authorship. The realization frightened him more than anything he had encountered since the forest with Orochimaru, not because of what it implied about his own power, but because of the responsibility it implied, a responsibility he was not certain, in that first trembling moment on the mountain pass, that anyone should be trusted with. If he could reach into the future and simply write new branches where none had existed, then the boundary between prediction and interference, a boundary he had spent years telling himself still meaningfully separated what he did from outright control, had just quietly dissolved, and he was left standing on the wrong side of a line he was not sure he had ever fully believed in anyway. He trained the ability carefully and with real fear over the following months, testing its limits in small, low-stakes situations before ever considering applying it to anything that mattered. He learned that authoring a new branch cost significantly more than simply selecting among existing ones, and that the cost scaled steeply with the significance of what he was trying to create, a fact that offered him some small comfort during the sleepless nights when the implications of what he could do kept him staring at his own ceiling. A world where changing the outcome of a bandit's footing cost him an afternoon of exhaustion was a world where changing something larger, a battle's outcome, a nation's fate, a person's fundamental choice about who they wanted to become, would cost him something correspondingly vast, perhaps something he did not yet possess the reserves to pay. He found this limitation reassuring in the moment, and would come, in later years, to view it as merely a temporary ceiling, one more boundary waiting to be pushed back through the same patient, relentless practice that had already carried him this far. But for the 2 years following his return to Konoha, the limitation functioned as a kind of accidental ethics, a governor on ambitions he had not yet fully admitted to himself he was developing, and it was during this period, paradoxically, that Naruto Uzumaki did some of the most genuinely good, most conventionally heroic work of his entire life. Precisely because the cost of authorship kept him humble enough to still rely, most of the time, on the older and gentler art of simply choosing. Well, among the futures already on offer, he mended, slowly and with real effort that had nothing to do with his ability, the friendship with Sasuke that had begun fraying under the weight of the curse mark's slow corruption, spending long hours training alongside his teammate and choosing, again and again, the branch where patience and presence did more good than any clever manipulation of possibility could have accomplished. He watched, with growing unease, the futures branching out from Sasuke's continued proximity to Orochimaru's influence, and understood, with the same cold clarity that had once shown him Hiruzen's death was fixed beyond his power to prevent, that Sasuke's eventual departure from the village was among the thickest, most rooted branches he had ever examined, anchored by a hatred and a grief so old and so deep that no amount of reaching on Naruto's part, not even the newly discovered art of authoring outcomes from nothing, seemed capable of shifting it by more than a hair's breadth in either direction. He tried anyway. He spent, across those 2 years, more effort attempting to author a future where Sasuke stayed than he spent on almost anything else, pushing himself past the point of collapse on more than one occasion, waking in the village hospital with medics fussing over chakra exhaustion they could not properly explain and a story about overtraining that grew thinner with each retelling. He never fully succeeded. The branch where Sasuke left for Orochimaru's tutelage remained, throughout every attempt, the thickest and most rooted path available, and Naruto came, gradually and with real grief, to understand that some choices belonged so completely to the person making them, were so central to the specific architecture of who that person was, that even authorship from nothing could only ever nudge the timing and the circumstances, never overwrite the fundamental shape of the decision itself. The night Sasuke finally left the village unfolded almost exactly as Naruto had foreseen it would since he first began seriously trying to prevent it, months earlier, and the fight on the rooftop and later at the Valley of the End, the two of them exchanging blows that carried more grief than malice on either side, played out with a specific, painful inevitability that Naruto experienced not as a failure of strategy but as something closer to grief experienced in advance, a mourning that had already happened 100 times in his own mind before it ever happened in the world, and that hurt exactly as much the 101st time as it had the first. He let Sasuke go. Not because his ability had failed him, though in the narrow sense of failing to prevent an outcome he wanted differently it had, but because somewhere in the 2 years of trying, he had arrived at an understanding that would go on to inform everything about how he approached his own growing power in the years that followed. There was a difference between reshaping the world to prevent suffering and reshaping the world to prevent a person from being who they had already, through the accumulated weight of their own history and their own choices, decided to become. The first, he told himself, standing on the shore of the river with rain washing the blood from his hands and his oldest friend's chosen absence settling into his chest like a stone, was a responsibility worth bearing. The second was something else, something closer, if he was honest with himself in that raw and unguarded moment, to the very tyranny the Shinobi system had always practiced on children like him and Sasuke and Gaara, dictating in advance who they were allowed to become and punishing every deviation from the assigned shape. He did not fully believe, even then, that the distinction would hold forever. Some quiet, patient part of him, the same part that had once decided withholding a warning about Zabuza's return was simply prudent strategy, understood that the line he had just drawn for himself was drawn in sand rather than stone, vulnerable to erosion the moment a sufficiently important outcome seemed to require crossing it. But for now, in the immediate aftermath of Sasuke's departure, the line held, and Naruto carried his grief back to Konoha with a clarity about his own limits that would not survive, in the end, the years that followed. The 2 years after that, before the world offered him the specific provocation that finally broke the last of his patience with the shinobi system entirely, were years of steady, quiet consolidation. He trained with Jiraiya during the periods the old Sannin remained in the village, learning the early stages of Sage Mode with a diligence that surprised his teacher, who had expected, given the boy's academy record, a far more scattered and impatient student than the one who actually showed up to every session with the same disciplined focus he had quietly cultivated in secret for years. He rose steadily through mission ranks, took on responsibility for training younger genin when the village's ranks thinned after losses and skirmishes along the borders, and cultivated, deliberately and with real care, a public reputation as exactly the kind of shinobi the village wanted him to be: hardworking, a little reckless, fiercely loyal. Unremarkable except for a determination that everyone attributed to simple stubbornness rather than the true engine driving it. Beneath that reputation, in the hours no one else witnessed, he continued building the second half of his ability, the authorship half, pushing its boundaries in increasingly ambitious increments, testing what it cost to create branches of greater and greater significance, mapping the specific texture of resistance he encountered when trying to override outcomes anchored by strong wills or old, accumulated momentum. And slowly, patiently, developing a private philosophy that he shared with absolutely no one, not Jiraiya, not the handful of teammates and friends he had rebuilt something like genuine intimacy with, not even, in its full and unguarded form, himself, in the sense that he avoided, for as long as he possibly could, sitting down and articulating the philosophy's ultimate implications in words specific enough to be held accountable to. The philosophy, when he finally did force himself to articulate it, years later, in the aftermath of an event that left him no further room for evasion, amounted to something like this. The shinobi system asked children to become weapons before they had any real say in the matter, trained them in violence and secrecy and the casual acceptance of death as an occupational hazard, and justified all of it through appeals to tradition and necessity that no one currently benefiting from the system had ever seriously examined. He had spent his entire childhood as evidence of the system's cruelty, hated for a burden assigned to him before he could speak, and he had spent his adolescence discovering, gradually, and then all at once, that he alone among everyone raised inside that system possessed the tools to actually see its architecture clearly enough to judge it, and increasingly, the power to do something about the judgment beyond simply enduring it. If the future was navigable, if outcomes could be authored rather than merely predicted, then the shinobi system's entire justification, that violence and hierarchy and the sacrifice of children were unfortunate but necessary features of a dangerous world that could not be arranged any other way, collapsed the moment someone with sufficient reach proved otherwise. He did not yet know, in those quiet years of consolidation, exactly what he intended to build in the system's place, but he had begun to understand, with a certainty that grew steadier every month, that he was very likely the only person alive who could see clearly enough to know the current arrangement was a flaw rather than a necessity, and that the seeing, once achieved, carried with it an obligation he found himself unable to set down no matter how many times he tried to convince himself that a 16-year-old genin, however strange his gifts, had no business reordering the fundamental structure of an entire world. The event that finally broke the last of his patience arrived in the form of a letter, delivered by a hawk to the Hokage's office on an unremarkable morning, informing the fifth Hokage and, by extension, the rest of the village, that the organization known as Akatsuki had begun, in earnest, its long-delayed campaign to hunt down and extract the tailed beasts from every remaining Jinchuriki across the elemental nations. And that intelligence gathered by allied networks suggested Naruto Uzumaki, Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, had risen to the top of their priority list. Naruto read the report over Tsunade's shoulder, having been summoned to the office specifically because the news concerned him most directly, and felt, reading the careful, clinical language describing the threat against his life, something shift permanently in the calculation he had spent years quietly running in the back of his mind. He had already known, from his own reach into the future during idle moments over the preceding months, that Akatsuki's attention would eventually turn toward him. What the letter provided was not new information so much as a formal acknowledgment, from the village's own leadership, of a threat Naruto had been tracking privately and at length for far longer than anyone in that office suspected. He looked ahead that night, alone in his apartment, reaching further and with more deliberate intent than he had allowed himself in months, tracing the branches of Akatsuki's campaign forward across the following years, watching Jinchuriki after Jinchuriki fall to an organization that moved with a patience and a coordination that unsettled him more than any single member's individual strength. He watched, in the branches thickest and most rooted, a specific and horrifying pattern emerge, a world where every tailed beast was eventually extracted, where the specific balance of power between the great villages, a balance Naruto had never fully examined before but now understood, with growing dread, had been quietly propped up for decades by the presence of 9 biological weapons distributed just evenly enough to deter any single village from open war, collapsed into something far more chaotic and far more dangerous than the current arrangement, however flawed. He saw, further out still, at the very edge of what his exhausted reach could sustain, a shape he had no name for gathering in the distance of that unraveling world, something old and vast and patient that the extraction of the beast seemed designed to summon or awaken, a threat the current Shinobi system, fractured and weakened by exactly the kind of losses Akatsuki intended to inflict, would have no capacity whatsoever to resist. He came back from that night of reaching pale and hollowed out in a way that frightened even him, and he understood, lying on his apartment floor because he lacked the strength to make it to his bed, that the private philosophy he had spent years refusing to fully articulate had just been handed its final, undeniable justification. The Shinobi system was not merely a flaw in the abstract, an injustice he could theorize about from the comfort of relative safety. It was a structure actively, systematically failing to protect the very people it claimed the moral authority to command, and it was going to keep failing, catastrophically and repeatedly, until either the system itself changed at a level no council or Hokage currently in power had the vision or the courage to attempt, or until someone from outside the system's own assumptions stepped in and rewrote the rules directly. He decided, lying on that floor in the small hours of the morning, staring at a ceiling that had witnessed every private stage of his transformation from a hated orphan into whatever he was becoming, that he would be the one to do the rewriting. Not out of arrogance, though arrogance would eventually creep into the decision the way it crept into every exercise of unchecked power, and not out of any grand illusion that he alone possessed the wisdom to reorder an entire world's political architecture, though that illusion, too, would take root soon enough. He decided it, in that first exhausted moment of clarity, out of something closer to simple, cold necessity. He could see the shape of the coming catastrophe with a clarity no one else in the elemental nations possessed. He had spent years quietly developing the tools to intervene in that shape directly rather than merely observing it, and he had reached the point, finally and irrevocably, where continuing to hide that capacity behind the mask of an ordinary shinobi, waiting patiently for permission from a system he had already judged fundamentally unfit to grant it, felt less like humility and more like a slow, deliberate abdication of the only responsibility that had ever actually mattered. He did not announce this decision to anyone. He continued, for a while longer, to move through the village and through his missions with the same careful, practiced ordinariness he had cultivated for years, gathering strength and testing the boundaries of his authorship in increasingly significant increments, waiting for the specific moment, the specific provocation, that would let him step fully and finally out of the shadow of the system he had already privately convicted, and begin the long, patient work of replacing it with something built entirely according to his own design. That moment arrived 18 months later, on a night when Akatsuki's patience finally ran out and a small, elite team was dispatched to extract him by force rather than continue waiting for a more opportune moment, and it was in the confrontation that followed, on a barren stretch of border territory far from any village's protection, that Naruto Uzumaki stopped hiding what he could do, and let the elemental nations see, for the first time, exactly what kind of storm had been quietly gathering inside a boy they had spent 16 years dismissing as unremarkable. The team Akatsuki sent numbered 4, a deliberate overcorrection born of intelligence reports that had, accurately for once, flagged Naruto Uzumaki as a Jinchuriki whose growth had outpaced every projection the organization's analysts had built around him. 2 of the 4 Naruto recognized from Jiraiya's old briefings, faces attached to bounties large enough to fund a small nation's military for a year. The other 2 were strangers to him, which mattered little, because by the time their chakra signatures registered at the edge of his awareness, he had already spent the better part of an hour walking the branches of the coming encounter, patient and thorough in a way that had become, by this point in his life, less a conscious technique, and more simply the way he experienced the passage of time whenever danger drew near. He met them in an open, rocky basin some 3 days' travel from the nearest settlement, a location he had chosen deliberately after tracing the branches of their approach back to its earliest fork and discovering that his own choice of terrain, made a full day before they arrived, shifted the entire encounter's texture more decisively than almost any tactical decision he could have made once the fight itself began. He had learned, in the preceding months, that authorship applied not only to moments of crisis but to the architecture surrounding them, and that a battle fought on ground he had chosen, timed to a moment he had selected, was already half won before the first hand seal formed. The 4 Akatsuki operatives spread into a loose formation the moment they spotted him standing alone in the basin, visibly suspicious of a solitary target sitting in the open like bait, and Naruto watched their suspicion play out across 4 faces with the calm, slightly distant attention of someone reading a book whose ending he had already skimmed. He knew which of the 4 would speak first, a lean man with a voice like gravel who fancied himself the group's tactical mind and who would, in the opening seconds of the exchange, attempt to establish dominance through the kind of theatrical menace that criminals of his caliber had learned worked reliably on frightened genin and desperate villagers, but had never once been tested against someone who had already watched the entire speech play out 3 separate ways the night before and found all 3 equally unimpressive. Uzumaki Naruto, the gravel-voiced man said, exactly as Naruto had known he would, down to the faint, theatrical pause before the name. You've caused our organization a great deal of trouble for someone still wearing a genin's headband. We're prepared to make this simple. Come with us willingly, and the extraction will be painless. Resist, and will simply take longer. Naruto did not answer immediately. He let the silence stretch, not out of any calculated intent to unsettle them, though it did precisely that, but because he was, in that moment, doing something he had never attempted against 4 opponents simultaneously before, holding all 4 of their immediate futures in his awareness at once, watching the specific shape of their coordinated attack unfold across a dozen overlapping branches. The timing of the sealing technique they intended to use against him, the positioning of the 2 he did not recognize as they prepared to flank him from angles designed to cut off retreat, the exact moment the gravel-voiced leader would signal the assault to begin. He found, watching all of it unfold with a clarity that would have terrified him 3 years earlier, and now simply felt like breathing, that not one of the 4 branches available to them ended with his capture. Not because they were weak, he understood, watching the raw technical skill on display in even the earliest, most tentative probing motions, but because the fight itself, in every meaningful sense, had already happened in his mind before their first attack ever landed, and he had already chosen, from among the several ways the confrontation could resolve, the version that suited him best. You've been planning this for a while, Naruto said finally, and something in his voice, flat and unhurried in a way that did not match the tension visibly building in the 4 figures surrounding him, made the gravel-voiced leader's confidence flicker for just a moment. I know. I've known for about 2 years, actually. I know which order you're about to attack in. I know that the one on my left is going to try a substitution the second I move to counter the leader, and I know it's going to fail, because the shadow he's planning to substitute with is already occupied by something else. The declaration should have sounded, to any reasonable listener, like the kind of empty bravado a cornered shinobi might offer to buy time. It did not land that way, because even as Naruto spoke, the future he described was already resolving into fact. The Akatsuki operative on his left, unnerved by words that described his intended technique with impossible precision, hesitated for the fraction of a second that transformed a carefully planned substitution into a panicked, badly executed one, and the shadow he attempted to substitute into, exactly as Naruto had said, was no longer empty. because Naruto had spent the walk toward the basin that morning quietly seeding a shadow clone into the terrain hours before the Akatsuki team ever arrived. A piece of authorship so patient, and so quietly executed that none of the four had detected it at all. The confrontation that followed lasted less than 4 minutes, and for 3 of those 4 minutes, Naruto did not throw a single offensive technique of his own. He simply moved, with an economy that made every one of the 4 operatives' attacks land exactly nowhere, stepping aside from strikes a half-second before they arrived, positioning himself so that 2 of his attackers' coordinated pincer maneuver collided with each other instead of him, allowing the Gravel Voice leader's most devastating jutsu to detonate against a boulder Naruto had, 3 days earlier while scouting the terrain, quietly noted would be exactly the right size and shape to absorb that specific technique's blast radius without endangering him at all. By the time the 4th minute arrived, all 4 Akatsuki operatives stood scattered across the basin, exhausted, disoriented, and for the first time in their careers as some of the most feared missing nin in the elemental nations, afraid in a way that had nothing to do with physical danger and everything to do with the dawning, horrifying realization that every single move they had made since arriving had already been accounted for, sorted through, and discarded in favor of whichever outcome Naruto Uzumaki had decided in advance that he preferred. "I'm not going to kill you," Naruto said, standing in the center of the basin without a mark on him, his voice carrying none of the exertion a fight of that intensity should have produced. "Killing you doesn't actually change anything. Your organization has more members. Someone else will just be sent next time, and the outcome will be the same, because I already know it will be. So instead, I want you to go back to whoever gave you this assignment, and I want you to tell them exactly what you saw here today. Tell them I already know every plan they've made and every plan they're going to make. Tell them that whatever they're building toward, whatever purpose all of this extraction is actually in service of, I've already seen the shape of it, and I've already decided it isn't going to happen the way they think it's going to happen." He let that settle over the 4 of them, watching with clinical interest as the Gravel Voice leader's face cycled through disbelief and something close to genuine terror, an expression Naruto recognized, distantly, as the same one he had seen on the faces of children who threw rocks at him once they understood the rocks would never land. "One more thing," Naruto added, almost as an afterthought, though nothing about the moment was actually unplanned. "Tell your leader that I know what he's trying to do with the beasts once he's collected them all. I've seen it. And I want him to understand specifically that I've already found 3 separate ways to make sure it never works, and I haven't even had to try hard yet." He let them leave. He watched, in the days that followed, the branches spreading out from that single confrontation ripple through the entirety of Akatsuki's organizational structure, watched a leader whose face and true nature Naruto had already glimpsed in the blurred, resistant edges of his sight receive the report of what had happened in that basin with an interest that unsettled Naruto more than outright anger would have, because anger, he had learned, was predictable, and this reaction was not. He watched the organization's plans shift, adapt, slow their timeline in ways that suggested genuine reconsideration rather than mere caution, and he understood, watching the ripples spread outward across a map of possibility that now included his own reputation as a variable other actors had to account for, that he had just crossed the threshold there was no walking back from. He was no longer a secret. Whatever he was, whatever the almighty inside him actually amounted to when its full implications were finally allowed to surface, the elemental nations now knew, in broad and frightening outline, that it existed, and that it belonged to a Konoha shinobi who had just demonstrated, without spilling a single drop of blood, a level of dominance over the shape of events that no amount of conventional military strength could meaningfully answer. He returned to Konoha 2 days later, walking through the village gates with the same quiet, unassuming posture he had maintained for years, and reported the encounter to Tsunade in terms carefully calibrated to convey the essential facts. An Akatsuki extraction attempt repelled without casualties, while leaving deliberately vague the specific means by which he had accomplished something that should, by any reasonable accounting of a genin's abilities, have been impossible. Tsunade listened, and questioned, and eventually let the vagueness stand, partly out of genuine trust in a shinobi who had proven himself repeatedly and partly, Naruto suspected, watching her carefully weigh her next words, out of a wariness she had not shown him before, a wariness that told him she had begun to sense, even without the full picture, that the boy standing in front of her was no longer entirely the boy she had watched grow up. He left her office that evening and walked the streets of a village that had, over the course of his lifetime, given him almost nothing freely and demanded, in return, more than any child should reasonably have been asked to pay, and he found himself thinking, with a clarity that felt less like a decision arriving and more like a decision finally being acknowledged after years of quiet construction, that the confrontation in the basin had not been an isolated act of self-defense. It had been an announcement, deliberate and calculated down to the specific words he had chosen, and the audience for that announcement had never really been the four operatives who carried the message back. It had been everyone else, every faction and every power currently jostling for position across a shinobi world that had spent generations assuming its own rules were the only rules any player could possibly operate under. He had just shown them, in the space of 4 minutes, that the rules had changed, and that he intended, going forward, to be the one who decided what the new rules were. The weeks following the basin encounter unfolded with a strange, brittle quiet that Naruto recognized, from long practice reading the texture of futures before they arrived, as the particular quality of stillness that precedes an avalanche. Word of the confrontation had traveled through the underground channels that connected missing Nin organizations to information brokers to the intelligence networks of every hidden village with the resources to maintain one, and by the time a month had passed, Naruto could feel, in the way certain doors in the Hokage's tower began closing a beat too quickly when he approached. In the way certain council members who had once ignored him entirely now watched him with the wary, calculating attention usually reserved for foreign dignitaries, that his own village had begun quietly reassessing exactly what it had been housing within its walls for the past 16 years. Kakashi was the first to ask him directly, cornering him after a training session with the particular gentle patience the man reserved for conversations he considered genuinely important. They sat on a low wall overlooking the training ground, and Kakashi, without preamble, asked him plainly whether the reports were true, whether Naruto had somehow known, in advance and in detail, exactly what four Akatsuki operatives intended to do before they did it. Naruto considered lying. He had spent years perfecting the specific art of deflection that let him move through a world of shinobi trained to read subtext and body language without ever revealing the true shape of what he carried, and the habit was strong enough that his first instinct was to reach for it automatically, the way a hand reaches for a familiar tool. But something in Kakashi's expression, patient and searching and entirely without the fear Naruto had begun noticing in others, made him pause, and in that pause, he found himself doing something he had not done with another living person since the old Hokage first asked him about a cup breaking on the kitchen floor. He told a version of the truth. Not the whole of it, not yet, not the full scope of authorship he had spent years quietly developing, but enough that he could see, sometimes, further ahead than seemed reasonable. That the ability had grown over the years, quietly, without anyone noticing, because he had made sure no one noticed. That the confrontation with Akatsuki had not been luck or hidden training in some conventional discipline, but something else entirely, something he did not yet have a name for and was not certain, even now, that he wanted one. Kakashi listened to all of it with the stillness of a man absorbing information that confirmed a suspicion he had been quietly nursing for years, since a bridge in wave where a genin's reflexes had seemed, even then, a fraction too precise to be entirely natural. When Naruto finished, Kakashi was quiet for a long moment, watching the training ground where the two of them sat, before he finally spoke. "Does anyone else know? Tsunade? The council?" "No," Naruto said. "Just you. And I'd rather it stayed that way for now." "Naruto." Kakashi's visible eye held something Naruto recognized, distantly and with a small, cold ache, as grief arriving early, mourning a version of a student that circumstances were already beginning to erase. "If what you're describing is real, and I believe you that it is, the council is going to find out eventually. And when they do, they are not going to see a shinobi with an unusual gift. They're going to see a weapon they can't control and can't predict, and villages have historically made very specific, very permanent decisions about weapons like that." "I know," Naruto said, and the flatness in his own voice surprised him slightly, a calm he had not consciously decided to project. "I've seen it. Most of the branches where the council finds out end with some kind of containment attempt. A few end worse than that." Kakashi's expression sharpened. "And what do you intend to do about that?" Naruto looked out at the training ground, at the worn earth where he had spent years of his childhood failing and slowly, painfully succeeding at the ordinary work of becoming a shinobi, and he felt the weight of a decision that had been building for months finally settle into something he could no longer avoid naming, even to himself. "I don't think I'm going to let it get that far," he said. "I think I'm going to leave, before they force the question. Not forever. But long enough to figure out, away from here, what I actually am, and what I'm supposed to do with it, without a council of old men deciding the answer for me before I've even asked the question myself." He watched Kakashi's future branch in a dozen directions in the silence that followed, watched the versions where his old teacher argued, the versions where he reported the conversation immediately to Tsunade out of a loyalty to the village that outweighed his loyalty to a single student, and the versions, thinner but present, where he simply nodded, understanding something in Naruto's resolve that argument would not touch. Kakashi, in the end, chose the thinnest branch, the one Naruto had least expected, and said only, after a long silence, that he would give him a head start before he told anyone anything, and that wherever Naruto went, he hoped, with a sincerity that cracked something old and guarded in Naruto's chest, that he found what he was looking for. Naruto left Konoha 11 days later, in the deep hours of the night, carrying nothing more than a traveling pack and a note for Tsunade that told her almost nothing true except that he loved the village enough to leave it before he became something it could not survive housing. He did not look back at the gates as he passed beneath them, because he had already looked ahead, weeks earlier, and seen the specific shape of that final glance, the way it would catch in his throat and threaten to undo the resolve he had spent months building, and he had decided, with the same cold, patient calculation that now governed nearly every choice he made, that the resolve mattered more than the goodbye. He walked out into a world that no longer had any framework for understanding what he was, carrying inside him an ability that had grown, quietly and almost entirely unsupervised, from a childhood trick of dodging thrown stones into something that could unmake and remake the future itself, and somewhere in the weeks that followed, wandering through territories that owed no particular loyalty to Konoha or to any of the great villages, Naruto Uzumaki finally stopped asking himself whether he had the right to reshape the world according to his own judgment, and started asking, instead, exactly how, and exactly where, he intended to begin. He traveled for the better part of 2 months without any fixed destination, letting the roads themselves and the branches he could feel gathering weight in certain directions guide his steps more than any conscious plan. He passed through small border towns that had never seen a proper shinobi and treated him, in the versions of events he allowed to unfold, with the plain, uncomplicated hospitality of people who judge strangers by their manners rather than their reputation. He passed through larger settlements closer to the borders of the land of rain and the land of earth, places where the scars of old wars still showed in half-rebuilt buildings and in the particular hollow look of people who had learned not to trust any headband, and in those places, he began, for the first time, to use his growing authorship not to win fights or evade danger, but to simply improve the shape of ordinary lives that had never asked for his intervention, and would never know he had provided it. He nudged a merchant's failing cart wheel to hold together for one more crucial trip rather than collapsing on a mountain road where the resulting fall would have killed the family traveling with him. He adjusted, with an effort that cost him a full day's rest afterward, the specific timing of a flooding river so that a village downstream had the extra hour of warning they needed to evacuate before the water arrived, an intervention so small in the grand scheme of the elemental nations that no historian would ever record it, and so significant to the 43 people who survived because of it that Naruto found himself watching from a hillside as the village rebuilt in the weeks that followed, feeling something closer to peace than he had felt in years. It was during this period of quiet, anonymous intervention that the philosophy he had spent years refusing to fully articulate finally crystallized into something like a working doctrine, tested and refined against real consequences rather than merely theorized about in the privacy of his own mind. He came to understand, watching the specific texture of gratitude and relief that followed his small, unseen interventions, that the good he could do at this scale, quiet and local and entirely disconnected from the political machinery of villages and kages, was real and meaningful in a way that the abstract, sweeping vision of rewriting the entire shinobi system, the vision that had first ignited in him kneeling over Sasuke's unconscious body in the forest of death, could never quite match on its own merits. And yet the sweeping vision did not fade, no matter how much genuine satisfaction the small interventions provided. Because every flood he redirected and every cartwheel he mended was, in the end, a patch applied to a system that would keep generating floods and failing wheels and children conscripted into violence before they could consent to it, for as long as the underlying architecture remained unchanged. He could spend the rest of his life traveling from town to town, quietly bending small futures toward kindness, and the shinobi system that had shaped his own childhood into something the village still flinched from would continue, entirely unaffected, grinding out the next generation of orphans and weapons exactly as it had ground out him. The choice, laid out in those stark terms during a long night of walking beneath a sky thick with more stars than Konoha's light ever let him see clearly, was not really a choice at all, not anymore. He had spent 2 months testing whether a life of quiet, anonymous good could satisfy the part of him that had once knelt in a forest, and decided the future was something to be authored rather than endured. It could not. The scale of what he had glimpsed in Akatsuki's ambitions, in the fragile balance of power the tailed beast had propped up for decades, in the sheer unexamined cruelty baked into a system that called children weapons and called their deaths acceptable losses, demanded something larger than any single traveler, however gifted, could provide one town at a time. He turned his steps, in the final weeks of that autumn, toward the borders of the land of rain, toward a country whose internal politics his sight had begun, with increasing clarity and increasing dread, to identify as the next thread in a tapestry he was only beginning to fully perceive, a tapestry whose final pattern, he now suspected, involved considerably more than the fate of 9-tailed beasts, and the ambitions of a single missing Nin organization. He walked toward rain because his ability, reaching as far ahead as it could sustain without collapsing him entirely, had shown him, in fragments too significant to ignore and too resistant to fully clarify, that the true architect behind Akatsuki's campaign was someone whose will pushed back against his sight with a force he had encountered from exactly one other source in his entire life. And that whatever waited for him in that rain-soaked, war-ruined country, he would need every ounce of the power he had spent years quietly building in order to meet it without flinching. He crossed into the land of rain on a morning when the sky itself seemed to be mourning something, a steady, gray downpour that the locals told him, with the weary resignation of people describing whether they no longer remembered any alternative to, had not truly stopped in longer than anyone could recall. He walked through streets built from the wreckage of a city that had been rebuilt so many times atop its own ruins that the architecture itself seemed to carry the memory of every war that had ever been fought there, and he understood, moving through those streets with his sight extended as far as he could sustain it without collapsing, that he had arrived somewhere the future itself had grown thin and strange, worn down by decades of suffering into something closer to scar tissue than living possibility. He did not seek out the source of the resistance he had felt from a great distance immediately. He spent instead nearly 2 weeks simply watching, letting his presence in the city remain unremarked, gathering information the old-fashioned way, through conversation and observation, because he had learned, in the 2 months of quiet travel that preceded his arrival, that even a power as vast as his own worked best when built on a foundation of patient, ordinary understanding rather than reaching for answers his ability alone could provide. He learned the shape of the city's suffering, the way its people spoke of a leader they called God with a reverence that unsettled him more than any fear he had encountered since leaving Konoha, a reverence built not on love, he came to understand, but on the desperate gratitude of a population that credited a single figure with ending a war so brutal that anything after it, even an uneasy and controlled peace, felt like salvation. It was during those 2 weeks, sitting in a rain-slicked alley eating a meal he had paid for with the last of his traveling money, that Naruto Uzumaki finally reached far enough, and carefully enough, to catch his first true glimpse of the man whose will had been pushing back against his sight since before he ever crossed the border, and understood, with a clarity that settled over him like the rain itself, cold and constant and impossible to escape, that he had found, at last, someone whose vision for the world's future rivaled his own in scope, if not entirely in method, and that the confrontation gathering between them, whenever it finally arrived, would decide far more than either of their individual fates. He did not yet know the man's name, not in the way that would let him place it against the fragments of history Jiraiya had once shared about the Sage of Six Paths and a war-torn student who had grown into something legends still whispered about in careful tones. He knew only the shape of the will pressing back against his own reach, patient and vast and utterly convinced of its own righteousness, and he recognized, sitting in that rain-soaked alley with a meal going cold in his hands, that he was looking, for the first time since he began this long and solitary education in the architecture of possibility, at a mirror. Not a perfect one. The specific texture of the other man's conviction carried a grief so old, and so total that it had curdled, somewhere along the way, into something Naruto did not yet fully understand and was not certain he wanted to. But a mirror all the same, another orphan of circumstance who had looked at a broken world and decided, without waiting for anyone's permission, that he alone possessed the clarity required to rebuild it. Naruto rose from the alley that evening with the rain still falling, steady and endless, and walked back toward the small room he had rented at the edge of the city, turning over the shape of what he had just glimpsed with the same patient, methodical care he applied to everything else his ability revealed to him. He understood, walking through streets that seemed to remember every death the country had ever suffered, that he had reached the end of the quiet, wandering chapter of his life, the months of small anonymous kindnesses and careful, distant observation, and that whatever came next would require him to stop simply watching the future and start, in earnest and without further hesitation, the work of actually building the one he intended to leave behind. That night, for the first time since he had left Konoha, Naruto Uzumaki slept without reaching ahead at all, letting the future arrive unwatched and unplanned for a single, deliberate stretch of hours, because some old, quiet instinct in him understood that whatever waited on the other side of the coming confrontation would demand every ounce of strength he could gather, and that even a god learning to rewrite tomorrow still needed, every so often, to simply rest inside the uncertainty everyone else lived inside permanently, if only to remember what it was he had once been trying, in his own strange and solitary way, to protect. He thought often, during those final weeks of travel before Rain's border came into view, about the specific weight of the promise he was preparing to make to himself, if not yet to anyone else. He was not seeking a fight. He had learned enough, across 2 years of careful practice and hard-won restraint, to understand that his own power, applied carelessly or in anger, could as easily become the very tyranny he had set out to correct as it could become its solution. Whatever waited for him in that rain-soaked country, he intended to approach it first with patience, and only if patience failed entirely, with the full and terrible weight of everything he had spent his whole life quietly building toward. It was a distinction he would spend the coming years testing again and again, in circumstances considerably more demanding than anything his solitary travels had yet prepared him for. But it was a distinction he carried with him nonetheless, crossing into Rain's territory with the same quiet, watchful resolve that had carried him through every other threshold of his strange and solitary life. Looking back, in later years, Naruto would identify this stretch of quiet travel as the period in which his private philosophy finally stopped being merely a private conviction and became, instead, something closer to a practiced discipline, tested daily against the plain, unglamorous texture of ordinary suffering rather than the dramatic, high-stakes crises his ability had first revealed itself against in the forest of death and on the battlefield outside Konoha's walls. He learned, in those months, that the discipline of restraint, of choosing carefully which futures deserved his intervention and which deserved simply to be witnessed and respected as belonging to someone else's rightful choice, was in many ways a harder and more demanding skill than the raw power of his sight itself, and it was a skill he would continue refining, imperfectly and with real cost, for the whole of his life that followed. That growing discipline would prove, in the years that followed, to be the single most important skill he carried out of his long apprenticeship in solitude, more valuable in the end than any raw expansion of his sight's reach or any refinement of his growing capacity for authorship, because it was the discipline that would ultimately let him build something meant to outlast him, rather than something that merely reflected, however impressively, the singular strength of his own hand. He would need every bit of that discipline, and considerably more besides, for what waited for him at the end of the long road toward rain, though he did not yet know, walking those final miles beneath the sky finally beginning to clear, exactly how thoroughly the coming years would test every principle he had spent his solitary apprenticeship so carefully constructing. The confrontation came on the 7th day after Naruto first glimpsed the shape of his mirror in the rain-soaked alley, and it did not arrive the way he had expected. He had spent that week preparing in every way his ability allowed, extending his reach as far as exhaustion would permit, running the branches of a coming meeting forward through dozens of possible openings, and in every version he examined, the man the city called God moved first, patient and deliberate, choosing the terms of engagement with the same calm certainty Naruto had come to recognize as the signature of a will that no longer feared the future because it had already made peace with every version of it that mattered. He was wrong only about the setting. He had expected a tower, a throne room built from the ruins of a broken city, some grand architectural statement of the power the man had accumulated. Instead, the meeting happened on a rooftop overlooking a square where children played in the rain with the unself-conscious joy of the very young, unaware of or unbothered by the endless gray sky above them, and Naruto understood, arriving at the appointed place his sight had shown him a full day in advance, that the choice of setting was itself a message, a deliberate juxtaposition between the innocence below and whatever was about to be discussed above it. The man waiting for him was not what Naruto had pictured, though he had known, from his reach in the preceding days, roughly what to expect. Orange hair, rain-streaked and heavy against a face marked with a lattice of piercings that Naruto recognized, with a cold jolt of understanding, as a form of chakra receiver rather than mere decoration. Eyes the color of a storm-given form, rippled concentric rings that Naruto's own sight, straining against the same active resistance he had first felt from a great distance weeks earlier, could not fully see past no matter how hard he pushed. "You have been watching me for some time," the man said, and his voice carried none of the theatrical menace Naruto had encountered from lesser threats over the years. It carried instead the flat, exhausted certainty of someone who had said true things to unbelieving audiences so many times that persuasion itself had stopped feeling necessary. "Longer than most who come looking for me realize they have been. I felt your reach the day you crossed the border. I have been waiting to see what you would do with the time it took you to arrive. Your pain," Naruto said, the name arriving in his mind from fragments Jiraiya had once shared, half-remembered rumors about a student who had once been someone else entirely, someone the old Sannin had trained and loved and eventually lost to a war that broke something in him that never fully healed. "The leader of Akatsuki. I have been called that." The rain fell steadily between them, either man moving to shelter from it. "I have been called God, as well, by people desperate enough to need something to call salvation. Both names are true in their way, and both are, in the end, insufficient. What I am, Naruto Uzumaki, is someone who looked at a world that had already killed everyone he loved and understood, with the same clarity I suspect you have recently begun to develop yourself, that the world's cruelty was not an accident of circumstance. It was the predictable output of a system built to produce exactly the suffering it produces, generation after generation, and that no amount of individual heroism within that system would ever be sufficient to change it." Naruto felt something cold settle in his chest, recognition dressed as dread. "You're describing what I already believe. I know." Pain's expression did not change, but something in the rippled eyes sharpened, focused entirely and without distraction on the boy standing across the rooftop from him. "I have known since the first moment your reach touched the edge of my awareness, weeks ago, that whatever power you carry has led you to the same fundamental diagnosis I arrived at years earlier, in the ashes of a village not unlike the one that raised you. The Shinobi system is a machine for manufacturing pain, and pain, left unaddressed, compounds across generations until entire nations are built from nothing but the accumulated grief of children who were never given any other way to survive. I did not choose this conclusion out of malice. Neither, I suspect, did you. Then what are we actually disagreeing about?" Naruto asked, and he meant the question honestly, reaching ahead even as he spoke, trying to trace the shape of where this conversation was heading, and finding, for the first time in longer than he could remember, that the branches ahead of him blurred and scattered the moment he tried to hold them, not from his own exhaustion, but from something in the specific nature of pain's presence that seemed to actively unmake the certainty Naruto usually took for granted. The method, Pain said simply. I have concluded, after more grief than I will ever fully describe to you, that peace requires pain shared equally and completely, a shock so total that it burns away the old order entirely and forces what remains to build something new from nothing, because nothing less absolute has ever proven capable of overcoming humanity's endless capacity to rebuild the same cruelties in new forms. I intend to gather the tailed beasts, all 9 of them, and use the power contained within them to create a weapon capable of inflicting suffering so complete, so far beyond anything any nation has previously experienced, that the survivors will have no choice but to abandon the logic of war entirely, because war will have finally proven itself capable of ending everything, rather than merely ending the losing side. The rain fell between them, steady and indifferent, and Naruto understood, listening to a plan articulated with the calm, patient certainty of a man who had spent years convincing himself that unimaginable violence was the only honest response to a world built from violence already, that he was looking at the specific, terrible shape his own philosophy could curdle into. Given enough grief and enough time and the absence of anyone willing to offer a different path. You're wrong, Naruto said, and for the first time in the conversation, something like real anger colored his voice, quiet but present. Not about the diagnosis. You're right that the system is broken. You're right that it's been broken for longer than either of us has been alive, and that generations of people have suffered because no one with the power to fix it ever had the will, or the courage, to actually try. But you've decided the only way to fix a machine that manufactures pain is to manufacture more pain than it's ever produced before, and that's not a solution. That's just surrender dressed up as revolution. And what would you propose instead? Pain's voice carried no mockery, only genuine, weighted curiosity, the question of a man who had heard every argument against his plan 100 times before and found none of them, so far, sufficient to shake his resolve. Incremental reform, championed by the same councils and kages who have spent decades benefiting from the current arrangement, and have shown no meaningful appetite for changing it? Diplomacy, extended to nations who have spent generations breaking every treaty the moment it stopped serving their immediate interests. I have watched this world attempt gentler solutions for longer than you have been alive, Naruto Uzumaki, and I have watched every single one of them fail, because gentleness has never once proven sufficient to overcome the specific, entrenched selfishness of people who benefit from the current order and have no incentive whatsoever to dismantle it voluntarily. Naruto reached, in that moment, further and harder than he had ever reached before, pushing past the exhaustion building behind his eyes, past the active resistance of pain's own vast and grief-hardened will, searching for some branch, however thin, where this conversation ended in something other than the confrontation both of them clearly understood was approaching. He found, at the very edge of what his strained sight could perceive, a handful of threads so faint they were barely there at all, versions of the coming months where words alone, patient and repeated and backed by something pain could not simply dismiss as naive idealism, actually shifted the older man's resolve. But every one of those threads required something Naruto did not yet possess, proof, undeniable and immediate, that a better path existed and could actually work at the scale pain's grief demanded, rather than merely existing as an abstract, untested principle. I don't have all the answers yet, Naruto admitted, and the admission cost him something, standing in the rain in front of a man whose philosophy of total, purifying destruction had been forged from a version of lost Naruto could see the outline of but had not personally survived. But I know that what you're planning doesn't end suffering. It just resets the counter, and gives the survivors a horror story vivid enough to scare them into temporary peace, until the next generation forgets, or decides the horror story was worth the price after all, because someone with power and grievance always eventually does. You want to burn the whole system down, and hope something better grows from the ashes. I want to actually build the something better first, carefully enough that when the old system finally does fall, there's already a foundation underneath it strong enough to catch everyone who would otherwise fall through the cracks. A beautiful sentiment, Pain said, and for the first time, Something that might have been genuine sorrow moved across the rain-slicked, pierced face. But sentiment has never once stopped a war, Naruto Uzumaki, and I do not believe, however powerful your gift may prove to be, that you can build your foundation quickly enough to matter before the next Akatsuki, the next Orochimaru, the next hidden village deciding that a preemptive strike serves its interests better than patience, sets the entire world alight regardless of what either of us intends. Then let me prove you wrong, Naruto said, and the words arrived in him not as a plan carefully constructed in advance, but as something closer to instinct, the same instinct that had once told a 9-year-old boy that a thrown ball did not have to land where it was aimed. Give me time. Not forever. But enough. Let me show you that a different foundation is possible, built without the kind of pain you're planning to inflict, and if I fail, if I can't show you real progress within a timeline we agree on together, then I won't stand in your way anymore. Pain studied him for a long moment, rain running in rivulets down a face that had, Naruto suspected, not smiled genuinely in longer than either of them could measure, and something in the rippled, storm-colored eyes shifted, not into agreement, not yet, but into something adjacent to it, a willingness, however guarded, to consider a possibility he had apparently long ago stopped expecting anyone to offer him. 3 years, Pain said finally. I have waited longer than that already for a solution I no longer believe exists. I am willing to wait 3 more, if it means testing a hypothesis I would genuinely prefer to see proven true rather than false. But understand, Naruto Uzumaki, that I will not simply wait idle while you build your foundation. The collection of the tailed beasts will continue. The pressure on the system will not relent. If anything, watching your progress will only sharpen my judgment of whether it is sufficient, because I have grown very skilled, over the years, at recognizing the difference between genuine change and the comfortable illusion of it. That's fair, Naruto said, and meant it, understanding that a truce built on anything gentler than genuine, ongoing pressure would never survive contact with a man whose entire worldview had been forged in the specific crucible of watching gentler approaches fail. 3 years. And in that time, I'm going to show you exactly what a system built on foresight instead of force actually looks like. He left that rooftop with the rain finally beginning to ease, the first break in the city's endless gray sky that the locals would later remark upon with the same startled wonder they might have shown a genuine miracle, and Naruto understood, walking back through streets he had spent 2 weeks quietly observing, that he had just made a promise with stakes larger than any he had ever accepted before. He had 3 years to demonstrate, not merely to himself but to the single most dangerous and most philosophically serious opponent he had ever encountered, that the future could be rewritten towards something better without requiring the kind of total, purifying destruction Pain had spent years convincing himself was the only honest answer to a broken world. He spent the following months moving through the elemental nations with a purpose that had, for the first time since he left Konoha, a clear and structured shape rather than the wandering, reactive drift of his earlier travels. He began, quietly and carefully, identifying the specific points of leverage where a small, well-timed intervention could produce outsized, structural change rather than merely local relief, applying the lessons of his months of anonymous kindness to a scale that finally matched the ambition his philosophy had always implied. He located a group of displaced war orphans in the borderlands between rain and grass, children who reminded him, with an ache he did not try to suppress, of the boy he himself had once been, and rather than simply feeding and sheltering them for a season before moving on, he spent weeks tracing the branches of their possible futures forward, searching for the specific combination of resources and introductions that would let them build something lasting rather than merely surviving one more winter. He found, in a retired shinobi living in quiet obscurity near the border, someone whose own history of grief and guilt made him receptive to an offer Naruto extended with more care and more patience than he had shown almost any single choice since his ability first matured, the chance to build something new, a school that taught skills without teaching cruelty. A place where children orphaned by a broken system could learn to defend themselves without being conscripted, before they had any say in the matter, into a lifetime of violence they never chose. Naruto funded the venture with resources gathered from a dozen small, careful interventions in the finances of merchants and nobles whose futures he had quietly nudged toward generosity they would later describe, to their own genuine surprise, as simply the right thing to do. He watched the school take root over the following months with a satisfaction that felt, for the first time in years, uncomplicated by the cold, calculating distance that had crept into so much of his relationship with his own power. Here, at least, was proof, small and local but real, that a foundation built on foresight rather than force could produce something worth showing to a man who had stopped believing gentler paths were possible. He did not yet know if it would be enough. He suspected, watching the branches of pain's own patience stretch and thin with every month that passed without more dramatic proof, that it would not be, not on its own, and that the 3 years he had been granted would require him to think considerably larger than a single school in a single border region if he intended to keep the promise he had made on that rain-washed rooftop. But it was a beginning, and Naruto Uzumaki had learned, across every stage of his strange and solitary education, that even the most patient, most far-reaching acts of authorship began somewhere small, a single thrown ball redirected, a single loose stone in a mountain pass, a single school built from the ashes of a war that had orphaned its founder as thoroughly as it had orphaned its students. He carried that lesson with him as he moved on from the border region toward his next destination, aware that word of what he had built, and word of the strange, patient power that had built it, was beginning, slowly and unmistakably, to spread across the elemental nations in whispers that would not stay whispers for very much longer. The whispers reached Konoha roughly 4 months after Naruto's departure from Rain, carried by traveling merchants and the informal networks that connected border villages to the great hidden villages regardless of official channels, and Tsunade Senju. Sitting in an office that had felt increasingly hollow since a note left on her desk months earlier had informed her that one of her most promising shinobi had chosen exile over confrontation, listened to the reports with a mixture of relief and dread that she found difficult to fully separate from each other. Relief, because the reports confirmed Naruto was alive and, by all accounts, thriving in whatever strange new chapter of his life he had chosen to write for himself. Dread, because the specific shape of the stories reaching her desk, a boy who could apparently see danger before it arrived, who had reportedly repelled an Akatsuki extraction team without spilling blood, who was now, according to the most recent and most unsettling report, being spoken of in the borderlands with something approaching religious awe, suggested that the student she had trained and worried over for years had grown into something considerably larger, and considerably more dangerous to conventional assumptions about power than she had ever fully allowed herself to imagine. She called Kakashi into her office and asked him, directly and without preamble, exactly how much he knew about what Naruto had become, and Kakashi, weighing loyalty to a departed student against loyalty to a village he had served his entire life, chose, after a long silence, to tell her most of what he knew, holding back only the specific details Naruto had asked him to keep private, and watched Tsunade's face move through the same arc of understanding he himself had experienced on that low wall overlooking the training ground months earlier, from disbelief to a wary, complicated respect to something that looked, by the end of the conversation, uncomfortably close to fear. If even half of what you're describing is accurate, Tsunade said finally, staring out the window at a village that had spent 16 years treating its most powerful potential ally as a burden to be tolerated rather than a treasure to be protected, then we have made a catastrophic error in how we've handled that boy since the day he was born. And I suspect, Kakashi, that the consequences of that error are only just beginning to arrive. She was not wrong. Across the elemental nations, in council chambers and Kage towers and the private quarters of missing Nin organizations that had spent years assuming the balance of power was a fixed and stable arrangement, the same conversation was beginning to unfold in variation after variation. As reports of a boy who could apparently see and reshape the future accumulated into something too significant to dismiss as rumor or exaggeration. The shinobi world, built for generations on assumptions about strength measured in jutsu and chakra reserves and tactical cunning, a fog of war that every combatant navigated at roughly equal disadvantage, was beginning, slowly and with mounting unease, to reckon with the possibility that the fog had lifted entirely for one specific individual, and that the entire architecture of power everyone had spent their careers mastering might already be obsolete in ways most of them were not yet prepared to fully comprehend. Naruto felt that reckoning building in the branches of the future. He continued, carefully and with growing confidence, to monitor and shape, and he understood, moving through his second year of exile with the school in the borderlands now flourishing beyond even his own initial projections, that the quiet, patient phase of his education was drawing to a close. The world had noticed him. Villages that had once dismissed him as an unremarkable genin were now, in council chambers he could feel forming and dissolving across the political landscape like weather systems, debating in earnest terms whether he represented an opportunity to be courted, a threat to be neutralized, or something stranger and more difficult to categorize than either of those familiar frameworks could adequately describe. He would need to decide, and soon, exactly how he intended to answer that question, not through the small, careful, deniable interventions that had defined his approach so far, but through something bolder, something that would announce, unambiguously and to every power currently jostling for position in a world reordering itself around his existence, exactly what kind of foundation he intended to build, and exactly how much of the old, broken system he was prepared to tear down in order to build it. The opportunity to answer that question arrived from a direction Naruto had not specifically sought, though his sight, reaching further now than it ever had before, had watched it approaching for weeks with the particular clarity he had learned to associate with branches thick and rooted enough to be treated as near certainties. The land of earth and the land of lightning, two great villages whose rivalry stretched back further than living memory and had cooled, in recent years, into little more than an uneasy and heavily militarized peace, found themselves suddenly and sharply at odds over a border dispute in a mineral-rich territory that neither side had seriously contested in over a decade. Naruto watched the dispute's origin unfold in his reach with a growing, cold understanding that the specific timing and specific provocation behind it, a mining rights disagreement that escalated with unusual speed into troop movements and diplomatic ultimatums, carried the fingerprints of a third-party interest entirely uninvolved in the ostensible conflict. A merchant conglomerate that stood to profit enormously from a prolonged war between two of the world's most powerful militaries, and had spent considerable resources quietly engineering the conditions for exactly that outcome. He traced the conglomerate's involvement back through 6 layers of shell agreements and intermediary contacts, a task that would have been effectively impossible for any conventional intelligence network but that his sight, applied with patience over the course of several days, unraveled with methodical, unhurried precision. He found, at the center of the web, a small group of individuals who had calculated, correctly by every conventional measure of shinobi world politics, that a war between the land of earth and the land of lightning would generate demand for their mining operations and their weapons contracts substantial enough to make the human cost of the conflict, thousands of shinobi lives on both sides, an acceptable business expense. Naruto felt something harden in him, watching the shape of that calculation resolve into clarity, a specific and focused anger that had nothing to do with the abstract, systemic critique he usually applied to the shinobi system's failures and everything to do with the plain, ugly fact of people deciding, in boardrooms far from any battlefield, that other people's deaths were an acceptable price for their own enrichment. It was, he understood, precisely the kind of injustice his ability had been built, whether by accident of a night 16 years earlier or by some deeper design he still did not fully understand, to actually correct, rather than merely observe and mourn from a comfortable distance. He moved with a speed and a directness that marked a clear departure from the careful, deniable interventions that had defined his previous 2 years of quiet work. He traveled first to the land of earth, arriving at the Akatsuki tower without announcement or diplomatic protocol, walking past guards who found themselves, in the specific branch Naruto had selected for his approach, distracted by a minor commotion at the gate at precisely the moment that would let him pass unchallenged into the tower's upper levels. He stood before Inoki, the diminutive and famously stubborn Akatsuki, and delivered, without preamble, a complete accounting of the merchant conglomerate's involvement in manufacturing the border crisis, supported by details specific enough, dates and names and shell company structures, that no reasonable intelligence officer could dismiss the report as mere rumor or provocation. Inoki, who had survived 3 wars and outlived most of his generation through a combination of raw power and an instinct for genuine information that had been honed over decades of navigating exactly the kind of manufactured crisis Naruto was now describing, listened to the entire report with narrowed eyes and interrupted only twice, both times to ask for specific verification that Naruto provided with the calm, unhurried confidence of someone who had already watched this exact conversation unfold a dozen times in his own mind before arriving. And how, precisely, Inoki asked, when Naruto finished, does a nameless traveler with no village affiliation come into possession of intelligence this specific, when my own analysts, working with the full resources of this village, have found nothing beyond vague suspicion? Because I can see further than your analysts can, Naruto said simply, offering the truth without embellishment, because he had learned, over the preceding 2 years, that the plain unadorned fact of his ability, stated without theatrical flourish, tended to land with more weight and more credibility than any attempt to dress it up in mystery. I've been developing an ability since I was a child that lets me trace outcomes back to their causes with a level of precision that conventional intelligence work can't easily match. I'm not here to ask you to trust me blindly. I'm here to give you the specific evidence, and let you verify it through your own channels, before either side commits to a war that neither of you actually wants, and that only benefits people who will never set foot on the battlefield they're engineering. Inoki studied him for a long moment, the ancient, weathered face unreadable, before he gave a small, sharp nod that Naruto recognized, from the branches he had traced in advance, as the specific gesture that opened the path toward de-escalation rather than further entrenchment. I will have this verified. If your intelligence proves accurate, and I suspect, given the specificity you've offered, that it will, then the land of Earth has no interest in bleeding its shinobi for the profit of merchants who will never share in the costs. But I want your name, boy, and I want to understand exactly what kind of ability lets a single traveler accomplish what an entire intelligence division could not. Naruto gave him his name, and gave him, in broad and carefully calibrated terms, enough of the truth about his ability to satisfy that Tsuchikage's evident curiosity without revealing the full scope of what he could ultimately do, and left the tower 2 hours later having planted, in a village that had never had reason to think of him as anything other than a footnote in Konoha's history. The first seed of a reputation that would grow, over the following months, into something considerably larger than any single conversation could account for on its own. He traveled next to the land of lightning, repeating a version of the same approach with the Rakage, a towering, fiercely protective man whose gruff exterior concealed a genuine and deeply held commitment to his people's welfare, and found, in that second conversation, a reception even more receptive than the first, because the Rakage's own intelligence networks had already begun, independently, to trace threads of suspicion toward the same conglomerate, and Naruto's arrival, bearing confirmation and additional specificity, landed less as an outside intervention and more as validation of instincts the Rakage had already begun to trust. The war that had seemed, 3 weeks earlier, on the verge of an inevitable and catastrophic eruption, quietly dissolved over the following month as both villages, acting on intelligence either could fully explain the origin of but both had independently verified, turned their attention instead toward the actual architects of the crisis, dismantling the conglomerate's operations across both territories with a coordinated efficiency that surprised diplomatic observers across the elemental nations, accustomed as they were to watching border disputes between the two great villages fester for years before any resolution, however partial, was achieved. Naruto watched the crisis dissolve from a discreet distance, monitoring the branches of the outcome with a satisfaction that felt, this time, considerably less complicated than the satisfaction he had drawn from the smaller, quieter interventions of his earlier exile. This was proof, undeniable and impossible to dismiss as mere rumor, that a single individual with sufficient foresight and sufficient will could prevent a war that would otherwise have cost thousands of lives, without requiring a single battle, without demanding a single sacrifice beyond the effort of seeing clearly and acting decisively on what that clarity revealed. Word of what he had done spread with a speed that startled even Naruto, who had grown accustomed, over 2 years of careful anonymity, to controlling exactly how much of his activity became visible to the wider world. Both the Tsuchikage and the Rakage, grateful and genuinely impressed despite their instinctive wariness of an ability either of them fully understood, spoke of the intervention in council chambers and diplomatic correspondence with a candor that Naruto had not specifically anticipated, and within 2 months, the name Naruto Uzumaki had transformed, across the political landscape of the elemental nations, from an obscure footnote in Konoha's history into a subject of urgent, high-level discussion in every hidden village with the resources to track international developments. Tsunade received the news in her office in Konoha with an expression that Kakashi, present for the briefing, would later describe to no one but himself as the specific mixture of pride and terror unique to watching someone you raise become powerful enough that your own protection of them had become, almost overnight, entirely irrelevant. She called an emergency council session that evening, and the debate that followed, stretching late into the night, revealed fractures within Konoha's own leadership that had been quietly building since the first reports of Naruto's activities began arriving months earlier. Some council members, predictably, argued for immediate and aggressive action, framing Naruto's growing influence as an existential threat to Konoha's own standing among the great villages, a rogue asset whose loyalty could no longer be assumed and whose power, left unchecked, might eventually turn against the very village that had trained him. Others, more cautious and considerably more clear-eyed about the practical impossibility of actually constraining someone who had already demonstrated an ability to move through the world's political landscape with near-total foresight, argued instead for a careful, diplomatic approach, an attempt to re-establish some form of relationship with Naruto before other villages, more nimble in their response, secured his loyalty or his cooperation first. Tsunade, listening to both factions argue late into the night, found herself increasingly convinced that both approaches missed the actual shape of the situation Konoha now faced. Naruto Uzumaki was not, she had come to understand over the preceding weeks of gathering reports, positioning himself as an asset to be recruited or a threat to be neutralized by any single village. He was building something else entirely, a reputation and a network of relationships that existed outside the traditional architecture of hidden villages entirely. And the question Konoha actually needed to answer was not how to control him, an ambition she suspected had already become impossible the day he first stepped outside the village's walls, but how to relate to a world in which someone with his abilities existed at all, whether inside Konoha's sphere of influence, or entirely outside it. She ended the council session without a formal resolution, promising further deliberation, and sat alone in her office long after the other members had departed, staring at a report that described, in careful diplomatic language, a border war averted through the intervention of a single shinobi acting entirely on his own authority, and felt, for the first time since she had taken the mantle of Hokage, the specific vertigo of watching the fundamental rules of the world she had spent her entire life mastering begin to shift beneath her feet, rewritten by a boy she had once dismissed, in her own private and now deeply regretted assessment, as simply another loud, undisciplined orphan destined for an unremarkable career. Naruto, unaware of the specific shape of the debate unfolding in Konoha's council chamber but well aware, from his own careful monitoring of the branches spreading out from his intervention, that his actions had triggered exactly the kind of reckoning he had anticipated, spent the following months building on the momentum of his success with the same patient, methodical care he applied to everything else. He intervened, over the course of that year, in 3 additional conflicts before they could fully ignite, each time tracing the true architects of manufactured crises back through layers of deception that conventional intelligence work struggled to penetrate, and each time resolving the underlying provocation through evidence and diplomacy rather than force, building, intervention by intervention. A reputation that transcended any single village's loyalty or suspicion. He began, as well, to formalize the work he had started with the school in the borderlands, establishing similar institutions in 3 other regions devastated by decades of proxy conflicts between the great villages, each one built on the same principle he had first tested with his initial venture. That children could be taught to defend themselves and their communities without being conscripted into a system that valued their lives primarily for the violence they could inflict on behalf of distant political interests. He funded these schools through a combination of his own careful, ongoing financial interventions and, increasingly, through genuine donations from grateful merchants and minor nobles who had come to associate his name with the prevention of exactly the kind of costly, destructive conflicts that had once seemed an unavoidable feature of the political landscape. By the 18-month mark of his 3-year agreement with Pain, Naruto Uzumaki had become, without ever formally declaring allegiance to any single village or founding any organization with a name and a flag, one of the single most influential figures in the elemental nations. A fact that unsettled traditional power structures in every hidden village precisely because it did not fit any of the existing categories those structures had been built to accommodate. He was not a missing nin, having committed no crime against any village. He was not, any longer, a loyal shinobi of Konoha, having left the village without formal release from his duties but without ever formally renouncing his headband either, a status he maintained with deliberate ambiguity that frustrated diplomats across the elemental nations who found themselves unable to categorize him within any of the frameworks their careers had trained them to rely upon. He met with Pain again at the 18-month mark, at Pain's own request, delivered through a network of intermediaries that Naruto's site had anticipated 3 weeks before the message actually arrived. They met once more on a rooftop, though this time the rain that fell was lighter, almost gentle, and Pain listened to an accounting of everything Naruto had built over the preceding year and a half with an expression that had shifted, subtly but unmistakably, from the flat, patient skepticism of their first conversation into something that might have been, in a man who had trained himself for years to feel as little as possible. The early stages of genuine reconsideration. You have accomplished more in 18 months than I expected you to accomplish in the full 3 years I granted you, Pain said, when Naruto finished. I will not pretend this does not complicate the certainty I have carried for a very long time. But complication is not the same as refutation, Naruto Uzumaki. 3 wars averted and 4 schools built, however genuinely impressive, do not yet constitute proof that your foundation can bear the full weight of the world's cruelty, only that it can withstand small, isolated tests of it. I remain prepared to wait the full 3 years. But I want you to understand that my patience is not infinite, and that the scale of proof required to shift a conviction this deeply rooted grows, rather than shrinks, with every month that passes. I understand, Naruto said, and meant it, aware that the true test of everything he had built was still ahead of him, gathering weight in the branches of a future that grew more complex and more consequential with every month that passed, a future that would eventually require him to prove not merely that he could prevent isolated crises, but that an entire world could be reordered, structurally and permanently, around principles his own foresight had revealed to be both necessary and, until now, entirely absent from the architecture of shinobi civilization. He left that second meeting with Pain understanding, more clearly than at any point since he first left Konoha, that the next 18 months would demand something considerably larger than the careful, incremental proof of concept he had spent the first phase of his exile building. He would need, before the 3 years expired, to demonstrate not merely that individual interventions could prevent individual tragedies, but that the underlying logic of the shinobi system itself, the assumption that villages must remain armed, secretive, and fundamentally adversarial toward one another in order to survive, could be replaced by something else entirely, something built on the specific, unprecedented transparency that his own ability made possible for the first time in the history of the elemental nations. It was an ambition of a scale he had not fully allowed himself to contemplate even in his most expansive private moments, and standing on that rain-slicked rooftop, watching Pain's rippled, storm-colored eyes study him with an attention that had shifted, almost imperceptibly, from skepticism towards something closer to genuine hope. Naruto Uzumaki understood that he had less than 18 months remaining to accomplish something no single person in the recorded history of the shinobi world had ever attempted, let alone achieved, the complete and permanent rewriting of the fundamental assumptions upon which an entire civilization's approach to power, security, and survival had been built. The reaction within Konoha's own council, meanwhile, had curdled during those 18 months into something considerably darker than the cautious uncertainty that had marked Tsunade's first emergency session. A faction of elders, led by 2 aging advisors who had survived every crisis in the village's history through a consistent and unyielding commitment to the principle that any power outside the village's direct control represented an existential threat regardless of its stated intentions, had spent the intervening months quietly building support for a course of action Tsunade herself had explicitly forbidden discussion of in open council, the elimination of Naruto Uzumaki before his influence. grew large enough to threaten Konoha's own strategic position among the great villages. They moved without Tsunade's knowledge or sanction, contracting the effort to a small, elite team of retired ANBU operatives whose loyalty to the elders' particular vision of the village's interests outweighed their loyalty to a Hokage they privately considered dangerously sentimental about a boy whose growing power they viewed as an unacceptable liability. Naruto felt the operation's earliest branches take shape in his awareness nearly 3 weeks before the team departed Konoha, the specific, cold clarity of an assassination plot registering in his sight with a texture he had learned, over years of careful practice, to distinguish immediately from the more ambiguous, contested futures that made up most of his ordinary observation. He did not intervene immediately. He watched instead, with the same patient, methodical care he applied to every significant branch in his awareness, tracing the operation's planning back to its source, confirming what he had already suspected from the specific chakra signatures involved, and arriving, within a few days of careful observation, at a complete understanding of exactly which elders had authorized the mission, exactly what resources they had committed to it, and exactly how they intended to frame the outcome. Whatever it turned out to be, to the rest of the council and to Tsunade herself, he allowed the team to travel most of the distance toward his current location, a decision that cost him some private unease even as he made it, aware that permitting an assassination attempt to develop this far carried real risk regardless of how thoroughly he had already mapped its likely outcomes. But he had learned, across every stage of the philosophy he had spent years refining, that some lessons required more than a private conversation to land with sufficient weight, and he judged, watching the branches of several possible responses unfold before him, that this particular lesson, the specific, dangerous fantasy that Konoha's elders could quietly eliminate him without consequence or exposure, needed to be corrected in a manner thorough enough that no future council, in Konoha or elsewhere, would seriously entertain the same fantasy again. The 4 retired ANBU operatives found him waiting for them in a clearing 2 days before they had planned to make their approach, having traced their intended ambush site back through his own reach and simply arrived there first, and the confrontation that followed proceeded, in its broad shape, much as his encounter with the Akatsuki extraction team had proceeded years earlier, for skilled and dangerous operatives discovering, in the span of a few disorienting minutes, that every element of their carefully planned assault had already been accounted for and quietly neutralized before they ever arrived. He did not harm any of them beyond what was strictly necessary to demonstrate the futility of continuing, disarming and immobilizing each in turn with an economy of motion that left all 4, by the encounter's end, more shaken by the sheer completeness of their failure than by any injury they had sustained. He gathered them together afterward, seated in a rough circle on the clearing floor, and spoke to them not with anger, though anger would have been an understandable response to an attempt on his life, but with the same patient, deliberate clarity he had used in every significant confrontation since he first stepped fully into the scope of his own power. "I know which elders sent you," he said, watching each of their faces carefully as he spoke, cataloging the specific mixture of fear and grudging respect that had replaced the professional determination they had carried into the clearing. "I know the specific justification they used to convince themselves this was necessary for the village's security. I want you to go back and tell them something for me, and I want you to tell them exactly as I say it, without softening it or leaving anything out." He gave them the message, delivered with a calm that carried more weight than any theatrical threat could have managed, that he understood the fear driving their decision, that he did not blame Konoha itself for the choices of a small faction within its leadership, that he had no intention of retaliating against the village for an act he had already prevented from causing any real harm, but that any future attempt on his life, from Konoha or from any other village, would be met not with the restrained, minimally harmful response he had just demonstrated, but with a full and complete accounting of exactly why such an attempt could never, under any circumstances, succeed. He was not, he told them plainly, interested in becoming Konoha's enemy. But he was no longer willing to be treated as a problem to be quietly solved by anyone who found his growing influence inconvenient, and the next village or faction that mistook his patience for weakness would discover, in terms considerably less gentle than the ones he had just offered these 4 operatives, exactly how completely that assumption had misjudged him. The 4 operatives returned to Konoha and delivered the message precisely as instructed, and the fallout within the council chamber, when Tsunade learned of the unauthorized operation and its humiliating failure, was severe and immediate. The 2 elders responsible found themselves stripped of their remaining influence within a council session that Tsunade, finally freed of the diplomatic caution she had maintained throughout the preceding months, conducted with a fury that several attendees would later describe as the most frightening display of her authority they had witnessed in years. She did not need Naruto's ability to see the obvious conclusion the failed assassination attempt forced upon her, that Konoha's continued survival as a relevant power in a world reordering itself around Naruto Uzumaki's growing influence depended entirely on her ability to rebuild some form of genuine relationship with him. Rather than continuing to treat him as either an asset to be reclaimed or a threat to be eliminated, she sent Kakashi, 3 weeks later, carrying a personal letter rather than any formal diplomatic communication, an admission of the council's failure and an invitation, offered without conditions or demands, for Naruto to return to Konoha whenever and however he judged it appropriate, not as a shinobi bound to the village's chain of command, but as whatever he had become, on whatever terms he himself chose to define. Naruto received the letter in the 4th of his 4 schools, reading it twice in the quiet of a small office overlooking a courtyard where children who had once been orphans of a war they had no part in starting practiced, under the guidance of instructors he had personally recruited, techniques designed to protect rather than to conquer, and felt something in his chest loosen slightly. A tension he had carried since the night he walked out of Konoha's gates without looking back finally, beginning, for the first time, to ease. He did not return immediately. There was still too much work ahead of him, too many branches of the coming 18 months that required his continued attention and his continued presence outside the traditional structures of any single village. But he wrote back to Tsunade that same evening, a letter considerably longer and considerably more honest than the brief note he had left on her desk 2 years earlier, describing in careful, deliberate detail exactly what he had become and exactly what he intended to build, and ending with a promise that he would return to Konoha, in time, not as the boy who had left in the middle of the night, but as whatever he turned out to be once the full shape of his ambition had finally been realized. Tsunade read that letter alone in her office late into the night, and understood, setting it down finally with hands that trembled slightly, that the world she had spent her entire career learning to navigate was ending, not through war or catastrophe, but through the slow, patient, unstoppable work of a single boy who had decided, quietly and without anyone's permission, exactly what kind of world he intended to build in its place, and that whatever came next, for Konoha and for every other power currently scrambling to understand the shape of the storm gathering around Naruto Uzumaki's name, would be shaped far more by his vision than by anyone else's resistance to it. News of the failed assassination attempt and Naruto's restrained, deliberate response to it traveled through the elemental nations with a speed and a specificity that dwarfed even the impact of his earlier interventions in the border war between Earth and Lightning, because this time, the story carried a dimension every hidden village's leadership understood immediately and viscerally. That a faction within the single most powerful hidden village in the elemental nations had attempted, with real resources and genuine intent, to kill Naruto Uzumaki, and had failed so completely, and been treated with such calculated restraint in the aftermath, that the message underlying the entire episode required no further embellishment to land with maximum weight in every council chamber that received it. The Mizukage, the Kazekage, and the Tsuchikage each convened emergency sessions with their own advisors within days of the story reaching them, and though the specific tenor of each conversation varied according to each village's particular history and particular anxieties, the underlying question every leadership circle found itself grappling with was fundamentally the same. What did it mean for the future of the shinobi world that a single individual, unaffiliated with any village's chain of command, now possessed both the demonstrated capacity to prevent wars before they began and the demonstrated capacity to survive, without significant effort, an assassination attempt mounted by one of history's most militarily sophisticated hidden villages? Gaara, now firmly established as Kazekage of the Sand and carrying within him the specific, hard-won clarity of someone who had once stood on the very edge of the darkness Naruto's kindness had helped pull him back from, called his own council session and listened to the same anxious debate unfolding in every other village, the same fearful voices arguing for preemptive caution, the same cautious voices urging patient diplomacy, and found himself, by the session's end, arriving at a conclusion considerably different from most of his fellow Kage. He requested, through channels considerably more direct and considerably warmer than the careful diplomatic feelers other villages were extending, a private audience with Naruto himself, and Naruto, recognizing in the request the specific texture of a friendship that had never fully faded despite years of separation and vastly divergent paths, agreed without hesitation. They met not on a rooftop in the rain, but in the dry, open expanse of the desert outside Sunagakure, under a sky so clear and so vast that it seemed, to Naruto, standing beside a friend whose own transformation from feared monster to beloved leader had unfolded across roughly the same years as his own strange metamorphosis, like a physical manifestation of the clarity he had spent so long cultivating in his own mind. "You've built something remarkable," Gaara said, without preamble, in the plain, unadorned manner that had become his particular signature as a leader who had learned, through painful experience, the specific cost of manipulation and deception. "Schools prevented wars. A reputation that has every Kage in the elemental nations rewriting their entire strategic doctrine to account for a single person's existence. I want to understand, Naruto, not what you can do, because the reports on that front are already extraordinary enough to strain credibility, but what you actually intend. Because a world reordered around one person's foresight is not automatically a better world, unless that person's judgment can be trusted absolutely, and I have learned, in my own life, exactly how dangerous it is to place that kind of trust in anyone, myself included, without real and ongoing accountability attached to it." The question landed with a weight Naruto had been expecting, in some form, for months, and he answered it with the same honesty he had extended to Pain on that rain-soaked rooftop nearly 2 years earlier, describing not merely what he had already built, but the full scope of what he intended to build in the 18 months remaining before his agreement with Pain expired, a network of institutions, schools and mediating councils and information-sharing arrangements between villages, built on the specific, unprecedented transparency his ability made possible, designed not to place ultimate authority in his own hands alone, but to demonstrate, conclusively and at a scale no one could dismiss as isolated coincidence, that a shinobi world organized around foresight, cooperation, and the prevention of manufactured conflict could actually function, and could actually outperform the fear-based, adversarial architecture that had governed the elemental nations for generations. "And when your 3 years with Pain expire," Gaara asked, "what happens if he judges your proof insufficient? What happens if the foundation you've built isn't strong enough to withstand whatever he intends to do next?" Naruto was quiet for a long moment, feeling the weight of a question he had turned over in his own mind more times than he could count during the sleepless hours of his ongoing exile. "Then I stop him," he said finally, and the flatness in his voice carried none of the reluctance the words might have suggested. "Not because I want to fight him. I understand his grief, Gaara, in a way I don't think most people currently opposing him actually do. But if he decides that total, purifying destruction is the only path left to him, I've already spent 2 years building the specific tools I'll need to prevent that outcome, and I intend to use every one of them, if it comes to that, because the alternative is a suffering large enough to make everything I've built until now meaningless." Gaara studied him for a long moment, the desert wind carrying sand between them in slow, drifting currents, and finally extended something Naruto had not fully expected to receive from this particular conversation, not merely continued friendship, but a formal, if quiet, alliance, Sunagakure's resources and diplomatic weight placed, discreetly but genuinely, behind the network of institutions Naruto had spent 2 years building, a partnership that would prove, in the 18 months that followed, instrumental in transforming what had begun as one determined individual's scattered interventions into something that finally began to resemble the outline of a genuinely new architecture for the shinobi world's future. Naruto left the desert that day with something he had not fully possessed before, not merely the grudging respect or wary tolerance he had earned from villages assessing him primarily as a variable to be managed, but a genuine ally, freely given, from someone who understood, better than almost anyone else alive, the specific weight of carrying a power the world feared before it understood. And he carried that alliance forward into the final and most consequential phase of his long exile with a confidence that had, for the first time since he walked out of Konoha's gates, very little to do with his own foresight at all, and everything to do with the simple, human fact of no longer building his vision of the future entirely alone. He returned to his network of schools in the weeks that followed with a clarity of purpose sharper than anything he had felt since the night he first decided, standing over Sasuke's unconscious body in a forest that felt, now, like it belonged to an entirely different lifetime, that the shinobi system was a flaw requiring correction rather than a tradition worth preserving. He had 18 months remaining. He had a growing coalition of allies who no longer viewed him purely through the lens of fear. And somewhere across a war-ruined country still healing beneath endless gray skies, a man who called himself God waited, patient and watchful, to see whether the boy who had once knelt in that forest could finally prove that a world built on foresight and cooperation was strong enough to stand where a world built on fear and force had always, eventually, collapsed. He carried the memory of that desert conversation with him through every subsequent negotiation of his remaining exile, a quiet reminder that the vision he had spent years refining was never meant to be his alone to define, however singular his ability to perceive its necessity might have been. Gaara's friendship, freely offered and freely tested across years of shared hardship neither of them had chosen, remained, in every account Naruto would later give of the coalition that eventually formed to answer the world's gravest threats, the first true proof that the foundation he was building could hold weight beyond his own solitary effort, and he never forgot, in all the years that followed, exactly how much that first alliance had cost a friend willing to risk his own hard-won legitimacy on the strength of a bond forged, long before either of them understood its full significance, in a forest outside a village that had once feared them both in equal and undeserved measure. The 18 months of that period taught Naruto something he had not fully anticipated when he first accepted Pain's 3-year deadline on that rain-soaked rooftop, that the hardest part of building anything lasting was rarely the singular, dramatic crisis that tested it, but the accumulated weight of 1,000 smaller, less visible choices, made day after day by people who would never be remembered individually for the role they played in a much larger transformation. He came to respect, watching his network of schools and his fragile new alliances slowly take root across a landscape that had spent generations assuming adversarial secrecy was simply the natural order of things, the particular courage required of ordinary administrators and teachers and minor diplomats who chose, again and again, without any of his own extraordinary foresight to reassure them, to keep believing that the harder, more transparent path was worth the risk of walking it. He would come to see, in later reflection, that this period of coalition building, unglamorous and administratively demanding in ways his earlier, more dramatic interventions had never required of him, was in fact the truest expression of everything his philosophy had always claimed to value. It was one thing to prevent a single war through decisive, well-timed action. It was another thing entirely to sit through weeks of contentious, often frustrating negotiation, ceding ground on details he privately considered obvious in order to preserve the larger, harder-won trust that made the whole enterprise sustainable, and it was in that slower, more patient labor that Naruto found himself growing, in ways his years of solitary power had never quite demanded of him, into someone capable of genuine partnership rather than mere benevolent oversight. It was a lesson that would echo, years later, in the quieter, more domestic chapters of his life still waiting somewhere ahead of him, though he did not yet know it, standing in that desert with Gaara's alliance freshly offered and the weight of a growing coalition settling onto his shoulders for the first time, that the truest tests of character rarely announced themselves as tests at all, but simply arrived, disguised as ordinary meetings and ordinary conversations, asking only that a person choose, quietly and without fanfare, to keep being who they had already decided to become. The 18 months that followed Naruto's alliance with Gaara unfolded with a momentum that surprised even Naruto himself, who had spent years training his ability to anticipate the shape of coming events, and still found himself, on more than one occasion during that final stretch of his exile, genuinely moved by how quickly a vision he had once nursed almost entirely alone began to take on a life independent of his own careful stewardship. The network of schools expanded from 4 institutions to 11, spreading across border regions in the land of rain, the land of grass, the contested territories between earth and lightning, and eventually, with a formal invitation extended by Gaara himself, into Suna's own outlying villages, where Naruto's methods, transparent and cooperative in ways that stood in stark contrast to the secretive adversarial training every hidden village had practiced for generations, began producing a generation of young shinobi whose fundamental assumptions about conflict and cooperation differed, in ways that unsettled traditionalists across the elemental nations, from every generation that had come before them. He established, alongside the schools, something he had spent months carefully designing and privately calling, in the notes he kept for himself, the Concord, a loose but genuine framework of information sharing between the villages that had chosen to participate. Built on a foundation of demonstrated trust rather than formal treaty obligations that history had repeatedly shown could be abandoned the moment they became inconvenient. Suna joined first, given Gaara's alliance. The land of earth and the land of lightning followed within months, their own leadership having witnessed firsthand, through Naruto's intervention in their border dispute, exactly how much needless suffering a genuine commitment to shared, verified intelligence could prevent. Kirigakure, still rebuilding its own society after a bloody civil war that had claimed the life of its previous, tyrannical leadership, joined next, its new and considerably more progressive Mizukage recognizing in Naruto's framework an opportunity to build the kind of transparent, accountable governance her own village desperately needed after decades of secrecy and purges. Konoha remained, for the better part of a year, conspicuously absent from the Concord, a fact that Naruto noted without surprise, understanding that Tsunade's own council, still healing from the wounds of the failed assassination attempt and the subsequent purge of its most reactionary faction, needed time to rebuild the kind of internal consensus that formal participation would require. He did not push. He had learned, across the full arc of his strange education, that the deepest changes required patience allowed to unfold on its own timeline rather than forced through pressure that would only breed resentment and eventual reversal. Konoha joined the Concord eventually, 7 months before the 3-year deadline Naruto had agreed to with pain, in a ceremony that Tsunade herself traveled to attend, standing beside a boy she had once worried over as Hokage and now, watching him move through a room full of Kage and diplomats with an authority that had nothing to do with rank and everything to do with the sheer, undeniable weight of what he had built, found herself regarding with something closer to awe than she had expected to feel toward anyone, let alone the loud, undisciplined orphan she remembered training all those years ago. But the true test of everything Naruto had built, the test that would ultimately determine whether his vision could survive contact with a challenge sufficiently vast and sufficiently patient to threaten the entire architecture of his careful, methodical progress, did not come from any of the great villages, and did not come, in the end, from Pain himself. It came from a source Naruto's sight had glimpsed only in fragments during his earliest reaching, years before he ever understood what he was looking at, the true architect standing behind Pain's own philosophy, a figure whose will pushed back against Naruto's foresight with a resistance more absolute and more ancient than anything he had encountered from any living opponent. Because the resistance did not come from strength of conviction in the way Pain's had. It came from something closer to the nature of eternity itself, a will that had already lived through more centuries than Naruto's mind could comfortably hold, patient beyond any human timescale, and utterly, terrifyingly convinced that the entire elemental nations existed as raw material for a plan that predated every village, every war, and every grief Naruto had spent years learning to understand and to answer. Her name, when Naruto finally learned it during a night of reaching so costly it left him unconscious for nearly 2 full days, was Kagaya, though the fragments of memory and myth surrounding that name reached him twisted through so many centuries of retelling that he could not, at first, fully separate legitimate historical fact from the kind of mythologized dread that accumulates around any sufficiently ancient and sufficiently terrible threat. What he could confirm, through the patient, exhausting work of tracing the threads of Pain's own philosophy back to their ultimate origin, was this, that a figure calling itself Black Zetsu, an entity that had survived in fragments and whispers for centuries, had spent generations quietly manipulating the shinobi world's major conflicts. seeding grief and vengeance in exactly the specific patterns required to eventually produce someone with pain's exact philosophy, someone whose plan to collect the tailed beasts and unleash a weapon of total, purifying destruction would, if fully executed, produce conditions precisely suited to reviving a being whose original defeat, millennia earlier, had never been as complete as the myths generations of shinobi had grown up believing. Naruto understood, piecing this together across weeks of careful, costly investigation, that Pain himself, for all his genuine grief and genuine conviction, had become, without ever fully realizing it, a tool in a plan considerably larger and considerably older than his own philosophy of shared, purifying pain. The specific method he intended to use, gathering all 9 tailed beasts and fusing their power into a single, devastating weapon, was not merely a strategy for ending war through overwhelming shock. It was, in the older and darker architecture Black Zetsu had spent centuries patiently constructing, the precise mechanism required to reassemble the full and complete form of a being whose chakra, divided at the moment of its original defeat into the 9-tailed beasts that had shaped the entire history of the shinobi world, had been waiting, ever since, for exactly this kind of catastrophic reunification. This discovery arrived roughly 2 months before the 3-year deadline Naruto had agreed to with Pain, and it forced a recalculation of every plan Naruto had spent the preceding years carefully constructing. He had built, over nearly 3 years of patient work, a genuine and demonstrable proof that a world organized around foresight and cooperation could prevent the kind of manufactured suffering that had once seemed an unavoidable feature of shinobi civilization. But the threat Black Zetsu represented was not manufactured suffering in the sense his interventions had so far addressed. It was something closer to an existential catastrophe, patient and ancient and largely indifferent to the specific political architecture Naruto had spent years building, because Black Zetsu's plan did not require the shinobi world to remain fractured and adversarial in order to succeed. It required only that Pain's specific grief drive him to collect all 9-tailed beasts, a project already substantially underway regardless of whatever broader diplomatic progress Naruto's Concord had achieved. He traveled to Rain immediately upon confirming the shape of the threat, arriving 3 weeks ahead of their scheduled final meeting, and found Pain waiting for him, as though the man's own patient, watchful will had somehow sensed the urgency in Naruto's early arrival before any message could have reasonably reached him. "You've discovered something," Pain said before Naruto had spoken a single word, the storm-colored eyes studying him with an attention that had, over the preceding 18 months of occasional correspondence and careful, ongoing dialogue, evolved into something considerably warmer than the flat, patient skepticism of their first meeting. "I need you to hear all of it before you say anything," Naruto said, and proceeded to lay out, in careful and exhaustive detail, everything he had pieced together about Black Zetsu, about the ancient plan predating and manipulating Pain's own philosophy, about the specific and terrible purpose the tailed beast extraction had been engineered, across centuries of patient manipulation, to ultimately serve. He watched Pain's face move through an arc of reactions that Naruto recognized, with a pang of genuine sympathy he had not fully expected to feel, as the specific and devastating experience of discovering that one's own deepest convictions, forged from real and irreplaceable grief, had been quietly weaponized by a force one had never known existed. Pain was silent for a long time after Naruto finished, standing at the edge of the rooftop where they had first met, staring out at a city he had spent years believing he was slowly, painfully guiding toward genuine salvation. "You understand," Pain said finally, his voice carrying a weight Naruto had not heard from him before, something closer to grief than to the patient, philosophical certainty that had defined every previous conversation between them, that if what you are describing is accurate, then everything I have done, every sacrifice I have justified to myself as necessary for a greater peace, has served a purpose I never chose and would never have chosen, had I understood its true shape. "I know," Naruto said quietly. "And I'm not telling you this to make you feel like your grief wasn't real, or like the reasons you had for believing what you believed weren't legitimate reasons, born from real suffering. I'm telling you because we're out of time to keep debating which philosophy is correct. There's something coming that doesn't care about either of our visions for the future, and if we don't stop it together, either of our visions is going to survive long enough to matter." Pain was quiet for a long moment more, and when he finally spoke again, Something in his voice had shifted permanently, the last vestiges of the patient, isolated conviction that had sustained him through years of solitary, grief-driven purpose finally giving way to something that Naruto recognized, watching it happen, as the specific and painful process of a person choosing, deliberately, and with real cost, to trust someone else's judgment over the certainty that had defined their entire adult life. Then tell me what you need, Pain said, and I will provide it, because I have spent 3 years watching you build something I did not believe was possible, and I would rather stake what remains of my life on the proof you have already given me than continue serving a purpose I never consented to and would never have chosen. The alliance that formed in the weeks that followed, between Naruto Uzumaki and the man the world had known as Pain, sent ripples through the elemental nations more profound than any single intervention Naruto had accomplished in the preceding 3 years, because it required something neither the great villages nor the various factions still wary of Naruto's growing influence had fully believed possible: the voluntary, complete surrender of an ambition Pain had pursued with total, unwavering conviction for the better part of a decade, offered not through defeat in battle, but through genuine persuasion, built patiently across 3 years of demonstrated proof that a better path actually existed. Naruto convened, in the weeks that followed, an emergency summit of every Kage participating in the Concord, held not in any single village's territory but in a neutral location Pain himself had suggested, a gesture of trust that landed with considerable weight given the man's history and reputation. He laid out, before the assembled leadership of 5 great villages and a growing coalition of smaller nations that had joined the Concord's framework over the preceding months, the full and terrible shape of the threat Black Zetsu represented. Watching the faces of leaders who had spent their careers navigating the comparatively straightforward calculus of shinobi rivalry and border disputes absorbed the specific vertigo of learning that an ancient, patient force had been quietly manipulating the entire history of their world's conflicts toward a single, catastrophic purpose. The debate that followed stretched across 3 full days, contentious and difficult in ways that tested every ounce of trust the Concord had painstakingly built over the preceding years, because the response the threat demanded required something no coalition of villages had ever previously attempted: the complete pooling of every resource, every piece of intelligence, and every shinobi capable of contributing meaningfully to a confrontation whose scale and stakes exceeded anything the elemental nations had faced since the era of the Sage of 6 Paths himself. Old rivalries surfaced, old suspicions reasserted themselves, and more than once during those 3 days, Naruto watched branches of the coming negotiation collapse into fracture and mutual recrimination, only to reach, with patient and exhausting effort, for the thinner threads that led back toward cooperation, nudging conversations at precisely the moments they threatened to derail, offering evidence and reassurance exactly when skepticism threatened to calcify into refusal. By the summit's end, an alliance had formed that would have seemed, 3 years earlier, an impossibility beyond even Naruto's most ambitious private hopes. Every great village, alongside a coalition of smaller nations, committed to a joint response against a threat that Naruto's foresight had identified with a clarity no other intelligence apparatus in the elemental nations could have matched. Built on a foundation of trust that had taken 3 years of patient, unglamorous work to construct. And that would now, in the weeks and months that followed, face the single greatest test any alliance in the history of the shinobi world had ever confronted. Naruto left that summit understanding, with a clarity that carried both exhilaration and a weight he had not fully anticipated, that everything he had built across 3 years of exile, every school and every prevented war and every careful, patient conversation with leaders who had begun that journey viewing him as a threat to be managed, had converged toward exactly the purpose he had glimpsed. In fragmented and uncertain form, kneeling over Sasuke's unconscious body in a forest that now felt impossibly distant, he had set out to prove that a world built on foresight could outperform a world built on fear. He was about to discover whether that proof could survive contact with a threat that had been patiently, invisibly shaping the entire history of that fear-driven world for longer than any living person could properly comprehend. The preparation that followed consumed the better part of 2 months, a period during which Naruto found himself, for the first time since his ability first matured, genuinely and completely stretched by the scale of foresight the coming confrontation demanded. Black Zetsu, sensing perhaps that his careful, centuries-long manipulation had been exposed, began moving with an urgency that Naruto's sight registered as a distinct and unwelcome shift in the texture of the future, branches that had once unfolded with the slow, patient inevitability of a plan confident in its own timescale now compressing and accelerating in ways that suggested the ancient entity intended to force the reassembly of the tailed beast's full and complete form well ahead of whatever schedule it had originally favored. Naruto spent those 2 months in near constant motion, coordinating between the 5 great villages and the growing coalition of smaller nations that had committed to the joint response, applying his foresight not merely to identify the shape of the coming confrontation but to solve the enormous, unglamorous logistical challenge of actually assembling an alliance's worth of shinobi, resources, and strategic coordination on a timeline that left almost no room for the kind of incremental trust building that had characterized the Concord's earlier growth. He reached further and more frequently than he had allowed himself in years, tracing the branches of troop movements and resource allocation and diplomatic friction with an intensity that left him, by the end of most days, hollowed out in a way that reminded him uncomfortably of the earliest, least controlled years of his training, when a single overambitious reach could leave him unconscious for the better part of a day. He discovered, during this period, something about the specific nature of Black Zetsu's resistance to his sight that both troubled and, in a strange way, clarified the scope of the confrontation ahead. Unlike Pain's will, which had pushed back against Naruto's reach with the force of a single, if vast, human conviction, Black Zetsu's resistance felt fragmented and distributed, as though the entity's true nature existed not as a single coherent consciousness but as something closer to a will spread thin across centuries of patient manipulation, present in fragments within the curse marks Orochimaru had once wielded, within the specific architecture of certain ancient seals scattered across the elemental nations, within the very cells of the being it intended to help resurrect. Naruto came to understand, through weeks of careful, exhausting investigation, that Black Zetsu was not merely an enemy to be confronted directly, but a corruption woven through the deep history of the shinobi world itself, and that defeating it would require not a single decisive battle, but a coordinated effort to sever every thread of its influence simultaneously, before it could consolidate its fragmented presence into the single, overwhelming form its plan had always been building toward. The final confrontation, when it arrived, took place not on a single battlefield but across a coordinated series of engagements spanning 3 separate locations, each corresponding to a fragment of Black Zetsu's influence that Naruto's foresight had identified as critical to disrupt simultaneously if the entity's plan was to be prevented rather than merely delayed. Gaara led the Sand Coalition against a fragment that had taken root in the ruins of an ancient temple deep within Suna's desert territory, a location Black Zetsu had spent decades quietly preparing as a secondary anchor point for its eventual resurrection. The Mizukage led a joint Kiri and Kumo strike force against the second fragment hidden within the depths of the Land of Water's most treacherous ocean trenches, a location so remote and so dangerous that Black Zetsu had apparently judged it safe from discovery for centuries. And Naruto himself, alongside Pain and a small, elite coalition drawn from Konoha and the remaining members of the old Akatsuki organization who had chosen, in the wake of Pain's own conversion, to follow their former leader into this final, desperate effort, moved against the largest and most dangerous fragment of all. Gathering in a hidden valley deep within the Land of Rain where Black Zetsu had spent the preceding weeks working to complete the resurrection ritual ahead of schedule, Naruto felt the scale of what awaited him in that valley long before he arrived. A presence in the fabric of possibilities so vast and so ancient that his sight, straining to encompass its full shape, blurred and scattered in ways he had never before experienced, not merely resistance to a single strong-willed opponent, but something closer to vertigo. The sensation of trying to read a book whose pages extended backward and forward through more centuries than any human mind could comfortably hold. He understood, standing at the valley's edge with Pain beside him and a coalition of shinobi who had, 3 years earlier, represented rival and often openly hostile factions now standing shoulder to shoulder against a threat that dwarfed their previous rivalries into irrelevance, that he was about to test the absolute limit of everything he had spent his entire life learning to become. The being that rose from the ritual circle at the valley's center as they arrived was not fully Kagaya, not yet, Black Setsu's rushed and incomplete effort having produced something closer to a nascent, partially formed vessel than the complete and terrible entity the ancient manipulator had originally intended to resurrect. But even incomplete, even rushed and unstable, the raw power radiating from the pale, horned figure that opened its third eye upon the assembled coalition made every shinobi present, veterans of countless battles among them, feel the specific and unfamiliar sensation of standing before something that did not belong to the same category of threat their training had ever prepared them to face. Naruto reached, in the opening moments of the confrontation, further and harder than he had ever reached in his entire life, pushing past every limit he had previously encountered, searching for the branch, however thin, that led toward victory rather than the catastrophic defeat that dominated nearly every version of the coming battle his strained sight could perceive. He found, at the very edge of what his exhausted reach could sustain, a thread so faint it was barely perceptible, a version of events where the coalition's combined strength, applied not through brute force but through the precise, coordinated timing his foresight alone could provide, created an opening sufficient to prevent the incomplete vessel from stabilizing into its full and terrible final form. The battle that followed tested every technique and every alliance Naruto had spent 3 years carefully constructing, Pain's own mastery over the paths of destruction and creation combining with Gaara's sand and the coordinated ninjutsu of shinobi from 5 great villages who had, until recently, viewed each other as rivals if not outright enemies, all of it woven together by Naruto's own relentless, exhausting foresight, calling out adjustments and warnings and precise timing with a clarity that transformed what should have been chaotic, desperate combat into something closer to a single, coordinated organism moving with a unity of purpose the elemental nations had never before achieved in their long and fractured history. It was not enough on its own. Naruto understood, watching the vessel absorb blow after coordinated blow with a resilience that suggested its incomplete state had not diminished its fundamental power so much as merely delayed its full expression, that conventional combat, however perfectly coordinated, would not be sufficient to prevent the resurrection Black Setsu had spent centuries engineering. The answer, when it finally arrived to him, arrived not through his sight, which had reached its absolute limit and begun, alarmingly, to falter and blur even on matters of the immediate present, but through something closer to the raw, desperate clarity of a boy who had once decided, standing in a forest over an unconscious friend, that some outcomes could not be predicted or navigated, only authored directly through the sheer force of choosing them into being. He reached, in the final and most costly act of authorship he had ever attempted, not to select among branches already available or even to nudge a small, local probability toward a preferred outcome, but to write, from nothing, an entirely new possibility into a future that had never previously contained it, a specific, precise convergence of every technique and every ally present in that valley, timed to a single instant with a precision that exceeded anything his sight alone could have calculated, requiring instead the full and complete exercise of the authorship half of his ability pushed to a limit he had never previously approached, let alone crossed. The cost was immediate and catastrophic. He felt something in the deep architecture of his own chakra system strain and nearly break under the weight of what he was attempting, a sensation unlike anything he had experienced in years of careful, disciplined practice, closer to the feeling of a bone bending toward its breaking point than the familiar exhaustion of an overextended reach. But the authorship held, barely, and in the single, precisely coordinated instant that followed, every shinobi in that valley moved exactly as the newly written branch required, Pain's Deva path opening a gravitational rift at precisely the moment Gaara's sand constricted the vessel's incomplete form, at precisely the moment Naruto himself, drawing on every scrap of chakra his strained system could still provide, drove a technique built from years of careful study directly into the seam of the vessel's incomplete stabilization, unraveling the ritual Black Setsu had spent centuries preparing before it could complete its final, catastrophic transformation. The valley went silent in the aftermath, the pale, horned figure at its center collapsing back into the fragmented, incomplete pieces from which it had been assembled, Black Setsu's ancient, patient consciousness scattering across a dozen locations in a final, desperate bid to preserve some remnant of its centuries-long plan, a bid that the coordinated strikes at the 2 other locations, arriving in nearly the same instant thanks to timing Naruto had calculated weeks in advance, ensured would Find no safe harbor anywhere in the elemental nations. Naruto collapsed the moment the battle ended, his body finally giving out under the accumulated weight of every reach and every act of authorship he had pushed to their absolute limits, and the last thing he registered, before darkness closed over him entirely, was Pain's hands catching him before he struck the ground, and the strange, unfamiliar sound of the man who had once called himself God, laughing. Quiet and disbelieving and genuinely, profoundly relieved, at the sight of a boy who had just done what no one in the recorded history of the shinobi world had ever previously accomplished. He woke 3 days later in a medical tent erected at the edge of the valley, his body wrapped in bandages that spoke to injuries he did not remember sustaining in his chakra system. When he cautiously tested it, feeling raw and depleted in a way that reminded him of the very first time he had pushed his sight a full year into the future and collapsed in a forest clearing years earlier. Only magnified now to a degree that made even lifting his own arm feel like an act requiring deliberate, careful effort. Pain sat beside his cot, having apparently maintained a near constant vigil throughout the 3 days of Naruto's unconsciousness, and the expression on the man's rain-scarred face when Naruto's eyes finally opened carried something Naruto had never before seen there, not in their first confrontation on that distant rooftop, not in any of the careful, evolving conversations that had followed, something close to unguarded, genuine warmth. "You very nearly killed yourself," Pain said, without preamble, in the same flat, direct manner that had characterized every conversation between them since the beginning. "The medics tell me your chakra coils showed damage consistent with forcing them past every safe limit simultaneously. Whatever it was you did in that final moment, Naruto Uzumaki, it cost you more than I think you fully understood you were spending. It worked though," Naruto said, his voice rough and unfamiliar in his own ears. "Black Zetsu? Fragmented beyond any capacity to reassemble, according to every report reaching us from the other 2 engagements." Pain's expression shifted, something that might, in a face less accustomed to restraint, have become a genuine smile. Gaara's coalition destroyed the anchor point in the desert temple entirely. The Mizuki's forces required considerably more effort in the ocean trench, but the fragment there is confirmed eliminated as well. Whatever ancient plan that entity spent centuries constructing has ended, here, in this valley, because a boy who once told me that gentler paths could actually work decided, in the end, that some threats required more than gentleness to answer, and found within himself the capacity to provide exactly what was needed, at exactly the cost required. Naruto lay quietly for a long moment, processing the news with a relief so profound it felt, for a moment, like its own kind of exhaustion, before a different concern surfaced, one that had been building in the back of his mind even through the haze of his recovery. "The cost," he said slowly. "What exactly happened to my ability? I can feel that something's different. Weaker, maybe? Or just changed?" Pain was quiet for a moment, and when he answered, his voice carried a careful, deliberate honesty that Naruto had come to associate, over the preceding months, with the specific and hard-won trust that had grown between them. "The healers who examined you, working alongside 2 of Konoha's own medical specialists that Tsunade sent the moment she learned of the battle, believe the damage may be permanent, at least in part. Your reach, they suspect, based on what limited testing your current condition allows, may never again extend as far as it once did. The authorship, the capacity to write new branches into being from nothing rather than merely select among those already present, may be diminished as well, though whether temporarily or permanently, no one can say with certainty yet." Naruto absorbed this news with a complicated stillness that surprised even him, expecting, in the moment before Pain's answer arrived, a wave of dread or grief at the thought of losing the ability that had defined nearly every choice of his adolescence and young adulthood. Instead, what he found, turning the news over in his mind as he lay in that medical tent with his body still recovering from the cost of the price he had paid, was something closer to a strange and unexpected peace, the recognition that the ability had already accomplished, in the years since he first discovered its true shape kneeling over Sasuke in a forest, everything it had needed to accomplish. It had shown him a broken system clearly enough to judge it. It had given him the tools to prove, patiently and at real cost, that a better system could be built in its place. And in its final, most costly exercise, It had prevented a catastrophe that would have unmade everything he had spent 3 years building, an outcome he found himself able to accept as a fair and even generous exchange, whatever price his own future capabilities might ultimately pay for it. "I think that's okay," he said finally, and meant it, feeling something settle into place inside him that had been unsettled, in one way or another, since the night his ability first fully revealed itself to him as a 9-year-old boy alone in an apartment turning a dull kunai over in his hands. "I built what I needed to build. If the ability's done its job, maybe it's supposed to step back now and let the rest of it stand on its own, without me needing to keep reaching further and further just to prove it still works." Pain studied him for a long moment, something unreadable and deeply thoughtful moving behind the rippled, storm-colored eyes, before he spoke again, his voice carrying a weight that suggested the words had been building in him for longer than the preceding 3 days of vigil beside Naruto's cot. "I have spent most of my adult life believing that peace could only be purchased through an act of total, purifying destruction, because every gentler path I witnessed collapsed, eventually, back into the same cycles of grief and vengeance that produced it in the first place. You have spent 3 years proving me wrong, not through any single dramatic gesture, but through the patient, unglamorous work of building institutions that outlasted their own founding crisis, alliances that survived contact with genuine adversity, and finally, in that valley, a willingness to sacrifice something precious and irreplaceable rather than allow the world you had built to be unmade by a threat neither of us fully understood until it was nearly too late to stop it. I do not know what the elemental nations will look like 10 years from now, Naruto Uzumaki. But I no longer believe, as I once did with absolute and unshakable certainty, that total destruction is the only honest response to a broken world. You have given me something I did not expect to receive again in this lifetime. You have given me hope that I was wrong." Naruto did not have an answer ready for that, the weight of it landing somewhere in his chest that had nothing to do with his depleted chakra or his aching, recovering body, and the two of them sat together in a comfortable, exhausted silence for a long while afterward, two people who had begun as adversaries and ended, through years of patient, difficult trust-building, as something closer to genuine friends, having together prevented a catastrophe that would have unmade the entire world. Either of them had spent their lives trying, in their very different ways, to save. Word of the valley's battle and its outcome spread across the elemental nations within days, carried not through the slow, uncertain channels of rumor and merchant gossip that had once carried news of Naruto's earlier interventions, but through the formal, coordinated diplomatic apparatus of the Concord itself, every participating village receiving, within the same week, a full and detailed accounting of the threat that had nearly consumed their entire world and the coalition that had, together, prevented it. The reaction, across every council chamber and every village, was not uniform. Some leaders, particularly among the older generation who had spent their careers navigating shinobi politics through the familiar and comfortable logic of rivalry and deterrence, found themselves struggling to fully process a victory achieved not through any single village's individual strength, but through a cooperative architecture that Naruto Uzumaki had spent 3 years patiently constructing specifically because he had judged, correctly as it turned out, that no single village's traditional strength would have proven sufficient against a threat of that scale. Others, particularly among the younger generation of shinobi and the leadership of villages that had joined the Concord early and experienced firsthand the tangible benefits of genuine cooperation, greeted the news with something closer to the beginning of a new kind of confidence, a sense that the fractured, adversarial world they had inherited from their parents' and grandparents' generation was not, in fact, the only possible arrangement the elemental nations could sustain, and that the specific, hard-won proof Naruto had provided, first through prevented wars and thriving schools and now through a shared victory against a threat that would have annihilated every village equally regardless of its individual strength, offered a foundation considerably more durable than anything the old, fear-driven architecture had ever managed to provide. Naruto himself, recovering slowly over the following weeks in a quiet corner of Suna's medical facilities where Gaara had personally ensured he received the best care available, found himself confronting, for the first time in years, a question he had not fully allowed himself to consider during the relentless, forward-driven momentum of his 3-year exile: what came next? Now that the specific and immediate purpose that had defined nearly every choice of his adolescence and young adulthood had, in the most costly and complete way imaginable, finally been fulfilled, that question found an answer, of sorts, in a challenge Naruto had not fully anticipated arriving so soon after the valley's battle, though in hindsight, once his sight had recovered enough to examine the branches leading toward it, he understood that some version of this particular reckoning had always been waiting somewhere down the road his choices had built. A coalition of smaller nations, several of them long-time clients of the great villages who had never been formally invited to participate in the Concord's founding negotiations, began, in the weeks following news of the valley's victory, to voice a grievance that Naruto recognized immediately as both legitimate and, in its own way, dangerous to everything he had spent 3 years building. That the new architecture of cooperation and shared intelligence he had constructed, however genuinely beneficial its results, had been built almost entirely according to his own judgment and his own foresight, with the great villages consulted extensively but the smaller nations whose fates were equally at stake largely left to accept an arrangement designed without their meaningful input. He recognized, hearing the grievance articulated in careful, pointed terms by a delegation representing a dozen minor territories that had spent generations existing in the shadow of the great villages' rivalries, that the criticism cut directly at the central tension he had never fully resolved within his own conscience. The same tension that had first surfaced years earlier in the immediate aftermath of Sasuke's departure from Konoha, the difference between reshaping the world to prevent suffering and reshaping the world according to a vision that, however well-intentioned, remained fundamentally his own, imposed through the sheer weight of an ability no one else could match or meaningfully challenge. He convened, in response, a second summit, considerably larger than the emergency gathering that had preceded the valley's battle, inviting not merely the 5 great villages but every nation, however small, that the Concord's framework touched, and he opened that summit not with a plan already formed, as he had at every previous stage of his careful, methodical work, but with a question genuinely posed and genuinely open to whatever answer the assembled delegates chose to provide. What should the architecture of cooperation actually look like, going forward, if it was to belong not to a single individual's foresight but to every nation whose future it claimed to protect? The debate that followed stretched across nearly 2 weeks, considerably longer and considerably more contentious than the 3 days that had produced the emergency alliance against Black Zetsu, because the question at its center touched something far more fundamental than a single coordinated response to a shared threat. It asked, directly and without the comfortable urgency of imminent catastrophe to force quick consensus, whether the elemental nations actually wanted to build a genuinely shared, accountable system of governance, and if so, what checks and balances such a system would require to ensure that even someone with Naruto's demonstrated benevolence, let alone whoever might eventually inherit or challenge his position, could never again accumulate the kind of unilateral influence he had spent 3 years quietly building. Naruto listened to that debate with an attention he found, somewhat to his own surprise, genuinely engaged rather than merely patient, understanding that the criticism leveled against his own accumulated influence carried real weight regardless of how carefully he had tried, throughout his exile, to exercise that influence with restraint and transparency. He had built the Concord's framework according to his own judgment because his own judgment, sharpened by years of foresight no one else could match, had been the only tool available to him at the time. But a system that depended permanently on the continued goodwill and continued availability of a single, extraordinarily gifted individual was not, he understood, listening to delegates from small nations articulate fears he recognized as entirely legitimate, a system built to last, or a system that honored the principle of genuine self-determination he had always claimed to be building toward. He proposed, by the summit's end, a restructuring that surprised nearly everyone present, including, in its full scope, Pain himself, who had expected Naruto to resist ceding any significant portion of the influence he had spent 3 years accumulating. A rotating council, drawn from every participating nation regardless of size, would assume formal authority over the Concord's ongoing operations, with Naruto's own role transitioning from the architect and unilateral guarantor of the system into something closer to an advisor and emergency responder. available to intervene directly only in circumstances the Council itself judged to exceed its own collective capacity to address, a threshold deliberately set high enough to prevent his continued involvement from becoming, by default, the system's primary mechanism of governance. You built this entire architecture around your own ability, Payne said to him privately, after the summit's most contentious session had finally produced something approaching consensus around the proposed restructuring. And now you are voluntarily surrendering the position that ability earned you. I confess I did not expect this from you, Naruto Uzumaki, though perhaps I should have, given everything else you have taught me about the difference between genuine strength and the mere accumulation of unchecked power. If the whole point was proving that a system built on foresight and cooperation could outlast fear, Naruto said, watching delegates from a dozen small nations debate the specific mechanics of the new council structure with an energy and a genuine investment that he found, watching it unfold, more satisfying than almost anything else he had witnessed in 3 years of careful, patient work. Then the system has to actually be able to survive without me personally holding it together. Otherwise all I've really done is replace one kind of fear of war and manufactured conflict, with a new kind, fear of what happens to everyone if something ever happens to me. That's not the world I set out to build. It never was. The restructuring passed, in its final form, with a margin that exceeded even the most optimistic projections Naruto's remaining, diminished sight could offer him, and in the weeks that followed, he watched the rotating council take its first tentative steps toward genuine, independent governance, resolving a border dispute between two of the smaller participating nations without requiring his intervention at all. A small and unremarkable success by the standards of everything that had come before it, but one that Naruto found himself watching with a satisfaction more complete than almost any of his earlier, more dramatic interventions had provided, because it proved, in a way nothing else could have, that the foundation he had spent 3 years building could genuinely stand on its own. He returned to Konoha not long after, for the first time in 3 years, walking through gates he had once passed beneath in the deep hours of the night without looking back, and found the village transformed in ways both large and small, a Hokage's office where Tsunade greeted him not with the wary, complicated caution of their last difficult conversations but with an embrace that carried 3 years of worry and pride and relief in equal measure. Streets where villagers who had once flinched from his presence now watched him pass with an expression closer to reverent curiosity than fear, and a quiet, persistent sense, settling into him as he walked the familiar paths of his childhood, that he had finally, after everything, found his way back to something like home, though the boy who had left those gates and the man who now returned through them were, in every way that mattered, entirely different people. But even as he allowed himself, for the first time in years, to simply rest in the relief of a threat defeated and a foundation successfully laid, some old, familiar instinct, sharpened by years of reaching ahead into futures other people could not see, told him that the story was not yet finished, that the true and final test of everything he had built still waited somewhere ahead. In a future his diminished sight could no longer fully perceive but could still, faintly and unmistakably, feel. Gathering weight on the horizon, he found Sakura in the hospital wing 3 days after his return, having grown, in his absence, into one of the finest medical shinobi Konoha had produced in a generation, and the reunion between them carried a warmth that surprised them both, 3 years of separation and vastly divergent paths dissolving, within minutes of conversation, back into the easy familiarity of two people who had once been children together in a world that had asked far too much of both of them far too early. She examined him with a medic's careful, professional attention, confirming what the healers in Suna had already told him about the lasting damage to his chakra system, and then, setting aside the clipboard she had been using to record her findings, simply held his hand for a long moment, saying nothing, the gesture carrying more weight than any of the careful, formal words either of them might have offered instead. Sasuke's return to the village, Naruto learned during that same visit, had unfolded years earlier along a path considerably more complicated than his own, involving a reckoning with Itachi's true history and a slow, difficult process of atonement that had eventually led him back through Konoha's gates as a shinobi rebuilding trust one careful mission at a time. The two of them met on the same training ground where they had once fought each other nearly to death at the Valley of the End, and the conversation that followed, halting and imperfect in the way that reconciliation between old friends who had each traveled impossibly far from the children they once were tends to be, and not in the kind of dramatic, cathartic resolution that storybooks favored, but in something quieter and more durable, an agreement to simply keep talking, to rebuild, slowly, and without forcing the process, whatever remained salvageable of a friendship that had once meant more to both of them than either had known how to properly express. He spent the following weeks moving through a village that had, in his absence, become something he barely recognized and yet felt, at the same time, more deeply and completely his own than it ever had during the lonely, hostile years of his childhood, and in the quiet moments between reunions and council meetings and the slow, careful work of formally integrating Konoha's own institutions into the Concord's broader framework. He found himself returning, again and again, to the same faint and persistent sense that had first surfaced in that hospital bed in Suna, that the story the elemental nations had just lived through, the defeat of Black Zetsu and the founding of a genuinely cooperative architecture of governance, was not, in fact, the final chapter of what his life had been building toward, but rather the necessary foundation for something else, something his diminished sight could only barely perceive at the very edge of its remaining reach, gathering shape somewhere in a future that had not yet fully decided what it intended to become. He did not yet know what that final chapter would demand of him, or whether the ability he had spent his entire life mastering, now diminished and uncertain in ways he was still learning to navigate, would prove sufficient to meet it when it finally arrived. But he understood, walking the familiar streets of a village that had once hated him and now, slowly and imperfectly, was learning to love him for something more honest than the loud, undisciplined orphan they remembered, that whatever came next, he would not face it alone, the way he had faced so much of his early life, but surrounded by a coalition of friends and allies and institutions that had grown, over 3 patient and costly years, into something considerably stronger than any single person's foresight, however vast, could ever have built alone. And somewhere in the quiet hours of those final weeks, sitting alone on the Hokage monument at 3 in the morning the way he had once sat as a boy first discovering the true scope of what lived inside him, Naruto let himself feel, without flinching away from it, the full and complicated weight of everything that had brought him to this particular midnight, and understood. Watching the village he had spent a lifetime learning to love sleep peacefully beneath a sky finally free of any threat. His sight could detect that the girl and boy who had once been strangers to him across a bell test and a bridge and a forest full of grief were, in the end, the reason any of it had mattered at all, and that whatever the future still had gathering in its farthest, faintest branches, he would meet it the same way he had met everything else since a night 16 years past when the sky first tore open above this village, not as a god standing apart from the world he had chosen to reshape, but as its patient, imperfect, and entirely willing architect. The formal ceremony recognizing Konoha's full integration into the Concord's restructured council took place a month later, in the same square where Naruto had once watched, as a small and unnoticed child, the village celebrate victories that had never included him. Tsunade stood beside him as he addressed the crowd that had gathered not out of the wary curiosity of years past but out of something that had grown, slowly and almost without anyone fully noticing the transition, into genuine civic pride, and when he spoke, he found himself reaching for words considerably simpler than anything the scale of the preceding 3 years might have seemed to demand. He spoke of a childhood spent believing himself alone, of an ability that had shown him, before he had the words to properly understand it, that the future was neither fixed nor entirely his to command, but something built, patiently and collectively, from the accumulated weight of countless individual choices. He spoke of pain, standing quietly at the edge of the gathered crowd alongside a delegation from Rain that had traveled to witness the ceremony, and named him, without hesitation or qualification, a friend whose transformation from adversary to ally had taught him more about the nature of genuine change than any of his own careful, patient interventions ever had. He spoke of Sasuke and Sakura and Gaara and the dozens of shinobi and diplomats and ordinary citizens across a dozen nations who had, each in their own way, chosen to build something better than the fractured, fearful world they had all inherited, and he made clear, in terms that left no ambiguity for anyone still inclined to view him as the sole architect of everything the Concord had accomplished, that the credit for what had been built belonged to all of them collectively, and to none of them, including himself, alone. Tsunade watched him speak with an expression that mixed pride and something close to wonder, remembering, as she listened, a small and furious boy demanding, again and again, that the village finally acknowledge him, and understanding, watching that same boy now stand before a crowd that had learned, slowly and at real cost, to acknowledge him more completely than he had ever dared to hope. That the specific shape of the acknowledgment he had ultimately earned bore almost no resemblance to anything either of them could have imagined during those early, difficult years of his childhood. He had not simply earned the village's respect. He had earned something considerably rarer and considerably more valuable, the quiet, hard-won trust of an entire world that had watched him choose, again and again, at every point where a different choice might have served his own power and his own glory more directly, to build something that could stand without him, rather than something that depended entirely on his continued presence to survive. When the ceremony ended and the crowd began to disperse into the warm evening air, Naruto lingered in the square a while longer, watching children who had grown up during his 3-year absence play in the same streets where he had once walked alone and unwanted, and felt, for the first time in longer than he could clearly remember, something that had nothing to do with foresight or strategy or the careful, exhausting calculation of futures still waiting to be built. He felt, simply and completely, at peace, and he allowed himself, for the length of that quiet evening at least, to simply exist inside that peace without reaching ahead to see how long it might last. That peace, he understood even as he savored it, was not the same as an ending. Some old and patient instinct, quieter now than it had been in the years before the valley's battle but not yet entirely silent, told him that the faint, unresolved fragments of Black Zetsa's ancient design, scattered but perhaps not fully extinguished across the deep places of the elemental nations, along with the sheer, unprecedented scale of the new order he and so many others had built together, would eventually demand one final reckoning, a last test of whether the foundation could truly bear the full weight of everything still to come. He did not know, standing in that quiet square as the evening settled fully into night, exactly what shape that reckoning would take, or how much of himself it would ultimately require. But he had learned, across every stage of his long and strange education, that peace earned through genuine effort was never quite the same as peace guaranteed forever, and that the difference between the two was precisely the reason a person kept building, kept tending, kept choosing, even after the hardest battle seemed, for a while, to be over. He understood, in the quiet, reflective days that followed the formal ceremony, that the world he had helped build now carried a momentum considerably larger than any single choice he might make going forward, a realization that brought with it both relief and a faint, unfamiliar vertigo, the specific sensation of a man setting down a weight he had carried so long, and so completely that its absence felt, for a while, almost like its own kind of burden. He spent those days walking the village slowly, revisiting places that had shaped him in ways both painful and formative. The old orphanage building, long since repurposed into a community center for exactly the kind of children he himself had once been, the ramen stand where an old friend still remembered his order without needing to ask, the quiet corner of the academy grounds where a math teacher had once looked at a failing student and seen, before almost anyone else in the village had thought to look, someone worth genuinely investing in. Each place carried its own small piece of the long, unlikely road that had led him here, and he found himself grateful, in a way that had nothing to do with strategy or foresight, for every single one of them. He thought, too, in those quiet days, about the 11 schools now scattered across the elemental nations, each one a small, deliberate rebuttal to the assumption that had once seemed, to nearly everyone raised inside the old system, simply the unavoidable price of survival in a dangerous world. He thought about the children now graduating from those schools into a version of the shinobi world that had never once asked them to kill before they were old enough to fully understand what killing cost, and he felt, turning that thought over during a slow walk past the academy where his own difficult education had first begun, a satisfaction more complete and more durable than any single battle he had ever won. Because it was a satisfaction built not on the strength of his own hand, but on the accumulated, ongoing choices of thousands of people he would never personally meet, each one now living inside a future his patient, costly work had helped make possible for them, without ever requiring their knowledge or their gratitude in return. He understood, as well, watching the rotating council's early independent successes accumulate week by week, that the specific test he had once believed only his own extraordinary foresight could pass, the test of proving a better world was possible, had in fact never really been a test of his ability at all, not in its deepest sense. It had always been a test of whether ordinary people, given genuine tools and genuine reason to trust each other, would choose to keep building something better once the extraordinary circumstances that first made its construction necessary had faded. Watching that test begin, slowly and unevenly, to pass on its own merits, without requiring his continued intervention at every turn, Naruto felt something in him that had been braced and vigilant for the better part of 3 years finally, cautiously, begin to relax. He would carry that lesson forward, too, into every remaining year of his long and eventful life, understanding that the truest measure of anything worth building was never how impressively it began, but how quietly and how completely it managed, eventually, to no longer need its original architect at all. In the years that followed, historians studying the transition from the old, fractured shinobi order to the cooperative architecture of the Concord would return again and again to this particular stretch of Naruto's life, the patient, unglamorous work of coalition building that followed the dramatic defeat of Black Zetsu, as the true hinge point of the entire transformation. More significant in its lasting consequences than even the Valley battle itself, because it was here, in the slow accumulation of trust between dozens of nations large and small, that the new order finally became something durable enough to survive the eventual fading of the singular, extraordinary circumstances that had first made it possible. It was, in the truest and most complete sense, the beginning of an ending that had never actually needed to be dramatic in order to matter, and Naruto, walking away from that summit with a coalition of former rivals now genuinely bound together in shared purpose, understood, for the first time in years, exactly how much quieter the truest victories could be than anything his younger, more desperate self had once imagined them needing to look like. The reckoning Naruto had felt gathering at the edge of his diminished sight arrived nearly a year later, not as the cataclysmic threat he had half expected during the quiet, uneasy months of peace that followed Konoha's formal integration into the Concord, but as something considerably more insidious, a slow, creeping erosion of the very trust his 3 years of patient work had so carefully constructed, and it arrived, as the most dangerous threats to anything genuinely good so often do, wearing the reasonable, persuasive face of a solution to problems that were, in fact, largely of its own quiet making. It began in the land of lightning, in a council chamber where a faction of younger, ambitious officers, resentful of what they had come to view as an unacceptable dilution of Kumogakure's traditional military independence, began circulating a carefully constructed argument that the Concord's cooperative architecture, however successful against the singular, extraordinary threat of Black Zetsu, represented a permanent and unacceptable vulnerability in a world that would inevitably, eventually, produce new and different dangers the current framework had never been designed to address. They pointed, with genuine and not entirely unreasonable concern, to Naruto's own diminished ability, no longer capable of the vast, near-omniscient foresight that had originally justified the great village's trust in a system built so heavily around his personal judgment, and asked, in terms that found sympathetic ears across a dozen council chambers already nursing their own quiet anxieties about a peace that felt, to old soldiers trained for generations to expect betrayal, uncomfortably fragile. Naruto felt the argument's specific shape take hold across the elemental nations with a slowness that made it, in some ways, more dangerous than any of the acute, decisive crises he had spent his exile learning to navigate, because it did not announce itself as an enemy to be identified and confronted directly. It arrived instead as a series of small, reasonable-seeming adjustments, a request here for expanded unilateral military authority in border regions historically prone to dispute, a quiet decision there to reduce the frequency of intelligence sharing on the grounds of operational security, each individual choice defensible on its own narrow terms, and each one, taken together, slowly hollowing out the specific, hard-won architecture of transparency and mutual accountability that had allowed the Concord to function as something more than a fragile truce between old rivals. He recognized, watching this slow erosion unfold across nearly a year of careful, patient observation, that his own diminished sight, no longer capable of tracing the deep, distant branches of political consequence with the effortless clarity of his earlier years, had left him uniquely vulnerable to precisely this kind of gradual, incremental threat. One built not from a single dramatic confrontation his old ability might have anticipated and preempted years in advance, but from the accumulated weight of countless small, individually defensible decisions, each one made by people who genuinely believed, in the moment of making it, that they were simply exercising reasonable caution rather than participating in the slow dismantling of something worth protecting. He convened, in response, not a summit demanding immediate, decisive action, a tool he recognized would prove entirely unsuited to a threat this diffuse and this gradual, but a considerably quieter and more patient campaign of his own, traveling personally to every council chamber where the erosion had taken visible root, spending weeks in each location engaging not in the language of crisis and confrontation, but in the slower, more human work of genuine listening and genuine dialogue. Understanding that the anxieties driving the erosion, however misguided in their ultimate policy conclusions, sprang from fears that deserved to be taken seriously rather than dismissed, he found, in Kumogakure, a rakeage genuinely torn between loyalty to the cooperative framework he had helped build and mounting pressure from officers who commanded real and legitimate support within his own military, and Naruto spent nearly a month in that village, not reaching ahead with the vast foresight he no longer fully possessed, but doing something closer to the patient, unglamorous work of an ordinary diplomat. Meeting individually with the officers driving the resistance, listening to their specific concerns about a world where the balance of power no longer rested primarily on any single village's independent strength, and offering, in response, not the comfortable certainty of his earlier interventions, but an honest and considerably more vulnerable admission that he no longer possessed the near-omniscient foresight that had once made his personal judgment a reasonable substitute for institutional safeguards, and that the Concord's continued survival depended, now more than ever, not on trust in any single individual's extraordinary ability, but on the genuine, ongoing commitment of every participating nation to the specific, difficult work of maintaining transparency even when caution and self-interest whispered that secrecy might serve their immediate purposes better. It was, he came to understand across that long month of patient, difficult conversation, a considerably harder kind of persuasion than anything his earlier exile had demanded of him, because it required him to argue not from the position of an extraordinary individual whose demonstrated foresight had already earned near universal trust, but from the position of an ordinary, diminished man asking people to continue believing in a system whose original architect could no longer personally guarantee its success through sheer, unmatched capability. He found, to his own quiet surprise, that this harder, more vulnerable kind of persuasion carried a weight and a durability that his earlier, more dramatic interventions had never quite achieved, because the trust it built belonged, in the end, not to Naruto Uzumaki personally, but to the specific, human relationships and specific, human commitments that patient conversation, rather than overwhelming demonstration of power, had actually cultivated. The campaign that followed consumed the better part of a year, Naruto traveling from council chamber to council chamber across every participating nation, meeting not merely with Kage and ministers but with the ordinary officers and administrators and citizens whose accumulated small decisions had, collectively, either sustained or eroded the Concord's foundational architecture, and slowly, through nothing more dramatic than sustained, patient presence and genuine, difficult conversation, he watched the tide of quiet erosion begin, gradually and unevenly, to reverse itself. The ambitious officers in Kumogakure found their support dwindling as the rakeage, bolstered by Naruto's honest and considerably more humble appeal, reaffirmed his own commitment to the cooperative framework with a conviction that carried more weight for having survived genuine internal challenge rather than proceeding unquestioned. Similar reversals, smaller and less dramatic but collectively significant, unfolded across a dozen other council chambers where the same quiet anxieties had begun, in the preceding year, to take root. The officer who led the resistance within Kumogakure's ranks, a hardened veteran named Daichi who had lost a brother in one of the old border wars the Concord's framework had been specifically designed to prevent from ever repeating, met with Naruto privately in the third week of his stay, requesting the conversation himself after weeks of watching the man he had expected to dismiss as an arrogant outsider instead spend his days patiently listening to junior officers whose concerns everyone else in the chain of command had long since stopped bothering to hear. You could simply force this, Daichi said, seated across from Naruto in a spare, unadorned briefing room, his arms crossed in the posture of a man who had come prepared for an argument he still expected to lose on points even if he refused to concede it easily. 3 years ago, from what I understand, you would have already known exactly what I was going to say in this room before I said it, and you would have already arranged events so that my objections never gathered enough support to matter in the first place. Why sit here now, listening to an old soldier complain, when the easier path was always available to you before, and presumably still is, at least in some diminished form? Because the easier path was never actually the point, Naruto said, and found, articulating the thought aloud for perhaps the first time in those specific terms, that it arrived with a clarity that had nothing to do with foresight at all. If I'd spent the last 4 years quietly arranging every outcome I preferred, using an ability nobody else could see or challenge, then everything we built would have belonged to me and nobody else, and the moment I was gone, or diminished, or simply wrong about something important, the whole structure would have come down with me. You're not wrong to worry about a peace that depends on trusting people who've hurt you before. I'm not here to tell you that worry is foolish. I'm here because I'd rather spend a year listening to you explain exactly why you don't trust this system than spend an afternoon making that mistrust irrelevant through some trick you'd never fully understand or consent to. Daichi studied him for a long moment, something in his hardened expression shifting slightly, not into agreement, not yet, but into the specific, grudging attention of a man encountering an argument he had not prepared a ready counter for. My brother died in a skirmish that started because 2 villages couldn't agree on grazing rights along a border neither side particularly wanted, and escalated because neither side trusted the other enough to simply talk it through before soldiers were already dying over it. I don't disagree that the old way cost more than it should have. I just don't understand why I should believe this new way will hold, once the crisis that built it fades far enough into memory that people stop remembering why they agreed to it in the first place. You shouldn't believe it automatically, Naruto said. You should believe it because you watch it, year after year, actually hold, the same way I had to watch 3 years of evidence before I believed a man who'd spent a decade planning to burn the whole world down might actually be capable of choosing something else instead. Trust like that isn't a thing you decide once and then stop questioning. It's a thing you keep testing, deliberately, and keep rebuilding every time it's tested, for as long as it takes to become just as real and just as durable as the old fear ever was. The conversation that followed stretched long into the evening, covering ground considerably more personal than either man had expected when it began, Daichi speaking eventually, haltingly, about the specific weight of watching his brother's death folded into a single line of a treaty negotiation years later, a cost measured out in border adjustments and reparations that had never felt, to the family left behind, like it actually accounted for what had been lost. Naruto listened without trying to fix the grief or argue it into a different shape, understanding, from his own long and difficult education in the specific texture of loss, that some wounds required witness far more than they required solutions. He did not leave that meeting having fully won Daichi over, not in any dramatic or immediate sense. But 3 weeks later, when the Reikage called a final vote among his senior officers on whether to continue supporting the Concord's framework or begin the slow process of unilateral withdrawal, Daichi voted, to the visible surprise of several colleagues who had assumed his opposition was settled and permanent, to continue, offering only, when asked to explain the reversal, that he had met someone willing to sit in a room and actually listen to an old soldier's grief instead of simply arranging the outcome he wanted around it, and that this alone had convinced him the new system was built from something more durable than the old one, whatever its ultimate flaws still proved to be. Naruto carried that conversation with him through every subsequent stop on his long year of travel, understanding that it represented, in miniature, the exact shape of the work still required everywhere else the quiet erosion had taken root. He met, in the following months, with a merchant council in the land of grass whose economic anxieties about the Concord's trade provisions had curdled into open resentment, and spent 3 weeks simply auditing their concerns alongside their own accountants, discovering, in the process, 2 genuine inefficiencies in the framework's original design that he had never possessed the patience or the humility, during his earlier, more powerful years, to notice or address. He met with a delegation of village elders in a small territory bordering Kirigakure whose historical mistrust of any centralized authority ran deeper than the Concord itself, older even than the great village's rivalries, and learned, from 3 grueling days of formal negotiation, exactly how much unexamined assumption his original framework had carried about what fairness and representation actually meant to people whose entire history had taught them that distant power, however well intentioned, rarely served their specific and particular interests. Each conversation cost him something the old, vast foresight of his youth would never have required him to pay, the genuine risk of not knowing, in advance, exactly how the discussion would resolve, the genuine vulnerability of arguing a position without the comfortable certainty that came from already having watched the argument succeed in a dozen previous branches. He found, to his own quiet and continual surprise, that this uncertainty, rather than diminishing the weight of what he ultimately built, deepened it considerably, because every agreement reached through genuine, uncertain persuasion carried a durability that his earlier, foreseen certainties had never quite managed to match. Built as they were on outcomes he had already known would arrive before the people agreeing to them had fully made up their own minds. It was during this long, patient year of travel and difficult conversation that Naruto Uzumaki arrived, finally and completely, at the understanding that would define the remainder of his life, an understanding that had been building, in fragments and partial glimpses, since the very earliest days of his childhood when he first discovered that he could step 3 degrees to the right and avoid a thrown ball aimed to hurt him. The power he had spent his entire life developing, the vast and terrifying and ultimately costly ability to see and reshape the future according to his own judgment, had never been the true foundation of anything lasting he had built. It had been, at every stage, merely the tool that bought him the initial credibility and the initial time required to demonstrate something considerably more fragile and considerably more valuable, that ordinary people, given genuine reason to trust one another and genuine institutions built to sustain that trust beyond the lifespan or the continued capability of any single extraordinary individual, could choose, again and again, in the absence of overwhelming force or overwhelming foresight, compelling them to build a better world simply because they had come to understand, through patient and repeated demonstration, that a better world was actually available to them. The hardest test of that long year arrived not from any council chamber or any hardened veteran's carefully argued grievance, but from a quieter and more private crisis that Naruto had not anticipated and, without the vast foresight of his youth, had no way of seeing coming until it was already upon him. Word reached him, midway through his stay in the land of grass, that Pain had fallen seriously ill, a lingering weakness in his body that the medical specialists in Rain attributed, cautiously and without full certainty, to the accumulated physical cost of a decade spent channeling the specific and demanding techniques of the Rinnegan far beyond what any ordinary body should have been asked to endure. Naruto abandoned the Merchant Council negotiations without hesitation, traveling to Rain in a hard, sleepless push that left him arriving at Pain's bedside 2 days later, exhausted and frightened in a way that had nothing to do with any strategic calculation and everything to do with the plain, human fact of watching someone he had come to genuinely love as a friend grow visibly, frighteningly frail in a bed that had, until recently, seemed too small to contain a man the entire world had once called God. "You look terrible," Pain said, his voice a rough shadow of the flat, commanding tone Naruto remembered from their first meeting on that distant, rain-soaked rooftop, and the attempt at humor, weak and unpracticed as it was, told Naruto more about the severity of his friend's condition than any medical report could have. "I did not expect the great architect of the New World Order to abandon an entire diplomatic campaign over an old man's cough." "You're not an old man," Naruto said, pulling a chair close to the bed with hands that were not quite steady. "And this isn't a cough. What are the healers actually saying?" Pain was quiet for a long moment, his rippled eyes, dimmer now than Naruto remembered them, fixed on the ceiling above his bed. "They are saying, in the careful, evasive language healers use when they do not wish to say the plain truth directly, that a body cannot indefinitely sustain what mine has sustained for over a decade, and that the debt accumulated during those years has finally come due. I have perhaps a year left to me. Perhaps less. Naruto sat with that news in a silence that stretched long enough to become its own kind of conversation, and when he finally spoke, his voice carried none of the careful, diplomatic calm he had spent the preceding months cultivating in council chambers across the elemental nations. Then let me try to help. There has to be something. Some technique, some medical approach, something. There is nothing, Pain said, gently but without the slightest hesitation, and I want you to hear me say clearly that I do not want you reaching for whatever remains of your own ability to search for an answer that isn't there. I have watched what that reaching cost you once already, in that valley, and I will not have you spend what's left of a gift you sacrificed so much to preserve trying to purchase me a few more months. I have, in truth, already made my peace with losing. That's not your decision to make alone, Naruto said, and heard, in his own voice, an echo of the same stubborn, furious refusal to accept an unacceptable future that had once driven a much younger version of himself to kneel over Sasuke's body and swear he would find some way to change what seemed fixed and immovable. No, Pain agreed. It is not entirely mine alone. But it is mine to ask, and I am asking you, Naruto Uzumaki, as the closest thing to a true friend I have known in longer than I can comfortably remember, to let this be the one battle you do not try to win through sheer force of will. I have spent the last 4 years watching you teach an entire world that peace built through patient, ordinary effort outlasts anything purchased through extraordinary power alone. Do not undo that lesson now, for my sake, by spending yourself trying to cheat a debt that every living thing eventually has to pay. Naruto did not answer immediately, the weight of the request settling into him with a difficulty that no diplomatic negotiation of the preceding months had prepared him for, and in the days that followed, sitting at Pain's bedside through long afternoons that neither man filled with much conversation, simply present in a silence that had become, over years of hard-won friendship, entirely comfortable between them, he came slowly and painfully to understand that Pain was asking him for exactly the kind of mature, difficult acceptance that the entire arc of his own life, since that first costly night reaching a full year into an uncertain future, had been quietly building him toward. Not every future was his to author. Not every loss was a flaw in the world requiring correction. Some griefs simply had to be carried, honestly and completely, rather than solved. He stayed in Rain for 6 weeks, longer than his diplomatic campaign strictly allowed, and in those weeks, he and Pain spoke more openly than they ever had before, about the specific grief that had once driven Pain toward total destruction as the only honest answer to a broken world. About the specific loneliness that had once convinced the small boy in Konoha that foresight and control were the only tools capable of purchasing him safety. About everything each of them had built, separately and then together, out of loss neither had chosen and neither could fully undo. When Naruto finally departed to resume his campaign, Pain walked him to the edge of the city, slower now than he once moved, and the two of them stood for a long moment in a light, gentle rain that no longer felt, to either of them, like the morning weight it once had. Finish what you started, Pain said. Not for me. For every person out there still deciding whether the world you're building is worth trusting completely. I will be here when you return, for as long as I have left to be here, and I intend to spend every remaining day of it watching you prove, once and for all, that I was right to place my faith in you instead of in the destruction I once believed was the only honest answer available. Pain died 8 months later, in his sleep, in the same city he had once ruled through fear and had spent his final years helping to rebuild through something considerably gentler, and Naruto, who received the news while concluding the very last negotiations of his long diplomatic campaign, returned to Rain one final time to stand among a crowd of mourners who had gathered, in numbers that surprised even those who had watched the man's slow transformation most closely, to honor someone the city had once called God and had come, in his final years, to simply call friend. Naruto spoke at the memorial, briefly and without any of the practiced eloquence of his more formal diplomatic addresses, describing not the vast power his friend had once wielded, but the harder, rarer courage it had taken for a man convinced beyond doubt of his own worldview to choose, deliberately and at real cost, to let that certainty be questioned, and ultimately changed. By evidence patiently offered rather than force applied, he returned to Konoha, at the end of that long year of travel, older in ways that had little to do with the passage of time itself, and found waiting for him a village and a world that had, through the accumulated weight of 1,000 small conversations and 1,000 small choices to keep trusting rather than retreat into old, familiar fear, proven itself considerably stronger and considerably more durable than even his own earlier, more powerful self might have believed possible. The Concord endured, not because Naruto Uzumaki possessed the vast, near-omniscient foresight to guarantee its survival through sheer, personal capability, but because the ordinary people who comprised it had chosen, deliberately and repeatedly, to sustain it themselves. He settled, in the years that followed, into a life that would have seemed, to the boy who once knelt over Sasuke's unconscious body in the forest of death convinced that only a god's clarity could ever hope to fix a broken world, almost unbearably ordinary. He married, eventually, Hinata Hyuga, whose own quiet strength had nothing to do with any extraordinary ability and everything to do with the plain, steady courage of a person who had spent her own difficult childhood learning to trust her own judgment against a family that had rarely offered her the same faith Naruto now offered freely, and who chose, every day of the life they built together, to build a good and honest home in a world that no longer demanded either of them be anything other than exactly who they already were. She had watched him leave the village all those years earlier with a grief she confided to no one, and she had watched him return, changed and diminished and somehow, to her, more completely himself than he had ever been before, and the courtship that followed, patient and unhurried in a way that mirrored everything else he had learned to value in those years, unfolded entirely without any need for foresight at all, built instead from the ordinary, uncertain, and entirely sufficient work of two people choosing each other, again and again, without ever knowing exactly how the choosing would turn out. He taught, several days each week, at the school he had first established in the borderlands of Rain all those years earlier, passing on not the vast and costly foresight that had once defined nearly every choice of his adolescence, but the considerably more modest and considerably more sustainable wisdom he had earned through the slow, patient work of actually building something that could outlast him. He found, standing in front of classrooms full of children who had never known a world without the Concord's cooperative framework, that the lessons he most wanted to offer them had almost nothing to do with jutsu or tactics or even the specific history of the threats his own generation had faced and overcome. He wanted them to understand, in terms simple enough for even the youngest students to carry forward into their own adult lives, that strength measured only in what a person could do to another person was the oldest and least interesting kind of strength the world had to offer, and that the harder, rarer strength, the kind that actually built things capable of lasting, lived instead in the willingness to listen to someone who disagreed with you, to sit with grief that had no clean solution, to trust a stranger enough to hand them information that made you vulnerable, and to keep choosing that vulnerability, deliberately and repeatedly, even after it had occasionally been betrayed. One student in particular, a quiet, sharp-eyed girl named Emmy who had lost both her parents in a skirmish along the grass border during the last, fading months of the old system's collapse, reminded Naruto often, in ways he never mentioned aloud to anyone but Hinata, of the boy he himself had once been, watchful and guarded and carrying a grief too large for the small, careful life circumstances had otherwise allowed her. He spent extra time with her, not out of any calculated assessment of her potential, but out of the plain, human recognition of a kindred loneliness, and watched, over the several years she spent under his instruction, the same slow, difficult process of learning to trust that had once taken him decades unfold in her across a considerably gentler handful of years, aided by a world that had, by the time she needed it, already built more of the scaffolding he had once been forced to construct entirely for himself. Did you ever wish you could just make people understand, instead of having to explain everything so many times before it finally sticks? Emmy asked him once, during a quiet afternoon after the other students had gone home, her voice carrying the particular frustration of a bright child who had just spent an exhausting hour failing to convince a classmate of something she considered obviously true. Naruto considered the question with the same careful honesty he tried to bring to every conversation with his students, understanding that she deserved a real answer rather than a comfortable platitude. I used to be able to do something close to that, he told her, which was not something he generally volunteered, but which felt, in that particular quiet afternoon, like exactly the right lesson for exactly the right moment. Not making people understand exactly, but seeing far enough ahead that I could arrange things so they didn't need to understand at all, so the outcome I wanted just happened, whether or not anyone along the way ever actually agreed with my reasons for wanting it. That sounds like it would make everything so much easier, Emi said. It did for a while, Naruto admitted. And it also meant that nothing I built that way actually belonged to anyone but me. The moment I couldn't do it anymore, or the moment I was gone, all of it would have come apart, because none of the people living inside the world I'd arranged had ever actually chosen it for themselves. The slow way, the way where you have to keep explaining something 5 times before it finally sticks, is harder, and it's frustrating, and sometimes it doesn't work at all. But when it does work, it belongs to the person you convinced just as much as it belongs to you, and that means it can survive you, in a way the other kind of building never could. Emi turned that answer over for a long moment, the particular stillness of a child genuinely thinking rather than merely waiting for permission to speak again, and finally nodded slowly, in a way that told Naruto the lesson had landed somewhere it would keep growing long after the conversation itself had ended. It was, he thought, watching her gather her things and head home through streets that had never once, in her entire life, seen the specific violence his own childhood had considered simply ordinary, exactly the kind of small, unremarkable victory that the whole of his strange and difficult life had ultimately been spent making possible, one patient conversation at a time. Every autumn, on the anniversary of the day Team 7 had first been assembled on that quiet training ground so many years earlier, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura met at the same spot, a tradition none of them had ever formally proposed but all of them had simply, wordlessly begun observing after the first year Naruto returned to the village, and continued without interruption in every year that followed. They brought food, usually more than the 3 of them could reasonably eat, and they sat on the same worn earth where a masked jonin had once tied 2 hungry genin to a stump and lectured them about teamwork, and they talked, across those long autumn afternoons, about everything and nothing, the specific, easy rhythm of old friends who had each traveled impossibly far from the children they had once been and had, despite everything, found their way back to something recognizably the same at its core. Sasuke had settled, in his own quieter and more solitary way, into a role advising the rotating council on matters of security and cross-border coordination, a position that suited a man who had spent years learning the difference between the vigilance that protected people and the isolation that had once nearly destroyed him. He had married as well, a woman from a small village near the land of iron whose plain, unglamorous kindness had done for him something similar to what Hinata's patient constancy had done for Naruto, and the 2 of them had a daughter whose fierce, dark-eyed determination reminded everyone who met her, with a warmth that had once been impossible to imagine attaching to that particular family name, unmistakably of her father. Do you ever think about what would have happened if you hadn't left, that night at the Valley of the End? Sasuke asked him once, during one of those long autumn afternoons, the question arriving with a directness that had become, over years of rebuilt friendship, entirely comfortable between them. I used to think about it constantly, Naruto admitted. I ran that day forward 100 different ways before it even happened, trying to find some version where you stayed. Never found one. Not one that actually held, anyway. It took me a long time to understand that some choices just belong entirely to the person making them, and trying to right around that isn't protecting someone, it's just refusing to let them be who they actually are. I'm glad you let me go, in the end, Sasuke said, quiet and unhurried in the way that had always characterized his rare moments of genuine openness. Even though I know it costs you something to just stand there and watch it happen instead of stopping it. I don't think I would have found my own way back otherwise. Not really. Not in a way that actually meant anything. Sakura, listening to the exchange with the particular fond exasperation of someone who had spent decades watching the 2 of them circle the same handful of conversations without ever quite exhausting them, reached over and refilled both their cups without comment, offering instead, once the silence had settled comfortably between the 3 of them again, an update on her own work at the hospital. A new surgical technique she had spent the preceding year developing that had already, in its first cautious trials, saved the life of a young genin whose injuries would once, in the old world neither of the men beside her fully remembered anymore without effort, have been considered beyond any healer's ability to address. It was in these quiet, ordinary autumn afternoons, considerably more than in any of the grand diplomatic summits or costly battlefield confrontations that had once defined the most dramatic years of his life, that Naruto found the truest and most complete confirmation of everything he had once set out, as a lonely and hunted boy, to build. Not a world without grief, which no foresight however vast could ever have promised. Not a world without conflict, which the ordinary, imperfect business of governing an entire coalition of nations continued to generate in small and manageable measures every single year, but a world where three people who had once nearly destroyed each other and been destroyed in turn by a system that valued their usefulness as weapons far above their worth as human beings could instead sit together on a worn patch of earth, year after year, and simply be friends, uncomplicated by any of the vast and terrible power that had once seemed, to a younger and more desperate version of each of them, the only possible answer to a world that had given them so little reason to expect anything gentler. He remained, throughout those years, a figure of considerable and lasting significance across the elemental nations, consulted regularly by the rotating council whenever genuinely novel crises exceeded the collective wisdom of its ordinary membership, called upon occasionally to lend the specific weight of his diminished but still meaningful foresight to disputes that threatened to fracture the fragile, hard-won peace he had spent so much of his youth building. But he was never again, in the decades that followed, the singular, unmatched architect he had briefly become during those 3 costly years of exile, and he came to understand, watching the world he had helped build continue evolving and adapting long after his own direct involvement in its daily governance had faded into something closer to quiet, respected advisory presence, that this diminishment, far from representing a failure or a loss, had been the truest and most complete success of everything he had ever set out to accomplish. He had not wanted, in the end, whatever his earlier, more ambitious and more isolated self might have briefly believed, to become a god ruling over a world he alone had the clarity to properly see. He had wanted, at the deepest and most honest level of everything his strange and difficult childhood had taught him to value, simply to prove that the world did not require a god at all, that ordinary people, given genuine tools and genuine reason to trust one another, could build something better than the fear and cruelty that had shaped his own earliest years, and could sustain that better world themselves, long after the extraordinary circumstances that first made its construction possible had faded, as all extraordinary circumstances eventually do, into the quieter, steadier rhythms of ordinary human history. His children, 2 of them, a son named Boruto whose restless, questioning energy reminded Hinata often of the boy she had first fallen in love with decades earlier, and a younger daughter named Himawari whose gentle, steady warmth seemed, to everyone who met her, to have skipped a generation of hardship entirely and arrived fully formed from whatever peace her parents had spent their own younger years fighting so hard to build. Grew up in a village that bore almost no resemblance to the one that had once made their father's childhood a daily exercise in survival. They played in streets where no adult flinched from their approach. They attended an academy that taught cooperation and de-escalation alongside the traditional shinobi arts, a curriculum change Naruto had advocated for, patiently and over several years, once his diplomatic work had settled enough to let him turn some of his remaining attention back toward the specific, structural details of how the next generation would actually be raised. They knew their father, in the way children know their parents, as someone occasionally distracted by important work and occasionally embarrassing in his enthusiasm for ramen, rather than as the vast and terrifying figure the elemental nations had once whispered about in fearful, uncertain tones. Boruto asked him once, old enough by then to have heard fragmented, half-accurate versions of his father's history from other children at the academy, whether it was true that he had once been able to see the future, and Naruto, sitting across the dinner table from a son whose sharp, skeptical curiosity reminded him constantly of himself at that age, though considerably less burdened by hunger and loneliness, answered as honestly as he had learned to answer every difficult question in the years since his own ability had first faded. It's true, he said. For a long time, I could see quite a lot of it, actually. More than anyone probably should be able to see. So why can't you do it anymore? Boruto pressed, with the specific, relentless curiosity that Hinata often joked was going to make him either an excellent investigator or an exhausting dinner companion for the rest of his life, possibly both. Because I used it up, Naruto said, doing something I decided mattered more than keeping it. He considered, watching his son's face for the particular expression that meant a real answer was landing rather than being politely tolerated, how much further to take the explanation. There was a moment where I had to choose between saving something precious about my own ability, and saving a whole lot of people who were counting on me. I chose the people. I've never once regretted it, even on the hard days where I wish I still had the old trick for finding a lost kunai, or knowing which of your report cards to brace myself for. Boruto absorbed this with the particular seriousness children reserve for the rare moments adults treat their questions as genuinely worth answering fully, and though he would spend years afterward, as most children eventually do, drifting toward and then away from and eventually back toward a fuller understanding of exactly what his father had built and exactly what it had cost him, that dinner table conversation remained, for both of them, a quiet touchstone they returned to, in different forms, many times across the years that followed, a small and private thread connecting a father who had once carried the weight of an entire world's future to a son slowly learning to carry the considerably lighter, but no less real, weight of simply growing up decent and brave in a world his father had helped make safe enough to allow it. Himawari, younger and gentler in her curiosity, asked different questions, less about the specific mechanics of power and more about the people involved, wanting to know, on quiet evenings when Naruto read to her before bed, about Pain and about Gaara and about a boy named Sasuke who had once been her father's rival and was now her uncle Sasuke who visited every autumn and let her practice throwing kunai at targets shaped like his own reluctant, faintly amused approval. Naruto told her these stories carefully, trimming away the worst of the violence and the grief without ever fully sanitizing the genuine difficulty of what each person involved had actually overcome, wanting her to understand, in terms a child could hold on to without being frightened by them, that the peaceful, gentle world she had been fortunate enough to grow up inside had not simply always existed, but had been built, patiently and at real cost, by people who chose, again and again, to keep believing something better was possible even when the evidence for that belief was thin and the cost of pursuing it was genuinely high. Would you do it all again? She asked him once, young enough still that the question carried more simple curiosity than any real weight of philosophical inquiry, but old enough that Naruto found himself answering it as carefully and as honestly as he had ever answered anything. Every part of it, he told her, and meant it completely, even the parts that hurt the most, because every part of it, even the hardest parts, is what got me here, sitting in this chair, reading you this story, in a world where you get to grow up not having to be afraid of anything I used to be afraid of every single day when I was your age. That's worth everything it cost. It's worth everything it cost 100 times over. Kakashi retired from active duty a few years into this quieter chapter of Naruto's life, stepping down from the increasingly ceremonial responsibilities he had continued to shoulder even after passing the mantle of Hokage to a successor years earlier, and Naruto visited him often in the small, book-cluttered house at the edge of the village where his old teacher spent his retirement finally reading, at genuine leisure rather than in stolen moments between missions, the full backlist of novels he had once rationed to himself so carefully during years of near-constant duty. You know, Kakashi said to him, during one of these visits, setting aside the worn paperback he had been reading when Naruto arrived, I still think about that conversation on the wall above the training ground sometimes. The one where you told me what you actually were, all those years ago, before any of the rest of it happened. I think about it too, Naruto admitted, settling into the chair across from his old teacher with the easy familiarity of a relationship that had long since outgrown the formal boundaries of student and sensei. You could have told Tsunade immediately. Would have been the safer choice, probably, for the village and maybe even for you. Probably, Kakashi agreed, without any evident regret. But I'd spent enough years by then learning to trust my own read on people, and my read on you, even carrying something that vast and that strange, was never that you intended to become a danger to the people around you. I was more worried, if I'm honest, about what carrying that kind of power alone, without anyone in your corner who actually understood what you were dealing with, might eventually do to you more than I was worried about what you might do to anyone else. It nearly did plenty, Naruto said, quiet and reflective in the specific way these visits with Kakashi tended to draw out of him, a candor he rarely offered anyone besides Hinata and, when he had still been alive to receive it, pain. There were years where I thought about the whole world the way you'd think about a puzzle to be solved, more than a place full of actual people with their own reasons for the choices they made. I'm not sure I would have found my way back from that, if things had gone even slightly differently. Kakashi was quiet for a moment, considering this with the same unhurried thoughtfulness that had characterized nearly every important conversation between them since Naruto was 12 years old and complaining about a bell test. I don't think you give yourself enough credit for the parts of you that were never actually in danger of disappearing, whatever the power tempted you toward. You offered Gari your hand in that forest before your ability had matured into anything like what it eventually became. You gave your own lunch to 2 teammates during a test explicitly designed to punish exactly that kind of generosity. Whatever the power eventually let you build, Naruto, I think the actual foundation of it was always something considerably simpler and considerably more stubborn than any vast, cosmic ability. It was just you, deciding, over and over, for reasons that had nothing to do with strategy, that kindness mattered more than the easier path. Naruto sat with that assessment for a long moment, turning it over with the same careful attention he had once applied to tracing the branches of a coming battle, and found, examining it honestly, that he could not entirely disagree, though he had spent so many years crediting the vast, terrifying scope of his own foresight for everything he had ultimately built that he had nearly forgotten the much smaller, much more ordinary instinct that had first set him on the path toward building any of it at all. Thank you, he said finally, simply, and Kakashi, who had never been especially comfortable with direct expressions of sentiment even after all these years, waved the gratitude away with a familiar, self-deprecating gesture and picked his book back up, though the small, genuine smile visible beneath the edge of his mask lingered for considerably longer than his usual deflections tended to allow. The elemental nations, in the 2 decades that followed the founding of the Concord, did not become the perfect, conflict-free world that the most idealistic architects of its early framework had occasionally allowed themselves to imagine in their most hopeful moments. Border disputes still arose, resolved now through the Council's established mediation processes rather than through mobilized armies, but not without genuine friction and genuine disagreement along the way. New generations of shinobi, raised without direct memory of the fear-driven world their parents and grandparents had known, occasionally grew complacent about the specific, ongoing work required to sustain a system that had never been designed to run on autopilot, and more than once. The rotating council found itself needing to relearn lessons about vigilance and mutual accountability that the founding generation had paid dearly to first discover. There were setbacks, and there were years where the whole fragile architecture seemed, briefly, at genuine risk of unraveling under the accumulated weight of some new and unanticipated crisis. But it held. Year after year, through crises large and small, through leadership transitions in every participating nation, through the natural human tendency to grow complacent about hard-won peace once its original cost had faded from living memory, the framework Naruto had first sketched out in the margins of a desperate, uncertain exile held together. Not because any single person continued guaranteeing its survival through extraordinary ability, but because enough ordinary people, in enough council chambers and enough villages, had internalized, deeply and durably, the specific conviction that cooperation genuinely served their interests better than the old architecture of fear and secrecy ever had. Historians in the decades that followed would debate, at considerable length, exactly how much credit belonged to Naruto Uzumaki personally for the transformation, and exactly how much belonged to the countless ordinary people whose small, daily choices had actually sustained it, and Naruto himself. On the rare occasions journalists or scholars sought his own assessment of the question, always answered the same way. That the credit belonged almost entirely to the latter, and that his own role, however dramatic its beginning, had always been intended to make itself unnecessary as quickly and as completely as the world could be persuaded to let it. He thought of this often, in the quiet, unhurried years of his middle age, watching a world he had once believed only a god's clarity could save instead save itself, slowly and imperfectly and almost entirely through its own accumulated, ordinary effort, and he found in that realization a satisfaction more complete than any of the vast, dramatic victories of his youth had ever quite managed to provide. He had set out, as a lonely and hunted boy convinced that only overwhelming foresight could ever hope to fix a broken world, and he had ended, as an ordinary man teaching ordinary children in a village that had learned, slowly and at real cost, to love him for something far more durable than fear, understanding a truth that had taken him the whole of his strange and remarkable life to fully absorb. That the deepest and most lasting kind of power available to anyone, however extraordinary their gifts, was never the power to see or control the future directly, but the far quieter, far harder power to help other people believe, through patient and repeated demonstration, that a better future was worth building together, and then to step back, deliberately and completely, and let them build it. Hinata joined him on the porch as the evening settled fully into dusk, carrying 2 cups of tea in the particular, comfortable quiet of someone who had spent enough years beside him to need no explanation for the reflective stillness she found him wearing. She sat beside him without a word, watching the same street he watched, Boruto's laughter and Himawari's answering giggle carrying up from below where the two of them had drawn Sasuke's own daughter into some elaborate game of their own invention, and after a long moment, she asked him, gently, what he was thinking about. Everything, I think, Naruto admitted, taking the cup she offered him. The old man with the pipe who used to bring me groceries. Iruka-sensei catching a ball I already knew wasn't going to hit me. Jiraiya, and everything he taught me that had nothing to do with the Rasengan. Pain, standing in the rain telling me 3 years wasn't very long at all, and then giving me every day of the years he actually had left after that. All of it. I don't know why it's all coming up tonight, exactly. Maybe just because 40 feels like the kind of number that makes a person look back. Do you miss it? Hinata asked, quiet and careful in the way she always was with questions that mattered. The ability, I mean. Being able to see all of that so clearly. Naruto considered the question honestly, turning it over the way he still, out of old habit, turned over even ordinary questions with more care than they strictly required. Some days, he said finally. Mostly small things. I miss always knowing exactly where I put my sandals. I miss never being surprised by rain. He smiled, faint and genuine, watching his children's shapes move through the deepening dusk below. But I don't miss the weight of it. I don't miss watching every version of every moment before it happened and never quite being able to just be inside the one that was actually mine. I like not knowing what Boruto's going to say at dinner tomorrow. I like finding out. On the evening of his 40th birthday, sitting on a porch overlooking the same village that had once hated him for a burden he never chose to carry, watching his own children play in a street where no one had ever thrown a stone at them, and no one ever would, Naruto Uzumaki closed his eyes and reached, gently and without any of the old, exhausting strain of his youth, toward the faint, quiet edges of whatever future still remained within his diminished, but not entirely extinguished sight. He found there, waiting patiently in the branches farthest from his reach, no gathering catastrophe, no ancient threat requiring a god's clarity to answer, only the ordinary, unremarkable, and entirely sufficient promise of a world that had learned, at considerable and hard-won cost, to keep choosing itself into being, one patient and imperfect human decision at a time. Long after the boy who had once seen everything had finally, and by his own deliberate choice, allowed himself to simply become one more person among the many who lived inside the future they had all, together, decided to build. Later that night, long after the children had been put to bed and the village had settled into the particular quiet that only ever seemed to arrive after dusk in the years since peace had become simply the ordinary texture of daily life rather than a fragile, uncertain achievement, Naruto walked alone to the training ground where Team 7 had first been assembled. A habit he had never quite managed to break in all the years since his return, and sat for a while on the same low stump Kakashi had once tied him to, feeling the worn wood beneath his hands and the cool night air settling over a village that had, across the whole strange and difficult arc of his life, become something he could finally, without any reservation or any lingering fear, call home. He thought, sitting there, of the 9-year-old boy who had once turned a dull kunai over in his hands and discovered, for the first time, that the future was not a fixed and unchangeable thing but a fan of branches waiting to be chosen from, and he thought of everything that boy could never have imagined the choosing would eventually cost, and everything it would eventually give back in return. He thought of Hiruzen Sarutobi's tired, watchful kindness, and of Jiraiya's rough affection, and of a rain-soaked rooftop where a boy convinced the world required a god's clarity to save it had instead learned, slowly and at considerable cost, that the world required something far more ordinary and far more durable than that. He thought of pain, and of the specific, hard-won grace it had taken a man once certain beyond doubt of his own worldview to let that certainty be gently, patiently unmade by evidence rather than force. And he thought, finally, of the version of himself that had once stood ready to become exactly the kind of untouchable, omniscient figure the old prophecy of the Almighty seemed to promise, a being who saw everything and therefore owed nothing to anyone's uncertain, ordinary trust, and he felt, sitting alone in the dark on a training ground that had taught him, more than any other single place in the world, the true and lasting value of simply working alongside other people rather than above them. A gratitude so complete it settled into him like the quiet itself, that somewhere along the long and costly road of his own becoming, he had chosen, again and again, at every point where the easier and lonelier path had stood open before him, to remain instead exactly what he had always, underneath every layer of vast and terrible power, most fundamentally wanted to be, not a god standing apart from the world. Just a person, imperfect and ordinary and entirely his own, who had spent his whole strange life learning, patiently and at real cost, how to help a broken world choose, together, to become something worth belonging to. He rose from the stump eventually, the night deepening around him, and walked home slowly through streets that held, in every worn stone and every familiar corner, some fragment of the long and improbable journey that had carried him from a hated, lonely child into whatever quieter, more complete version of himself he had finally become. He thought, as he walked, that if the 9-year-old boy who had once discovered a whole fan of possible futures spread out before him like the pages of an already written book could see him now, older and diminished and entirely at peace with both of those facts, that boy would likely be surprised most of all by how little the vast power itself had ultimately mattered, and how much, in the end, everything had come down to the same small, stubborn choice he had first made on an ordinary street. At 5 years old, to step aside from the thing aimed at hurting him, and to keep choosing, every single day after that, exactly who he wanted to become despite it. There would be, in the decades that stretched out ahead of him beyond that quiet autumn night, more difficulties and more griefs, small and large, the ordinary texture of a long life honestly lived rather than the smooth, untroubled ease of a story told only in its triumphant moments. He would bury friends. He would watch his own children stumble through hardships no parent could fully foresee away, nor would he wish to, having learned long ago the specific cost of trying. He would watch the Concord itself weather storms he could not always predict and could not always help resolve, forced, more than once, to accept outcomes considerably less tidy than the ones his younger, more powerful self might once have simply authored into being. But he would meet each of those difficulties the same way he had met everything since the night he finally understood that the future was not a fixed and unchangeable thing but a fan of branches waiting, patiently, to be chosen from, with the plain, stubborn, entirely human conviction that the harder path, walked honestly and in good company, was always worth more than the easier one walked alone, and that, in the end, was the whole of the answer Naruto Uzumaki eventually gave, whenever anyone still curious enough to ask found the courage to do so, about what it had actually meant to carry the Almighty inside him. Not godhood. Not dominion. Just a very long, very difficult lesson in learning exactly how much of the future was his to shape, and exactly how much, in the end, was always meant to belong to everyone else. It was, in the end, the only inheritance he ever truly wanted to leave behind, more lasting than any technique, or any institution bearing his name, the plain, stubborn proof that an ordinary person, given enough patience and enough genuine care for the people around them, could help an entire broken world learn, slowly and at real cost, to choose itself into something better, one small and imperfect decision at a time.